Preface to Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, Catharine Morris Cox. Assisted by Lila O. Gillian, Ruth Haynes Livesey, Lewis M. Terman. Stanford University Press, Stanford University, California, 1926. Editor's Preface. It is with no inconsiderable degree of satisfaction that the editor presents Volume 2 of Genetic Studies of Genius. For several years he had looked forward to the time when it might be possible for him either to make such a study himself, or, failing that opportunity, to find a research associate of sufficient competence and maturity to carry the study through with a minimum of general direction and assistance. A lifelong interest in the psychological aspects of biography, particularly in the precocious indications of superior mental ability, had convinced him not only of the essential falsity of certain traditional opinions regarding the childhood of genius, but also of the utter inability of a majority of otherwise competent biographical writers to appraise and interpret the facts which they themselves have recorded with reference to the early mental development of their subjects. The correct interpretation of such data is indeed possible only to those who have acquired a rich and detailed acquaintance with the age norms of childhood performance, a qualification which probably no author of an important biography has ever possessed. No better illustration of the truth of the foregoing statement could be desired than is offered by Carl Pearson's splendid biography of Francis Galton. In Volume 1 of that work, the author presents detailed evidence, much of it of documentary nature, which any psychologist who is familiar with age norms of mental development will recognize as convincing proof that Galton as a child had an intelligence quotient not far from 200. In other words, that his mental age was about twice his actual age. Although it is a fact well known to psychologists that no one child in 10,000 taken at random shows this degree of intellectual superiority, Pearson gives only a passing comment to the data presented and tells us that Galton's childhood gave no significant indications of his future genius. Such misinterpretation, even of the grossest kind, is inevitable and therefore excusable on the part of biographers who are unacquainted with recent psychological discoveries in the field of mental development and individual differences. This aspect of biographical authorship is probably only one of many to which psychologists of the future are certain to make important contributions. When at last the necessary funds had been provided for a study of the kind described in this volume, it was most fortunate that a competent investigator was at hand who could be entrusted with the entire responsibility of carrying it through. By psychological training, scientific aptitude, natural interests, and command of foreign languages, Dr. Catharine Cox was ideally fitted for the undertaking. No words of praise for what she has accomplished are here necessary. The editor wishes only to make record of his belief that this volume will be widely recognized as an original and outstanding contribution to the psychology of genius. The interests of the editor center largely in the question whether, or to what extent and how, genius is evidenced in childhood. Since it is obvious that the answer to this question must be forthcoming before we can rationally set about the formulation of methods for the training of gifted children. By psychological methods already available, it is possible to identify intellectually precocious children with certainty and to measure with fair accuracy many of their mental, moral, and personality traits. What we have not known is whether the characteristics thus discoverable in such children are ordinarily paralleled in the childhood traits of individuals who have later achieved eminence by virtue of their intellectual or moral or artistic performances. The present investigation is largely an attempt to find the answer to this question. It is perhaps well to call attention to 3 or 4 features of the investigation in order to make clear the nature of the methods employed and to prevent misunderstandings. In the first place, it was necessary to make an unbiased selection of cases for study, for the work of Lombroso long ago taught us that by sufficiently biased selection it is possible to prove almost any theory regarding genius, however bizarre. By basing her selection upon Cattell's objectively determined list of the 1,000 most eminent individuals of history, and by the adoption of certain rules in the reduction of this list, the author has avoided the common errors arising from this source. Accordingly, since her sampling is adequately large for her purpose, if her conclusions hold for the 300 cases she has studied, they can be accepted as holding generally for individuals of this degree of eminence. The second task was to search the biographies of each of the subjects for evidence bearing on the superiority or inferiority of mental performances, as judged by comparison with the performances of average children of corresponding age. It is evident that the value of the research hinges largely on the thoroughness and care with which this phase of the investigation was carried out. It was necessary for those who assembled the data to be able to recognize pertinent information and to select the most significant items when selection was necessary. Because of the uneven value of biographies from the point of view of dependability, considerable historical knowledge and judgment were also necessary. Considering the unusual combination of qualifications demanded, the editor believes that it would be very difficult indeed to find 3 persons who, in the time that was available, could have carried through this portion of the task more satisfactorily than it was performed by Dr. Cox, Miss Gillian, and Mrs. Livesey. The limitation of time should be emphasized, but for this one might in some case profitably have spent years in historical research on the early development of a single subject. Goethe, for example. It was necessary instead to confine this part of the work to a careful explanation of the leading biographies available in English, French, and German, and for this reason it is probable that the data it was possible to assemble were often less complete than they might have been. The chief inadequacy of the data, however, is accounted for by the failure of biographers to record with any reasonable degree of completeness the kinds of information demanded for research of the type here undertaken. There is crying need for a series of studies which would ultimately provide us with the important psychological canons of biography. The data assembled as a result of the biographical research amounted to some 6,000 pages of typed material, or an average of about 20 pages for each subject. Even so, considerable selection was necessary. The rule followed was to copy, or to paraphrase as nearly as possible, every statement of fact in all quoted documents, letters, poems, etc., that could be interpreted as throwing light on the subject's mental superiority or inferiority as compared with that of average children. The interpretation of such data was reserved for the next stage of the research. When the original case material just described had been brought together, the next task was to estimate, in each case, the intelligence quotient that would correspond to the recorded facts. It should be emphasized that the task set was not to estimate what the childhood IQ of a given subject probably was, but the IQ that would most reasonably account for the recorded facts. The accuracy of such an estimate depends, of course, both on the reliability of judgment in those who furnish the estimates and upon the adequacy of the recorded data. The 3 persons who rated all the subjects, Dr. Cox, Dr. Merrill, and the writer, were at least possessed of whatever fitness for the task and intimate knowledge of mental test standards provides. This, together with freedom from individual bias, is probably the most important qualification. The IQ estimates furnished by the 3 raters show a degree of agreement that should free them from the suspicion of being greatly influenced by personal bias. The additional ratings furnished on the adequacy of the evidence in each case allow a quantitative statement of the confidence that may be placed in any individual IQ estimate. The brief biographical summaries in Part 2 give some indication of the nature of the evidence on which the IQ estimates were based, although a very inadequate one. It should be emphasized that for most of the subjects it was possible to include in these summaries not more than 1/10 of the material originally assembled in the case studies. There is a consequent loss of correctness and wealth of detail which may often leave the reader to doubt as to the correctness of the IQ estimates, especially the reader who is not intimately acquainted with mental age standards of performance. As to the essential validity of the most important conclusions which the author has drawn from her data, the editor has not the slightest doubt. We are justified in believing that geniuses, so-called, are not only characterized in childhood by a superior IQ, but also by traits of interest, energy, will, and character that foreshadow later performance. The ancient saying that the child is father to the man probably expresses a truth far more profound than anyone has hitherto suspected. However, this must not be taken to mean that every child inevitably becomes the man he does become. If such were the case, education would be powerless to help or hinder. It does not mean that the traits which make the prodigious performance in manhood are probably in evidence as budding capacities in the child. Whether, on the other hand, these capacities which we find in the gifted children about us are destined to flower and fruit will probably depend upon a host of circumstances, many of which, let us hope, are under the control of school and home and other institutions of society. In the time that has been available, it has not been possible to exhaust the rich mine of material contained in the 300 complete case studies. It is hoped that all of the data may, in the near future, be sifted more carefully for information on mental inheritance, early evidence of adult interests, the degree of specialization of ability, parental and other environmental influences, juvenile writings, and physical illnesses. The editor not only believes that the present contribution by Dr. Cox will be welcomed for its intrinsic merit, but that it will also serve as a timely stimulus to other applications of psychological concepts and methods to the problems of biographical research. Lewis M. Terman. Author's Preface. The investigation reported in this volume was projected in 1921. In that year, Professor Lewis M. Terman made application to the Commonwealth Fund of New York City for a grant which would help him make possible a biographical investigation of the childhood intelligence of great geniuses of the past. The investigation was planned as a parallel study to the research on gifted school children in California. The grant was made and was later extensively supplemented by a grant from the Thomas Welton Stanford Fund. The writer was appointed to carry out the investigation under the direction of Professor Terman. In the primary task of searching biographical works for pertinent data, she was given the assistance of two able research workers, Leila O. Gillian, October 1922 to February 1923, and Ruth Haynes Livesey, April 1923 to November 1923. Other workers under the grant rendered technical assistance in the preparation of the data and the manuscript. The writer devoted to this study the major part of her time from 1922 to 1924. This stage of the work included the selection of cases, the compilation of a bibliography, the assembling of case material, the detailed treatment of their case studies and of data derived from them, including statistical treatment, and finally the preparation of a preliminary report of the study as a whole. From 1924 to 1926, revision of the preliminary report and preparation of the present volume absorbed practically all of her time not devoted to regular professional duties. A preliminary statement of the findings here presented and discussed in greater detail appeared in a thesis on the early mental development of a group of eminent men, which was filed by the writer in the Stanford University Library in October 1924. The material of this earlier work has been revised and largely rewritten for the present volume. The contents of Part 2 have been increased from 100 brief case studies to 301, thus including, in summarized form, the most important facts of the original case material. An appendix has been added containing extracts from the early writings of the 301 subjects selected and arranged for this purpose by Professor Terman from the complete case studies. For making the present investigation possible, acknowledgement is due first of all to the Commonwealth Fund, to the Thomas Welton Stanford Fund, and to Professor Terman, the initiator of the undertaking. The latter is responsible for suggesting the novel method adopted in this work of evaluating intelligence through biographical material. As director of the investigation and as editor of the series of genetic studies of genius, Professor Terman gave time and thought throughout the progress of the work and cooperated in the consideration of questions concerning both manner and matter. In the earlier course of the study, he followed each step in detail. Latterly, he has twice read the entire work critically. Leila O'Gillian and Ruth Haynes Livesey, by their keen and careful research in the compilation of 195 and the 301 case studies, contributed an enormous share to the study as a whole, for the case studies provided the material for the entire investigation. To the many other persons who contributed directly or indirectly to the prosecution of the tasks, sincere thanks are offered. These co-labourers are too numerous for separate acknowledgment to be made to all. The psychologists who gave many hours to the rating of the intelligence of the subjects of the study have contributed a unique share to our knowledge of geniuses in childhood. The writer is especially indebted for this assistance to Professor Terman, Dr. Kate Gordon, Dr. Maud A. Merrill, Dr. Florence Goodenow, and Miss Lulu M. Stedman. Dr. Truman L. Kelly gave invaluable suggestions in the statistical interpretation and treatment, as did also Dr. J. Benson Wyman, who assisted the writer in the actual statistical computations. Miss Mary Merrick, Miss Jessica Washburn, and Miss Livesey assisted in the ratings of character traits. Mrs. Mary Morgan Smith, Mary Merrick, Barbara Burks, and Messrs. John McClelland and L. M. Williams, using the original case material assembled by Miss Gillian, Miss Livesey, and the writer, outlined a number of the drafts for the abbreviated case studies in Part 2. For helpful suggestions and general criticism, either of the plan of study or of the manuscript, acknowledgment is made especially to Dr. Anna Cox Brinton, Dr. Howard H. Brinton, Dr. William Alpha Cooper, Dr. Hertha Cross, Mr. Leo Lilly, Mrs. Marion Russell Logan, Dr. Maud A. Merrill, Dr. Carl G. Rendorf, and Dr. Ellen B. Sullivan. Mr. G. T. Clark, Director of Stanford University Libraries, co-operated most kindly and effectively in securing volumes needed for the study. Thanks are accorded to him and to the members of his staff. For invaluable technical assistance, acknowledgment is due to a host of efficient workers, among whom Miss Catharine Murray, Miss Grace Murray, Miss Miranda Goodry, Miss Natalie Raymond, and Mr. McKelland were longest engaged in the work. The graphic presentation of the data in the figures appearing in Part 1 is a work of Mr. Philip Corson Clark. Throughout the investigation, careful effort has been made to avoid errors and inaccuracy. No one can be more conscious than the writer of the difficulty of this attempt. No one can more sincerely regret the extent to which it has not been successful. It is believed, however, in spite of all the sources of error, that the essential truth of the matter has not been distorted. Catherine Morris Cox, Cincinnati, Ohio, October 1926. End of Preface. Section 1 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 1. Methods and Results. Chapter 1. Introduction. The factors which determine the appearance and development of geniuses have presented a persistent problem ever since man, in his earliest study of man, began to take account of individual differences. Like our earlier psychologically inquisitive ancestors, we are concerned to know what weight is to be attached to various circumstances, such as birth, endowment, and education, in the character of a man of genius, whose appearance among his fellows has long been recognized as due not to a single cause, but rather to the happy result of many concomitant circumstances. It was known to the author of the greatest ideal republic that the ablest citizens in the state are the sons and daughters of the ablest parents. Plato was further aware that the transmission of physical and mental characteristics by heredity would not ensure the full realization of their possibilities in the individual. Hence, as a preliminary to an adequate education for the choicest spirits, he provided that a selection should take place in childhood by simple intelligence tests, which he believed would suffice to determine the more gifted. The abilities of the superior youths were then to be developed by a special course of training devised to afford adequate stimulus and appropriate opportunity. The whole problem of the origin, selection, and education of the gifted is one of profound concern. Now, as in Plato's day, for upon an adequate solution of it depend the appropriate and sufficient training of children of ability, the conservation of talent, and a possible increase in the production of significant and creative work. The study of the heredity, native gifts, and kinds of education that have most contributed to advance those who in the past became the ablest citizens of our world has long been recognized as a means of throwing considerable light upon the conditions which may be expected to produce and foster genius in our time and hereafter. Galton and others have investigated the part played by the circumstance of birth, the first of the three important factors which condition the appearance and the development of geniuses. Our concern is now with the second factor, for an investigation of the native endowment of the most able individuals follows logically upon the investigation of their heredity, and must precede any attempt to analyze the third element, the contribution of education. In the studies summarized in the following pages, an attempt has been made to find in historical accounts of the early years of great men an answer to the question, what degree of mental endowment characterizes individuals of genius in their childhood and youth? We are primarily concerned with an examination and an evaluation of the general native ability of which the early behavior of geniuses gives evidence. Ultimately, this problem must be solved by experimental methods. They alone can render a decisive and unequivocal answer. It is possible, however, that the true solution may be roughly indicated by historical research, even though the methods of such an investigation are less exact and the results obtained are correspondingly less absolute. The purpose of this study is to characterize a group of young geniuses with respect to certain mental traits. The subjects described are 301 of the most eminent men and women of history. The data discussed are the historical records of their heredity, their childhood, and their youth. The method employed is that of historymetry. The criteria used in measuring the traits concerned are recognized psychological indices. The group of subjects whose early behavior forms the basis of the present study includes great men and women who lived between the years 1450 and 1850. It is a representative group, and results obtained from an investigation of the childhood of its members may be expected to hold true for eminent men and women in general. In so far as interest obtains in these particular geniuses, a characterization of their early development has unique value. Research into the early lives of less eminent individuals can scarcely equal a study of this group in intrinsic interest, and subjects who in individual significance would approach the level of the subjects of this study could not readily be obtained for a laboratory experiment, even if it were extended over the next 400 years. The present investigation in dealing with the problem of the degree of native mental endowment characterizing those who achieve eminence scrutinizes one aspect of the question of the relation between endowment and achievement. The correlative aspect of the larger problem is the degree of eminence obtained by children possessing a given degree of native mental endowment. Stated in its simplest terms, this question is concerned, on the one hand, with the level of native endowment which produces the most superior men, and on the other, with the level of attainment or the degree of eminence obtained by the most superior children. Its final solution in both aspects requires a complete natural history of the most highly endowed individuals. Data adequate to provide all of the details as well as the general outlines for a complete and accurate picture can be obtained only from an empirical investigation including numerous laboratory tests, as well as minute and detailed observation. The study would necessarily extend over a period of years and follow the individuals concerned from their childhood through the age of achievement. The subjects of study would comprise 4 groups, the natural history of each of which is requisite for a solution of the whole problem. The first group will be made up of individuals of great natural endowment, while the second, required for comparison, will be limited to individuals of average endowment. The third would be composed of persons who had achieved eminence. The fourth, again for comparison, limited to persons of average attainment. The two aspects of the question will be discussed on the basis of the evidence obtained from these four groups. From a study of the first two would appear the relative achievements, or the eminence reached by individuals at two levels of endowment. From a study of the last two would appear the relative degree of native endowment which characterize individuals who have attained to given degrees of achievement or eminence. A study based on the documentary evidence of history, where research is devoted to historical instead of to living subjects, offers a practical substitute for an experimental research, such as the one outlined. Historical data are available for a vast number of subjects, and a study of any group of them offers interesting and distinctly suggestive results, indicating the nature of the answer to the question, which concerns us, even if our conclusions must await ultimate verification from a study which is based directly on living subjects. Woods has stated that history is really but a branch of biology. Some of the most difficult problems in evolution are today just beginning to be dealt with by mathematical methods, and the results already warrant the hope that we may, by carefully collecting facts, and not by mere theorizing and essay writing, arrive at conclusions which all must agree upon. Records pertaining to the childhood and youth of 301 eminent individuals, including artists, musicians, soldiers, statesmen, and writers, offer the facts to be carefully collected and examined for the present inquiry. They furnish a basis for answering the questions involved in our problem. The first of these concerns are brightness, measured by intelligence test standards, of men and women of the greatest achievement. How would these young geniuses of the past have tested on an intelligence scale? What mental age is indicated by the behavior or performance of a 4-year-old Cuvier, a 6-year-old Coleridge, an 8-year-old Goethe, or a 10-year-old Berkeley? And second, if their youthful intelligence does not sufficiently account for the latter achievement, what other recorded traits of character may explain it? Do great energy and passionate ardor compensate for less intellectual power? Are any two of these three, health, interest, and ability, equal to any other two, as Galton has asserted, in making a mark that the world can and must see and recognize? And if in terms of a test scale, the brightness indicated by the recorded behavior of a Byron or a Davy is just equal to that registered in the childhood activity of a Mozart or a Schleiermacher, can we read from the same records why one became a poet, another a scientist, another a musician, another a religious writer? Are there characteristics of genius, traits that mark all of those who will one day attain eminence? And if there are, to what extent is intelligence one of them? How shall we approach these problems? Do historical reports afford a basis for ratings of intelligence, of character traits, or of interests? The answer lies in the results of the study, for the records are true, and of this their verisimilitude is the best evidence. And if from these records reliable and valid results are obtained by the same methods we should apply in rating individuals today, then may they be accepted as comparable to results based on living subjects. Either the historical or the experimental method is valid and reliable to a degree to which the particular measure employed is valid and reliable for the purpose to which it is put. The judgments reported here are those of 2 or more qualified judges. The agreement of their estimates has been measured, and from the measures of agreement, the probable accuracy of the obtained values has been computed. The reader should bear in mind that the individual measures have been obtained on the basis of evidence. The IQ of Newton or of Lincoln recorded in these pages is the IQ of the Newton or of the Lincoln of whom we have record. But the records are admittedly incomplete. The most reliable case studies that could be compiled prove to have a reliability as measures of intelligence represented by the coefficient 0.82. For purposes of the present study, the reliability of the Stanford-Binet test has been assumed to have a reliability coefficient of 0.90. A shrewd estimate based on little information is better than none at all, and true values may be approximated from incomplete evidence. In the final results obtained, the loss in precision due to the abbreviated character of the material is partially compensated for by the measurement of a considerable number of cases, where the average estimate becomes a fairly reliable measure of the whole group. The results obtained will contribute to the solution of the problem of the native endowment of genius in proportion to the degree of accuracy of the original records. The care in which they have been assembled, the ability and insight of the investigators and of the judges, and the validity and the reliability of their standards of measurement. The investigator has been accurately sensible of the temerity of the present undertaking and almost painfully aware of a persistent hesitancy in facing its peculiar problems. The attitude of one venturing upon a task of this kind has been well expressed by Galton. I have been conscious of no slight misgiving that I was committing a kind of sacrilege whenever I had occasion to take the measurement of modern intellects vastly superior to my own, or to criticize the genius of the most magnificent historical specimens of our race. It was a process that constantly recalled to me a once familiar sentiment in bygone days of African travel, when I used to take altitudes of the huge cliffs that domineered above me as I travelled along their base, or to map the mountainous landmarks of unvisited tribes that loomed in faint grandeur beyond my actual horizon. The records which the heroes of the past have left of their remarkable achievement in childhood and youth offer a mine of psychological material. It is believed that conclusions derived from an evaluation of certain items may prove suggestive in connection with a comparative study of gifted children today, and that the original case studies will be found to contain information of unusual significance and wide general interest, even in the abbreviated form in which they are presented here. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Earlier Studies and a New Method. The volume of philosophical, literary, and historical biography in course of accumulation since the beginning of recorded history indicated profound human interest in the problem of the genius before science attempted to isolate its elements or to examine them by exact methods. Within the last few decades, the study of distinguished men has become a recognized and fruitful field for differential psychology. Analytical and statistical means have made available quantitative measurements of factors involved in the genesis, constitution, and function of the members of the group of individuals generally recognized as superior to the average man in achievement, ability, or character. Studies of great men and theories of greatness. In the earlier studies of great men, as in normal and abnormal psychology in general, vague description and general characterization precede exact analysis, but sometimes indicated intuitively conclusions later reached and verified by scientific procedures. Innumerable investigations were made, and innumerable explanations and theories were evolved in an attempt to solve the riddle of human greatness. Of these theories, two have been most conspicuous in the history of our problem. The first emphasized the special character of the great man, and recognizing in him the representative of a genus practically separate and distinct from the rest of mankind, led to worship of him as a creator of human progress. The second regarded him as a product of external forces in the social movement, attributed to him no essentially characteristic qualities, and reduced him to the level of the mediocre, where his identity and individuality became indistinguishable in the mass. Each of these theories was incomplete and inadequate without the contribution of the other. Hegel, in figurative language, expressed an interpretation of the man of genius which embodies both points of view. World historical men, the heroes of an epoch, must, therefore, be recognized as its clear-sighted ones. Their deeds, their words, are the best of that time. Their fellows, therefore, follow these sole leaders, for they feel the irresistible power of their own inner spirit thus embodied. They are great men, because they willed and accomplished something great, not a mere fancy, a mere intention, but that which met the case and fell in with the needs of the age. Historians and biographers described, analyzed, and classified the great man and traced his influence in social institutions. However, but little progress could be made in analysis of the psychological aspect of his natural history until the evolutionists began to examine and evaluate the aggregate of his antecedents, and the appearance and development of his powers under the particular conditions of his life. The emphasis of Darwin and Spencer on the importance of a study of origins prepared the way for the early contribution of Galton, who made the first significant quantitative and comparative examination of the data on the genesis and constitution of men of genius. Galton's findings were of great and lasting significance. His inauguration of the use of statistical method in the study of human traits was epoch-making. His final definition of the status of the problem, as he left it at the conclusion of his first study, became the starting point for discussion and research which still continue. Galton summarized his conclusions in two statements. 1. No man can achieve a very high reputation without being gifted with very high abilities. And 2. Few who possess very high abilities can fail in achieving eminence. As Ward has pointed out, it is clear that the evidence furnished by Galton in support of his second proposition is not only inadequate, but in important instances, contrary to facts now known without reference to the individuals cited. The significance of Galton's enthusiastic extension of his main thesis beyond his legitimate territory lies in the stimulation which it offered other scientists to refutation and attack, with the inevitable invitation to counterattack and to still more extended research. It would doubtless be admitted by both parties to the controversy that, if eminence be defined as achievement on any given attainable degree of reputation or recognition, it is probable that very high abilities can be defined in such a way that very few, also to be defined, who possess them will fail to attain to it. The problem from the point of view of Galton's critics is this. Given equally high abilities, what conditions of nurture will accelerate the development of these abilities to the point of the highest achievement possible, and what conditions were regarded so that neither that point nor yet the minimum for eminence will be reached? Recent investigations on the general problem of the great man have ordinarily emphasized one or the other of two factors involved in the genesis of eminence: the biological nature or the sociological nurture. Among the outstanding studies with a biological bias are those of Galton, including Hereditary Genius, 1869, English Men of Science, 1874, Human Faculty, 1883, Natural Inheritance, 1889, T.H. Ribot's Le Hérédité Psychologique, 1873, William James's Great Men and Their Environment, 1880. The recent work of Woods, and less directly certain contributions of Davenport and others. These writers, following Galton, either defend on thesis which he laid down and direct their study to a theoretical analysis of individual differences, which are, in the main, the result of heredity, or else on the basis of new data which they have gathered, some come to conclusions similar to his. They do not completely deny the influence of nurture, but in their investigations they ignore the effect upon the kind and number of men who achieve eminence. They do this either without any explanation of their attitude, or, after stating a conclusion, arrive at intuitively or based on insufficient evidence that the influence of nurture is negligible in comparison with that of nature. The biologists are inclined thus to restrict their study to the influence of nature. Those who emphasize the selective or veto power of nurture in connection with eminence are Odin, Fiske, Allen, and Ward. The members of this group admit the claims of their opponents when reference to innate inherited abilities and individual differences, but insist upon a more thorough investigation of the neglected factor of nurture. They are not convinced that the very few who are thwarted by external circumstances while possessing ability capable of achievement are so few as to be negligible. They believe that in the lower strata of the group, who are above average in ability, the number of individuals thus thwarted may be so considerable as to constitute an expensive loss to production. This is the typical view of the reformer, the educator, the sociologist, and the clinical psychologist. Both of the groups discussed have regarded eminence as a result of abilities higher than the average, but not essentially different from the average in kind. A genius is thought of by neither of these groups as other than a strictly normal deviation from the average on the plus side. The point of view from which the great man appears to present a pathological condition or an immoral craving has been decried by Hegel. Among others, one is assumed by the petty jealousy of little minds. No man is a hero to his valet de chambre is a well-known proverb. I have added, and Goethe repeated it 10 years later, but not because the former is no hero, but because the latter is a valet. And yet another school, of which Lombroso is the leading modern exponent, has found sufficient evidence for the conviction that genius is akin to insanity, an abnormal and unbalanced deviation from the normal type. Lombroso's method of heaping up instances which support his thesis, while omitting mention of those which contradict it, is not convincing, and perhaps even less convincing, though more subtle, is his implied extension of a definition of insanity to include all who show any deviation from the assumed standard of normality. According to this definition, the man endowed with superior faculties is, ipso facto, as a deviation from the average, at once entitled to a place in the category abnormal. In this case, the latter term appears to have lost its usual significance. Two recent writers, Ostwald and Cattell, have admitted the validity of the arguments of both nature and nurture, and proceeded to take both elements into account in their studies. Oswald believes that, although the psychological and physiological pre-efficients which condition the development of a boy into a great man are not matter of chance, nevertheless, many more potentially great men are born than actually reach the limit of their capacity. He concludes that if we were more thoroughly acquainted with the natural history of this species, we should learn to avoid the harmful influences which bring about the destruction of many a genius. Cattell sums up the matter thus. It is evident that there are two leading factors in producing a man and making him what he is. One, the endowment given at birth, the other, the environment into which he comes. The main lines are certainly laid down by heredity. A man is born a man and not an ape. A savage brought up in cultivated society will not only retain his dark skin, but is likely to have also the incoherent mind of his race. On the other hand, environment has at least an absolute veto. Had the infant Newton been cast among Hottentots, he could have announced no laws of motion. But were those differences small from the point of view of organism, great from the point of view of function, which distinguished Dante from his Florentine fellow townsmen, innate or due to the circumstance of his life? Here the biological parallel may be serviceable. Are those variations which produce new species caused by the environment? Many zoologists and physiologists answer in the affirmative, but it appears rather that life depends not on account of, but in large measure in spite of physical forces. These tend to the dissipation of energy. They are the cause of death rather than of life. So in like manner it seems that the environment would tend to reduce the great man to its level rather than to lift him above it. Dante wrote in spite of his surroundings, not on account of them. Still the environment counts for much. If the seed of the white pine is dropped among New England rocks, it will grow into a small bush. If planted in the rich soil of the south, it will be a great tree. Historical methods of approach. In studies of great men, certain lines of inquiry have been pursued which may be classified as follows. 1. Exhaustive analysis of the individual members of a group of unselected men of eminence. 2. Similar analysis of the members of a group of unselected men of average attainment. 3. Statistical studies based on 1. 4. Statistical studies based on 2. 5. Comparative studies based on 1 and 2. 6. Comparative studies based on 3 and 4. Definite plans for the psychological analysis of individuals have been evolved by Stern, Toulouse, and others. The number of complete studies made according to these plans is still insufficient to serve as a basis for extended statistical measurement. Individual descriptive psychological studies have been made from various points of view, including a number of fruity analysis of writers, musicians, painters, philosophers, scientists, statesmen, and religious leaders. Statistical studies based on encyclopedias and biographical dictionaries have established the inheritance of mental and moral traits and the distribution of eminence by centuries, sex, and geographical location. They have contributed to 1. The determination of the facts regarding the distribution of eminence by nationality and race, social class, heredity, and parentage, and 2. the characterization of eminent men with respect to a. their childhood and youth, marriage and family, duration of life, pathology, stature, and certain other traits, and b. their formal and informal education, interests, and achievements. Statistical method has been employed in investigating various problems connected with the biology of eminent men. The psychology of men of genius has been discussed in theory. A few complete individual psychological studies have been made. Ostwald's work suggests a bridging of the gap between the two methods by a group psychological study of men of achievement. The present investigation is also twofold in its method. It is an attempt to gather data of psychological significance concerning a number of individuals of eminence, and to base upon these data a statistical study of certain aspects of the psychology of genius. This is logically the next step in the general study of the natural history of great men of the past. If the technical difficulties offered in assembling the material and in adequately evaluating it can be overcome, the investigation of historical data may yield valuable and interesting psychological results. Eminence as a criterion of genius. Eminence can be measured by various objective means, and groups of individuals of any given degree of eminence can be selected for comparative study on the basis of readily applicable measures. However, one may doubt whether a comparative study of men of eminence will yield significant results, since, after all, our vital concern is not with those whose gifts, perhaps in some cases through chance, have been recognized, but rather with men who are great regardless of the world's recognition of them. If an independent objective criterion of greatness could be evolved, the eminence standard would, in such a study as the present, be discarded as less reliable because less truly a measure of native ability. But an objective measure of achievement valid at one and the same time in many fields, in many epochs, and in many countries is not available. The question is then, can we approach the study of great men indirectly through a study of eminent men? To what extent does achievement coincide with recognition? We may approach this question inductively by reviewing certain representative methods of delimited groups of eminent men. Galton's study was concerned with a man of genius. He defined a man of genius in Dr. Johnson's language as a man endowed with superior faculties. His intent was to limit his study to persons of great natural endowment, but he found that his criterion for endowment was actually recognition, the criterion for eminence. At the same time, he was convinced of the justification for this procedure, and he concluded from a consideration of his data that the most illustrious reach their high position in general because they are the most able. He defined and studied two groups, the eminent and the illustrious. An eminent man is in Galton's study one who has achieved a position that is attained by only 250 persons in each million of men, or by one person in each 4,000, while an illustrious man is as 1 in a million, or even as 1 in many millions, a man whom the whole intelligent part of the nation mourns when he dies, who has, or deserves to have, a public funeral, and who ranks in future ages as a historical character. Galton's method of selecting subjects for study did not entirely exclude subjective evaluation. He purposely included those who had ability and did achieve, while those who achieved without ability he discarded as not having actually been great men, leaders of opinion, originators, or men to whom the world deliberately acknowledged itself largely indebted. Thus his group of the eminent was a group of the most able, and his conclusions based upon individuals of the highest reputation in the opinion of their own and latter ages, were essentially the conclusions that would be reached by a study of individuals of the highest degree of ability. By more strictly objective methods, Ellis and Cattell arrived at similar conclusions. These writers found that representative biographical authorities make a common-sense distinction between two groups whom the world for a time applauds equally, recognizing those of genuine merit, and distinguishing from them those whose reputations is fortuitous. Cattell derived a list of the 1,000 most eminent men of history by measuring the space allotted in biographical dictionaries. He arranged the names of the 1,000 in the order of eminence measured, in this case, according to the extent to which the world has talked about them, and with a probable error as an index of the correctness of each position. He concluded, some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. We have men of genius, great men, and men merely eminent. Thus many a genius has been a mute inglorious Milton, lacking the character or the circumstance for the accomplishment of his task. Washington was scarcely a genius, but was a truly great man. Napoleon III was neither a genius nor a great man, but was eminent to an unusual degree. Cattell's method of procedure was based directly upon a criterion of eminence, not upon one of genius. Nevertheless, most of Galton's illustrious men are included in Cattell's list. Havelock Ellis' study of British genius is based upon 1,030 distinguished names from the Dictionary of National Biography. Ellis's definition of genius corresponds to Galton's usage. His primary basis for selection was similar to Cattell's, the amount of space allotted in biographical dictionaries. But Ellis omitted royalty and members of royal families and of the hereditary nobility unless that distinction was due to a kind of performance which could not be attributed primarily to position and influence. He further included the names of some individuals who were considered by the biographers to have shown intellectual ability of a high order, although their biographies occupied less than the prescribed space, and he discarded others who, though occupying the required space, were considered to have displayed no high intellectual ability. Condell, Odin, and Clark agree that a measure of recognition serves as a practical basis for the selection of a group of able men, and their lists are compiled by the use of objective methods similar to those of Cattell and Ellis. All of the investigators expressly state or tacitly admit that the eminent man may be great in the estimation of the world, of his contemporaries, of posterity, or of both, without being essentially a great man. Greatness of this kind is apparent, not real. It is not due to genius in any accepted sense of the word. It is not associated with high talents or with general ability, but as long as our standards for eminence are imperfect measures of innate ability or of true greatness, eminent men of this kind will be included in our lists. On the other hand, the great man who is inherently great but who fails of recognition fails also to achieve a position of eminence in the estimation of the world. A painter whose creation is destroyed before it is seen, or an author whose work is lost before it has been read, may be great, but he can scarcely be eminent. Hirsch, on the basis of the opinion of historians, agrees with the scientific investigators that inasmuch as eminence or world reputation represents the recognition of the behavior aspects of greatness, it tends to distinguish the individual of real ability as far as nurture has permitted them to develop their talents. A certain number of those who simulate the qualities of great men win temporary recognition, but time gradually sifts out the nicht eminente berühmtheit. Thus, while a group of the eminent of our own day includes many whom a later age will cease to remember, our records of the most eminent men of the past includes just those creative and constructive thinkers who combine an illustrious fame with high achievement and with the evidence of intrinsic greatness. In conclusion, the objective determination of genius and of its degree requires standards not yet evolved. But the determination of eminence and of its degree is possible by the use of standards already available. Moreover, all obtainable indications favor the view that in general great eminence is coincident with great genius, and hence evidence as to the early development of a group of eminent men representing what successive centuries have recognized as significant achievement and as true greatness, may be accepted as almost equally descriptive and characteristic of the early development of men of genius. Remembering that a group of the most eminent men is made up of individuals who are not all equally great, but who include in their number the most illustrious, we may, from a study of their native endowment, evidenced in early youth, derive some knowledge that will contribute to our understanding of genius in the making. Psychometry and historiometry. The present investigation concerns a problem in the field common to psychology and history. The method of approach employed was suggested by Terman in his discussion of the IQ of Francis Galton, a study of the brightness of a historical character by the application to historical data of the criteria of standardized measures of the mental ability of children. It was appropriate that the first study in this special field of genetic psychology should have been devoted to the determination of the mental qualities of Galton, the ingenious originator of the very method here turned to a new account. Stern in Germany and Woods in America have been especially concerned with the methodology of Galton's new science, which Woods has aptly christened historiometry. Justification of the method is its use by Galton, Odin, Ellis, Woods, Cattell, Terman, and others. But it may be well, in order to limit the subject and offer evidence for its legitimacy, to consider some fundamental propositions whose acceptance or demonstration is assumed in the researches of these investigators and in all other studies of like nature. Fundamental propositions. The assumptions or preliminary conclusions of students in the new field may be reduced to 4 statements as follows. 1. The place of historical method in psychology. History furnishes material which is of use to the psychologist and which is not otherwise, or is adequately available. 2. Categories of available material and their uses. The material consists of 2 kinds, each of which has its own distinct value for psychological research. A. Material in one category is made up of documents and original sources of every kind. B. Material in the other category is secondary in nature and consists of biography and its subdivisions, autobiography, biography proper, and the source afforded by biographical compendia. 3. The legitimacy of historiometry as an exact science. Historical data in both categories are sufficiently reliable for the use to which they are put by historiometers. 4. The reliability and the validity of the methods of historiometry. The methods used are sufficiently reliable, as he replied, for the acceptance of results dependent upon them. Stern presents a thorough treatment of the first 2 propositions, and Woods of the last 2. Our discussion follows the arguments of these authors. 1. The place of historical method in psychology. The crystallized imprint of a personality, the mold of a character, affords a permanent source for a study of traits, elements, and causes of human behavior which may be the basis for psychological study and measurement. For the investigation of problems of human heredity, historical data furnished the only extensive basis available. Statistical methods unlock this vast storehouse, putting its wages at the disposal of differential psychology and affording an opportunity for history and psychology to become mutually serviceable and stimulating. Historical data furnish the necessary basis for a study of the large groups of subjects which differential psychology requires, and at the same time render available the special points to be considered under the changing conditions in varied climes and in varied ages. Because history deals with unusual personages, it offers especially valuable matter for the study of exceptional ability or genius. The average or commonplace persons of history are in general those who have had greatness thrust upon them. They are found for the most part among the nobility and aristocracy. Woods has shown how profoundly interesting may be a comparative study which scrutinizes these less able individuals together with their more able contemporaries and associates. 2. The categories of available material and their uses. Historiometrical research may depend for its material on A. Biography, B. Original sources, or C. A combination of the 2. A. The use of biographies. Not only for want of historical training does the psychologist turn naturally to prepared biographies for his material, but where the investigation is concerned with more than one individual, and especially when extended to a great series of individuals, the task would be well nigh impossible if all original material bearing on each of the cases were to be examined minutely. Where data or other definite quantitative items afford the facts desired, encyclopedias or biographical dictionaries are often adequate. Following Kendall and Odin, Rebemeyer, Feast, Cattell, and Castle have based their studies on biographical notes from compendia of this nature. It is clear that an exhaustive study based on material of greater length for a group of any size would be impractical where biography is used instead of the brief sketches from the encyclopedias. It is perhaps sufficient that, with the exception of Heyman's work, investigations based on other than tertiary materials have seldom extended beyond single case studies. Bennett's Heard of You and Hall's Jesus are examples of the exhaustive method, as is also, although less typically, Ostwald's group of analysis comprising 6 studies. For a psychological analysis, a thorough study of complete biographies or original sources is obviously essential. Whichever kind of material is used, it must not be forgotten that the point of view of the psychologist differs materially from that of the biographer. The former analyzes, the latter synthesizes. Whenever biographical works are used, this must be kept in mind, and from the work of the biographer must be extracted the elementary facts stripped of his, and, as far as possible, any other subjective interpretation. The use of a number of independent works is advisable. These should represent opposite standpoints where such exist. The best biographies for the purpose are those which contain the least comment. Literary biographies or interpretations are often of little value for the historiometer, while autobiographies may be used only with caution. In general, the latter are also interpretations, but their advantage over biographical interpretations lies in the fact that the interpreter and the interpreted are one and the same. Fortunately for the historiometer, chronicles of the period of childhood and youth appear less liable to interpretive distortion than accounts for later life. Disagreements between biographers in the discussion of the early years of their subjects are infrequent, and the records of youth are on the whole objective. B. Use of sources. Documents of every variety, including the letters and contemporary descriptions, are serviceable to the psychologist in the role of historiometer. Knowledge of the development and change in the significance of terms, and some acquaintance with the social and economic background in various countries and various ages are prerequisites for accurate work. Research based solely on original matter requires a thorough acquaintance with the historical method if the student is to avoid dilettantism. A review of a number of published studies leads one to emphasize with Stern the need fundamental in this film for a strictly scientific approach, for unbiased examination of the data, and for conclusions warranted by the evidence. A complete psychograph, a scheme including every element of personality, is the ultimate goal of the individual psychologist in historical, as in laboratory, research. The apparently impossible task proposed must be performed if complete use to be made of invaluable and available data. Marius Hoffman presents a thoroughly scientific psychological study based upon an exhaustive research into all of the records and documents bearing upon the subject treated. Recent valuable contributions made by historiometers, of which Wood's Heredity and Royalty is the most conspicuous example, illustrate our first 2 propositions. See page 22 above. They furnish evidence on the possibility of deriving from historical data psychological laws which no other available material could furnish. According to their character, they derive their facts from one or the other of 2 kinds of historical report. The exhaustive psychogram is based upon the more complete evidence furnished by documents and other original sources. The statistical studies are based on secondary matter. 3.4. The legitimacy of historiometry as an exact science. The reliability and validity of historiometric methods. The demonstration of our last 2 and more difficult propositions has been undertaken by Woods, who presents skillfully elaborated and carefully grounded evidence for the legitimacy of historiometry as an exact science, and who gives striking evidence for the reliability of the method and for the validity of the results obtained. If we are to fathom historical causation by objective methods, it is obligatory first to prove that history itself, as we commonly find it in the printed records, is a sufficiently valid account of what actually happened. Second, it is equally necessary to find proof that the objective methods correctly deal with these facts. If the records themselves were very much at fault, so that the statements of historians were very far from ideal truth, or if the objective methods of collecting and analyzing these statements were subject to a large error, or if both of these factors were in play, then it would be difficult to find wherein the trouble lay. But if, on the contrary, it fortunately be that history, as we find it in its important statements, a fair representation of the truth, and if the methods of historiometry which deal with these records are also sound, then it is not difficult to prove both propositions at the same time. Woods illustrates his proposition by establishing the validity of the method in the case of hereditary enrollment. It does this by comparing results obtained from historical data with the non-historical criterion of the resemblance between blood relations. The historiometric coefficients of resemblance are found to agree with the anthropometric. If the truth were perverted or unobtainable by the methods of histiometry, we should, of course, not find this agreement. The results of the delicate and accurate measurements of the anthropometric laboratory cannot be matched by historical data if the latter were based on what extremists have denoted as a pack of lies agreed upon. Two further tests are reported by Woods which illustrate both the reliability of biographical material and the validity of the methods of historiometry. In the first, a standard historical biographical dictionary, LibriVox, is tried out against two lists of contemporaries. All three sources are checked in terms of a particular set of facts, namely, birthplaces of distinguished Americans. From each of the three works, the number of distinguished persons born in the state of Massachusetts is computed, i.e., the total number of such persons of sufficient note to be included in each work. An index number representing the ratio of each of these totals to the state population is compared with a similar index for the whole United States. The ratio of the state index to the United States index represents the degree of eminence in the state. The three indices of eminence are found to agree, showing for Massachusetts 2.6 to 2.8 times the proportional eminence for the country at large. Similarly, the indices for the state of Virginia are derived and compared. They agree in giving an index of eminence between 0.6 and 0.9 times that for the United States. The biographers gathered their data independently and from two different periods. The validity of their results indicated by the internal agreement of the two groups of indices of eminence and the approximately equal deviation of these indices from the index for the whole country. Wood's final test concerns the relative fame of Euripides and Sophocles. It depends on a comparison between the evidence furnished by encyclopedias and that given by expert modern critics, and a comparison of both with the opinions of the Athenians. For every authority consulted, the answer is the same. The proportionate ratio favors Sophocles. The objective method, i.e. weighing of adjectives pro and con, proves more adequate for such fine differences as the relative standing of any two individuals of eminence equal to those who, according to Catel's study, were not exceeded in genius by more than 200 individuals in all ages. The two examples illustrate both our propositions. They indicate that historical records furnish a basis sufficiently reliable for comparative study, and that the method of historiometry is relatively exact. It is clear that, with the exception of mathematics, the sciences cannot obtain, nor do they require, absolute but rather relative accuracy. All we ask is that the exactitude shall be sufficient for the practical needs of the problem in hand. Wood's findings indicate that in historiometry, a workable instrument has been obtained, capable not only of dealing with questions as intricate as human nature and its attributes, but actually at the same time demonstrated the essential validity of the historical data on which base the percentile grades. Ratios, correlations, or other superstructure, he continues. This latter conception is to me the most interesting side of the whole matter. It has usually been impossible to scientifically refute those critics who claim that the so-called facts of history are so uncertain and subject to so great an error and prejudice that it is unsafe to build conclusions upon them by statistical methods. They have not, of course, ever known that such was the case, nor have they ever had any way of estimating how far the records of history, as they exist in standard works, encyclopedias, and biographical dictionaries, actually deviate from the absolute truth. It has been assumed, on the other hand, by those who have been engaged in grading historical characters, that the records represent a fair approximation towards the ideal truth. The human record which we call history stands somewhat between two extremes, somewhere between the quagmire of complete falsehood and the heights of perfect truth. It is possible as we go on to appreciate, with closer and closer accuracy, just what deviation from ideal truth any great set of historical records contains. Psychometric or historiometric studies. Historiometry in practice consists of two phases. First, the psychographic phase, the measurement of a trait or traits of separate individuals or of the same individual at different times, i.e., an analysis of the individual's structure as a whole. Second, the comparative phase, the measurement of the relative weights of the trait or traits or of the total structure in the case of a number of individuals, i.e., a group or statistical study in which the psychographs serve as basic case studies. The old intellectual pastime of comparing two great heroes, such as the most distinguished warriors or the founders of two religions, has become a legitimate scientific procedure. Oswald compares 6 scientists and differentiates a classical and romantic type. Davenport compares naval heroes and finds a hyperkinetic and a hypokinetic type. Each of these studies consists of 1. A preliminary psychogram, analysis of those traits which are evidence for the presence or absence of the character in question. 2. A comparison or descriptive or preferably statistical method which bring out the presence or absence of the character trait, and if possible its degree when present. By the mention of histriometry, Candolle determined the inheritance of mental traits among scientists. Odin discovered the geographical distribution of French literati. Ellis contributed information in regard to the physical and mental traits of eminent men of Britain, and Clark gathered evidence on the nature and nurture of American men of letters. Cattle has made extended researches on American men of science, to which Brimhall has added a study of heredity, and has outlined a similar study of a group of 1,000 eminent men of history. Woods's analysis of the inheritance of mental and moral traits in royalty is a contribution of great value and extraordinary interest. These studies concern measurements of the influence of heredity on the production of able persons, and of the influence of environment on the development of innate ability. In conclusion, the method of approach to the study of the native ability of eminent men employed in the present investigation, i.e., the application of mental test standards to behavior and performance in childhood as reported in history and biography, furnishes, where reliable and sufficiently complete data are available, a means of determining the brightness of the youths who afterwards achieved eminence. A similar method appears equally applicable for the evaluation of other mental traits. Measurement by standardized methods, comparison with valid and reliable criteria may be undertaken with the data of history as with those obtained from contemporary subjects in the laboratory. The historymetric results will undoubtedly be far less exact than the experimental, but they may throw light on the otherwise necessary obscure problem of the early mental development of men and women of genius. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3, Subjects and Data. Introductory Statement. Since the problem of the early mental development of great men cannot be approached directly, because of the lack of an objective criterion of greatness, it is approached indirectly through the study of eminent men, i.e., through a study of men whose greatness has been recognized. The subjects for a study of eminent men who are also great men should fulfill 3 essential requirements. 1. They should reach a standard of unquestioned eminence. 2. They should be as far as possible persons whose eminence was the result of unusual achievement and not a consequence of a fortuitous circumstance, such as the accident of birth. And 3. They must be persons for whom adequate records are available, i.e., records upon which reliable ratings of early mental ability may be based. A serious question may be raised as to the satisfactory fulfillment of the first of the 3 requirements if the names are selected by a subjective method. Of the second if the names of hereditary aristocrats are included. Of the third if eminent men of ancient times are included. A careful and objective method may, however, to a considerable extent, overcome the difficulties, and an attempt has been made to devise such a method for the present investigation. The selection of subjects. Group A, as it stands, Cattell's list of 1,000 men of unquestioned eminence, adequately meets the first requirement, and it includes several hundred subjects that meet the second and third as well. For the main study, the names of 282 subjects, Group A, were secured by systematic elimination from Cattell's list of the least eligible individuals and a final arbitrary selection of the most eminent. The hereditary aristocracy and the nobility were omitted according to Ellis's scheme. Eminent men born before 1450 were also omitted, and from the remaining names, those beyond the 510th on the original list were stricken out. The remaining names include persons of a high degree of undoubted eminence who were eminent by achievement, and, with the exception of 11, whose early mental ability may be estimated. The exclusion from the final group of the 11 cases, for whom no records are available, can scarcely invalidate the results of the research. Their names are included for reference with those of Group A in Table 12A, opposite page 60. Group B, a second group of 19 subjects used for preliminary study, was made up of an available group of miscellaneous cases, selected after a process of elimination of names that occurred in accordance with the 3 above-mentioned requirements, from beyond the 510th name in Cattell's list. Group A, 282 cases. Group A represents the greatest eminence in the period which it covers, as measured by the criteria of our time. It probably does not include all the men whose eminence is equal to that of its least eminent member, but all whom it does include are unquestionably eminent, and among these are probably the 100 or perhaps the 200 whom everyone would rate among the most eminent of all. The group may be characterized by a classification of its members according to A. the centuries to which they belonged, B. their nationality, C. the profession, interest, or field in which eminence was primarily achieved, D. length of life, and E. heredity or family standing. A. Classification by century or half-century. The verdict of biographical dictionaries represents the opinion of their age as to the relative eminence of men no longer living. The significance of the phenomena of recent years, therefore, tends in them to be overestimated by an error in perspective, while only the most extraordinary ability holds its place from earlier periods. An interesting question relates to the possibility of certain factors actually increasing from one century to another the proportional number of persons of eminence other than royalty and the aristocracy, but a discussion of this question is not essentially here. The distribution of geniuses born in the centuries and half-centuries from 1450 to 1850 seems to indicate primarily the selective action of passing time upon the eminence judgment. In the first 100-year period, 1450 to 1549, there are 27 cases, 9.5% of the entire group. In the second period, 1550 to 1649, 58 cases, 20.5%. In the third period, 1650 to 1749, 79 cases, 28%. And in the fourth period, 1750 to 1849, 118 cases, 42%. Table 1 gives a distribution by half-centuries. The distribution by centuries gives 17, 6.0% to the last half of the 15th, 36, 12.5% to the 16th, 55, 19.5% to the 17th, 143, 51.0% to the 18th, and 31, 11.0% to the first half of the 19th century. Table 1 is displayed on the page, distribution of 282 eminent men, Group A, by half-centuries. B. Classification by nationality. The number of eminent men by various nations included in Group A is by no means an index of eminence, productivity by nations, for the method of selection used by Cattell gives an undue advantage to the French and English, and only less so to the others. Eminent writers, poets, novelists, dramatists, soldiers, artists, and especially musicians and revolutionary statesmen are not so long-lived. Either of these do not require such a period of years in order to achieve eminence, or else, and this is probably in a few cases, the chances of eminence are increased by an early death and the particular circumstances surrounding it. The matter will bear investigation. Table 4 is displayed on the page, distribution of 282 eminent men, Group A by length of life and by primary field of achievement. E. Heredity. Classification by paternal standing. The occupational ratings of the fathers and the maternal grandfathers of the 282 cases in Group A on the basis of the Torsic occupational classification are presented in Table 5. although sons of royalty and the aristocracy above the rank of baronet have been excluded unless eminence was in a field where the father's standing could scarcely have had influence. More than half of the members of Group A are hereditary members of the highest social class, which is numerically and proportionally a very small part of the total population. 80%, or 4/5, belong to the two upper classes. That social class and the opportunity which it affords are not alone responsible for the eminence of the members of Group A is indicated by 1. By the fact that all members of the upper class having equal opportunity, e.g. other members of the families of these subjects, are not equally eminent. 2. By the fact that 1/5 of the group is recruited from the 3 hard-handed groups. Table 5 is displayed on the page. Occupational status of the fathers and maternal grandfathers of 282 eminent men, Group A. Data for the rating of maternal grandfathers are less complete than those for rating the fathers. In general, the data indicates slightly lower standing than appeared in the case of the latter. This result is probably due to defective data. Somewhat less than half, 41.8%, of the paternal grandfathers whose status reports have been found belong to the highest social class. More than 3/4 belong to the two upper classes. Inspection of the record suggests that more complete information would raise the ratings. Group B, 19 cases. As Group B was selected partially because of the availability of the case, it is not in character strictly comparable to Group A. The fivefold classification has therefore no comparative significance. It is simply descriptive. A. Of the 19 cases, 15 belong to the first half of the 19th century, 3 to the last half of the 18th, and 1 to the last half of the 17th. B. 9 are English, 6 are American, 1 is French, and 3 are Danish. C. The class of writers, P and D, is the largest and includes 7 cases. Statesmen and scientists each number 4, soldiers 2, and religious leaders and writers, EHCS, each 1. D. The average length of life is 62.7 years. E. Of the fathers, 5 belong to Dorset Class 1, 7 to Class 2, and 7 to Class 3. A somewhat lower rating of occupational status is found for Group B than for Group A. The group is so small, however, that a detailed comparison with Group A would hardly be profitable. Group C, 100 cases. A subgroup of 100 of the subjects included in Group A has been selected for special study. 1. The first 25 names on the list according to the rank order of eminence. 2. The 6 men most eminent in each of the 10 fields of achievement and who were born after 1730. If there are fewer than 6 in this period, in any field, the number was completed from cases belonging to an earlier time. 3. Either other most eminent persons born since 1730 to make up the 1 and 2, a total of 100. The method of selection brings together a group that is representative for all fields and for whom, in general, more data are available than for the average member of Group A. Sources of data. The historical records of 312 eminent men and women selected for study, whether contained in collections of letters, histories, biographical dictionaries, or other works, were carefully searched, insofar as they were available for material which would throw light on earlier mental development. As stated above, 11 cases were then discarded for lack of data. For each of the remaining 301, an individual case history was prepared from the material furnished by upward of 1,500 biographical sources. These 301 case studies furnish the preliminary data for the present study. All of the findings reported are limited to the material they contain. The intelligence and other ratings were made from the evidence they present, which was examined in detail by each of the raters. A sample of these case studies, that of Schelling, is reproduced in full on pages 745 to 759. It illustrates the method employed in gathering the preliminary data, and furnishes an example of evidence upon which a fairly reliable rating of early mental ability may be based. The items entered in this sample study are characteristic of the kinds of material available in general. Each of the 301 case studies covers the following points. 1. Name, dates, field, and number indicating rank order of eminence in Cattell's list of 1,000. 2. Bibliography. 3. Chronology. 4. Ancestry and family. 5. Development to age 26. 6. Characterization. 7. The basis for eminence. With reference to each point, the most reliable information available was assembled. Where each statement or document item included under points 4, 5, 6, and 7, the source, i.e., the exact reference including name of work and page, was also recorded. For the present study, the data concerning points 4 and 5 are of greatest significance. The others serve as supplementary material or as a background. The data covering point 5 have been gathered with special care and made just as complete as available sources permitted. The sources included, in a considerable number of the cases, some primary material, letters, compositions in prose and verse, copies of original records, etc. Every statement or record concerning the first 16 years of each subject's life was included in the case study if it was believed to have bearing on the mental development, except in the case of a few individuals, e.g. Goethe or John Stuart Mill, where this procedure would have involved the transcribing of whole volumes, without adding materially to the evidence contained in well-selected portions. Whatever the language of the works consulted, the entries included in the case study were reproduced in English in order to present comparable material to the judges or raters. It was the endeavour of the writer to present the material unbiased and uncoloured by the biographers or her own interpretation. Wherever possible, the point of view of one biographer was checked by that of another. In the few cases where the wealth of material was in itself a cause for embarrassment, the basic biographies, of whose material other works were found to be more or less adequate renderings, were selected for detailed use. The standard American, English, French, German, and Italian encyclopedias and biographical dictionaries were consulted throughout the study. Doubtful or debated points were carefully evaluated. The writer is fully aware that mistakes and omissions have occurred in gathering the data, and that in some cases the biographical accounts themselves are not as accurate as one could wish, but is believed that in spite of the sources of error, the truth of the matter has not been essentially misrepresented. The character of the data. Terman's study of the IQ of Francis Galton illustrates the kind of material of psychological import available in a biographical account of childhood. Of the two periods of youth which engage our attention, Terman, in Galton's case, examined the first only. However, the character of the items is not dissimilar for the two periods, and illustrations from the Galton study are typical for both. If a brief summary of Galton's career between the ages of 16 and 26 is appended to a review of Terman's data, the whole may be offered as an illustration of the material which historical documents present to the student of mental development. In the Galton records, information is included with respect to 1. The earliest period of instruction, 2. The nature of the earliest learning, 3. The earliest productions, 4. The first reading, 5. The first mathematical performance, 6. Typical precocious activities, 7. Unusually intelligent application of knowledge, 8. The recognition of similarities or differences, 9. The amount and character of the reading, 10. The character of the various interests, 11. School standing and progress, 12. Early maturity of attitude or judgment, 13. The tendency to discriminate, to generalize, or to theorize. To these may be added 14. Family standing, which is, in the case of Galton, besides being well known, implicit in the report of the kind of school attended. The nature of the items under each head are briefly reviewed and illustrated in the following paragraphs. 1. Childhood. Development to age 17. 1. The earliest period of instruction. From early childhood, Galton was under the instruction of his sister, Adele, herself a mere child. She taught him his letters in play, and he could point to them all before he could speak. Adele had a wonderful power of teaching and gaining attention without fatiguing. She taught herself Latin and Greek, that she might teach him. She never had him learn by heart, but made him read his lesson, bit by bit, 8 times over, when he could say it. He could repeat much of Scott's Marmion, and understood it all by the time he was 5. 2. The nature of the earliest learning. Francis knew his capital letters by 12 months, and both his alphabets by 18 months. He could read a little book, Cobwebs to Catch Flies, when at 2.5 years old, and he could sign his name before 3 years. 3. The earliest production. Galton's mother assures us that the following letter, preserved from her son's 4th year, was written and spelled by Francis himself without assistance. My dear uncle, we have got ducks. I know a nest. I mean to make a feast. A second letter gives further evidence as to Galton's ability in composition and also contributes information under the following heads. 4. The first reading. 5. The first mathematical performance. 6. Typical precocious activities. The letter written to his sister a day before his 5th birthday runs as follows. My dear Adele, I am 4 years old, and I can read any English book. I can say all the Latin substantives and adjectives and active verbs besides 52 lines of Latin poetry. I can cast up any sum in addition and can multiply by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I can also say the pence table. I read French a little, and I know the clock. Francis Galton, February 15, 1827. Terman comments about this letter as follows. The only misspelling is in the date. The numbers 9 and 11 are bracketed above, because little Francis, evidently feeling that he had claimed too much, had scratched out one of these numbers with a knife and pasted some paper over the other. 7. Unusually intelligent applications of knowledge, and 8. The recognition of similarities or differences. The fact that Francis, reading at the age of 5 years, was intelligent and not of the mechanical kind, is demonstrated by his ability at that age to offer quotations which would fit a given situation. For example, when he was 5 years old, a boy friend asked him his advice as to what he ought to say in a letter to his father, who, it seems, was in danger of being shot for some political affair. Little Francis replied immediately from Walter Scott, "And if I live to be a man, my father's death revenged shall be." Again, at the age of 5, he was found holding a group of tormenting boys at arm's length, shouting meanwhile, come all, the rock shall fly from its firm base as soon as I." 9. The amount and character of his reading. By 6, under the tutelage of Adele, Galton had become thoroughly conversant with the Iliad and the Odyssey. He is 7 next February, and reads Marmion, the Lady of the Lake, Cowper's, Pope's, and Shakespeare's works for pleasure, and by reading a page twice over, repeats it by heart. 10. The character of his interests other than reading. It seems that Adele also taught Francis a good deal about entomology, and at 6 and 7 years he was active and persistent in collecting insects and minerals, which he is said to have classified and studied more than a childish way. It has been shown that collections of an analytical and classificatory type are not common before 12 or 13 years. Here again we find evidence of an intelligence quotient not far from 200. Francis's interests were not wholly literary, for at the age of 13 he gave us Francis Galton's aerostatic project. It seems this work was a series of drawings representing a flying machine. It was to work by large flapping wings with a sort of revolving steam engine and was supposed to carry 5 passengers, a pilot, and an engineer. 11. School standing in progress. At the age of 8, Francis was taken away from home to attend a boarding school. Here he was placed in a high class, although the boys in it ranged up to 15 years. Since this was a private school attended by children of a superior social class, it is altogether likely that his 14 and 50-year-old classmates were themselves above the average mental level of that age. Hence Francis must by this time have reached a mental level of not far from which is median for 16 years. At the age of 15, Francis was admitted to the General Hospital at Birmingham as a medical student. 12. Early maturity of moral attitude or judgment. In his first year at boarding school, we find Francis writing to his father in these words, "I am very glad that you have left off being a banker, for you will have more time to yourself and better health." This little quotation clearly betokens a degree of filial solicitude by no means common to children of this age. Such altruism does not ordinarily develop so early. The words fit 16-year much better than 8-year intelligence. And again, Francis from his earliest age showed highly honourable feelings. His temper, although hasty, bore no resentment, and his little irritations were soon calmed. His open-minded disposition, with great good nature and kindness to those boys younger than himself, made him beloved by all his schoolfellows. He was very affectionate and even sentimental in his manners. His activity of body could only be equalled by the activity of his mind. He was a boy never known to be idle. His habit was always to be doing something. He showed no vanity at his superiority over other boys, but said it was a shame that their education should have been so neglected. 13. The tendency to discriminate, to generalize, or to theorize. At the age of 15, we find the youth Galton expressing in his letters to his father serious opinions on mind training, the relative value of classics and English, and other matters of educational theory. These opinions were voiced by him again some 60 years later, substantially without change. 14. Family standing. The standing of the Galton family entitles any one of their number to an estimated IQ not lower than 120. This would doubtless be an underestimate of their average intelligence, as would be of their brightness of the children at the superior school which Francis Galton attended. 2. Youth. Development from 17 to 26. The material available in the records falls into 3 main groups. 1. Academic progress and standing. 2. Production. 3. Professional standing and progress. In Galton's case, the data may be summarized as follows. 1. Academic progress and standing. At King's College for a brief period, aged 17, and at Cambridge for 3 years, 18 to 21, Galton gave evidence of ability in science and mathematics. His interests were varied and spontaneous. The regular requirements urged by him, the attempt to combine social, intellectual, and academic activities strained his health, and brought about a condition in which, after winning in successive years a 3rd, 2nd, and a 4th class rank, he was satisfied to graduate without competing for honours. He had, however, at an earlier period won some of the less important prizes. 2. Production and achievement. Galton's active mind was constantly experimenting and producing. He wrote excellent verse and evolved curious and unique mechanical contrivances. 3. Professional career and standing. Galton was active and successful as a surgeon's assistant at 16 and 17. At 22, on the death of his father, he became free to follow his own inclinations. This freedom released him from the bondage in which he had felt himself held, and for 5 years he gave expression to inclinations which had been repressed during the earlier period, when he followed a career that was not of his choosing. Terman has stated that the IQ of the child Galton could not be far from 200. The evidence offered by the achievement and the standing of various members of the family is corroborative. The report of the fallow period from 17 to 26 pictures a youth of superior ability, but of no phenomenal gifts. While on the evidence for the years from 17 to 26, we might not be justified in rating the young man above IQ 135, there is still, in the account of this second period, no contradiction to the evidence for his high IQ in childhood, and Galton's adult achievement suggests that his youthful display of capacity was not spurious. The outline employed in the discussion above of Galton's case follows the scheme of the 301 case studies. When the IQ is under discussion, the material falls naturally under 3 heads. 1. Family standing. 2. Development to the age of 17. 3. Development from 17 to 26. The abbreviated case studies in Part 2 are presented in this form. Where the items referring to the development have been reviewed and an intelligence rating has been recorded, we sometimes find a result in terms of an IQ which does not sufficiently account for the individual's later achievement. The question then arises, what other traits beside intelligence play a part in producing a man of great achievement? The childhood records of men of eminence furnish information with respect to these other traits. Woods finds that ratings based on historical reports of personality traits may be relied upon as not inaccurate measures of the elements of character. A schedule of intellectual, social, activity, and emotional traits has been used in our investigation, which brings to light many of the contributory factors in personality that produce significant achievement, and which differentiate the youthful man of thought from the youthful man of action, or the musician from the artist, and which, at the same time, underlie the characteristic differences between the whole group of youths who become eminent and the average youth of their day and hours. Summary. For 2 groups of men and women of genius, Group A, 282 subjects, Group B, 19 subjects, biographical material has been assembled in so far as it contains evidence on 1. Intelligence, and 2. Certain character traits as recorded for the early years. A much abbreviated version of the most significant part of this material is presented in Part 2. The results obtained from an evaluation of these data and the methods employed are described in succeeding chapters of Part 1. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information and volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. The IQ Estimate. The intelligence of our 301 men and women of genius has been rated on the evidence of their behavior and performance. 1. In childhood and early youth, designated as AIIQ, and 2. In the first period of young manhood, designated as AIIIQ. The ratings were made on the basis of the standards and norms for intelligent behavior estimated by mental tests. They are expressed in terms of the IQ, intelligence quotient, the ratio of mental age to chronological age. The IQ is used here with a theoretical significance and without the limitation which, in testing practice, impairs its usefulness in the upper mental ages, i.e., the IQ is thought of as a constant measure which expresses the relative degree of brightness or intelligence of any given individual compared with a large, unselected group in the same way that a sigma index would do. By using the term in this sense, an IQ rating can be given to a youth over 16, adult level, as readily as to one under that age, insofar as the value of his performance is known in terms of intelligence. It means that the individual rated with an IQ of X at any given age is classified by his behavior and assigned to the group whose members pass the Stanford-Binet test with a rating entitling them to an IQ of X at any given age for which the Stanford-Binet affords an adequate index of the IQ. The raters have established, in terms of known standards, correlating IQ and behavior or development, and in terms of their own considerable experience in mental testing, each his own individual human rating scale of intelligence expressed in behavior. And on the basis of these scales, each has rated the evidence presented for the individual cases. To cite a simple example, in using the criterion of family standing, the group whose parents rate at 3 on the Taussig scale may, fairly, if no other facts are regarded, be considered entitled to an average IQ of 100, while the group rating Taussig 2 is best rated, in the absence of other data, at IQ 110, and the group rating Taussig 1 at IQ 120. Again, in the case of school standing, the best estimate of the IQ of a youth who does average work in an average lower school at the average age is 100, and for a youth who does superior work in a standard high school is 120, while the youth who does extraordinary work in a superior high school belongs to the select number whose IQs are probably not less than 140. Other criteria, typical examples of which were enumerated in Chapter 3, where they were illustrated from Terman's analysis of Galton's IQ, are treated in detail in later chapters in connection with the results. The 282 members of Group A and the 19 members of Group B have been rated for brightness measured in terms of the IQ. Each youth in either group has received 2 IQ ratings. 1. The AIIQ, an average of 3 independent estimates of his intelligence as reported to his 17th birthday, and 2. The AIIIQ, an average of 3 independent estimates of his intelligence as reported to his 26th birthday. Each brightness rating is accompanied by a reliability coefficient, a measure of the reliability for estimating an IQ of the data upon which the estimate is based. As stated elsewhere, the ratings are estimated from the records as they stand. The reported John Stuart Mill receives an AIIQ of 190, standard deviation 4, with an AIIIQ of 170, deviation 4, while the reported John Milton is scored at AIIQ 145, deviation 5, and AIIIQ 170, deviation 4. This should not be interpreted to mean that the true score of Mill during his first 17 years was 45 IQ points higher than that of Milton, nor that from the age of 17 to the age of 26 the two were just equally bright, nor is it intended to contribute to the important study of the constancy or inconstancy of the IQ. For the fluctuations reported are not indications of change in the true IQ. Each of the various scores registers simply the average IQ rating of all individuals who do the things that are recorded of the given subject at a particular age, and all of the scores are dependent on the experience and the interpretation of the judges who assign them. If the IQ scores are then estimates of paper records only, how can they contribute to a study of the true mental level reached by great men in childhood? They can do so only approximately. In the present study, results based on the paper records warrant at least two conclusions. One, because the second IQ average, AII-IQ, is constantly higher than the first AI-IQ, it appears that the AI ratings have been derived from regressive averages, i.e., from averages of groups to which by virtue of the items enumerated in the records our particular cases do belong, but in which, if further facts were available, they would be found always above the average. Hence the obtained average IQ estimates for the whole group of 301, for the subgroups, and usually for the individual cases, may be accepted as far below the actual average intelligence in childhood of men and women of genius, or, perhaps as an indication of the probable lower limit of the entire group. 2. When the obtained average IQ estimates are corrected for the error indicated, which is due to the incompleteness of the records, the values obtained, the corrected estimates, indicate either the average of groups and subgroups, or perhaps better, a point below which the average does not fall. The records alone, inadequate as they are, warrant an average IQ rating between 135 and 145 for the entire group, while a correlation of the error in the estimates results in scores that indicate a true average for the group to a point not lower than 155 to 165 IQ. Distribution of the ratings in Group A. The two series of ratings, AI and AII, follow similar curves, but the AII scores, based upon somewhat more complete records, indicate the error in the AIs which reduce them toward the mean of the generality, 100 IQ. In Group A, 282 cases, the mean AI IQ is 134.9, average reliability coefficient of data 0.46, with standard deviation of 19.0. The mean AII IQ is 144.7, average reliability coefficient of data 0.53, with standard deviation of 18.6. In Group B, the mean BI IQ is 132.0, average reliability coefficient of data 0.50, with standard deviation of 17.3. The mean BII IQ is 136.9, average reliability coefficient of data 0.53, with standard deviation of 15.2. Comparisons between the two series are presented in Table 6 and Table 7. Table 6 is displayed on the page. Distribution of case frequencies and reliability coefficients according to IQ estimates, AI-IQ and AII-IQ. In Table 6, the number of cases at each IQ level is given for both the AI-IQs and the AII-IQs, with their respective average reliability measures. The results where small groups were compared, distribution by 5 IQ point intervals, where large groups are compared, distribution by 20 IQ point intervals, give the same indications. From both it appears that AI-IQs and AII-IQs of any given level are based on data of approximately equal reliability, and that, in general, the higher the IQ, the higher the reliability of the data. Table 7 is displayed on the page, distribution of case frequencies by AI-IQ and comparison of the average AII-IQ with the average AI-IQ of the same class. In Table 7, the AI and AII ratings of the same cases are compared. The AI-IQs are grouped as successive IQ levels from 100 to 190 inclusive, and the average for the corresponding AII-IQs with the average of the reliability of the data are then computed and arranged in like order for comparison. The AII rating is higher than the AI for any given IQ group, and the AII is based on data having a higher reliability coefficient than the data from which the corresponding AI is estimated. Here again there is the same consistent relationship between IQ ratings and the reliability of the data used. Tables 8 and 9 give the distribution of the IQ ratings according to the reliability of the data upon which the ratings are based. They indicate the trend of the ratings and show that the more reliable the data, the higher the estimate of the IQ. Of the 282 cases in Group A, about 50%, 140 cases, afford data for the AI IQ estimate whose reliability is rated at 0.53 or above. For the AI IQ estimate, about 60%, 178 cases, afford data of this degree of reliability. Table 12A and Table 12B, facing page 60, present the actual IQ scores estimated by each of the raters, and the average AI and AII IQ scores. These averages have been accepted as the best estimates of the recorded development. The actual AI IQ scores assigned by the three raters are plotted graphically with their averages in Figure 1. From the discussion above, it appears that each score should be considered always in the light of the reliability of the data. A comparison of any given AI ratings and their reliability coefficients with their corresponding AII ratings and their reliability coefficients suggests that there is present a constant error affecting all the scores, which is due to the incompleteness of the historical records on which the ratings were made. A correction eliminating the factor introduced by the incompleteness of the records would raise all of the scores far above their present positions. The difficulties involved in making a true correction are very great. The estimation of the true IQs from the IQs rated upon the evidence of historical records is a problem requiring careful analysis. The correction attempted in the present report is a crude approximation of such a true IQ. It indicates a point below which the true IQ probably did not fall. See Chapter 5. Table 8 is displayed on the page. Frequency distribution of the AI IQ ratings according to the reliability of the data upon which they are based. Table 9 is displayed on the page. Frequency distribution of AII IQ ratings according to the reliability of the data upon which they are based. A graph is displayed on the following page, displaying IQ ratings with known individuals. The relation of the IQ estimate and the rank order of eminence. The series of AII IQ estimates show a slight positive correlation with the rank order of eminence, R equals 0.25, deviation 0.038, as has been shown in the discussion of Tables 7 to 9. A high IQ is usually associated with a high reliability. The question arises whether or not the positive correlation between rank order of eminence and IQ is due to the fact that more complete data are available for the more eminent subjects than for the less eminent. The correlation R equals 0.16, deviation 0.039, between AII IQ rank order of eminence when reliability of data is constant, by the method of partial correlation, indicates that the more complete data for the more eminent individuals do increase the correlation. At the same time, a positive correlation coefficient obtained even when the reliability of the data is constant is indicative of a very small but a positive correlation between eminence and IQ. Certain of the findings, Table 10, are in agreement with this conclusion. 1. The average AIIQ of a more eminent group called the first 10 is 4 IQ points above the average AIIQ of a less eminent group called the last 10. Although both were rated on equally satisfactory data, it is 4 points above the average AIIQ of the 54 cases in Group A whose data have the same reliability coefficient. The AIIQ shows a difference of 12 points between the first 10 and the last 10. Here the reliability of the data for the first 10 is definitely higher. 2. The first 50, the most eminent members of Group A, average above the last 50. The least eminent members of Group A on both AI and AII, allowing for a difference in IQ due to a difference in the reliability of the data. There appears to be a genuine additional IQ increment associated with eminence, though this increment is due to an actual correlation between IQ and eminence, and not to an overrating of the more eminent by the raters. The halo factor is suggested if not proved by a comparison of certain other results. 1. The average rank order eminence of the highest IQs is 24.4, at the first 10 5.5, Yet the difference between the AI IQs of 29 points and that between the AI IQs of 23 points in favour of the highest IQs. Table 10 is displayed on the page, comparison of AI and AI ratings and reliability coefficients of certain groups. Again, allowing for the more favourable conditions for the highest IQs, more reliable data, the difference appears to be significant. If we compare the average AI IQ of 41 unselected control cases with the highest IQs, reliability of data being constant, we find a difference of 23 points in favour of the latter, whereas the AI IQs of the 54 cases of equal reliability with the first 10 are only 4 points below the average of the group to which they are compared. This apparently indicates that the raters have recognized the intelligence factor without reference to, or perhaps in some cases, in spite of, the rank order of eminence. 2. The last 10 and the lowest IQs rank at approximately the same point with respect to eminence. The differences in AI and AIIQ are 30 points and 28 points, respectively. The comparison with the control group is of interest. The data for the last 10 are more reliable, their IQs are higher, but the difference in reliability between the data for them and the lowest IQs is not sufficient to account for the difference in IQ. In this case, where eminence is equal, the difference in IQ are pronounced and doubtless significant. In conclusion, it appears that there is a slight positive correlation between IQ estimate and rank order of eminence. This correlation is due in part to the greater completeness of the data for the more eminent subjects, but is due in greater part to an actual relationship between IQ and eminence, even when the eminence range is limited to those whom Gauter would call the illustrious. It is probably not due to the halo factor. Nationality and the IQ. When the subjects are arranged in groups according to nationality, see Figure 2, page 58, for 4 of these groups, we have the results given in Table 11, see page 59. These results indicate the availability of material from various countries, and perhaps throw some light on national habits in regard to keeping records. They also give further evidence of a relationship between IQ ratings of the groups and reliability of the data. The data collected regarding the Americans and Germans appears slightly more adequate for a purpose than those available for the English. Figure 2 is displayed on the previous page, distribution of AI and AII IQ estimates of 231 young geniuses grouped by nationality. Table 11 is displayed on the following page, distribution of 282 eminent men by nationality and the average AI and AI ratings by nationality groups. Those for the French are more adequate than mixed nationality records, but less complete than the American, German and English material. National differences in brightness are not to be inferred from the figures in Table 11. Any comparison as to the actual IQ differences between the groups representing various nationalities awaits a satisfactory method of equalizing the effect of the variation in the reliability of the data. The relation of the IQ to the field or profession in which eminence was achieved. In Figure 3, the distribution by IQ levels and in percentages of the whole group of the AI and AII IQs of the youths in Group A by fields are presented graphically. The figures upon which the graphs are based appear, with other material, in Table 47. Within each field in which eminence was achieved, the IQs are compared with reference to their reliability. The average for the young philosophers is higher for both the AI and the AII IQs than the corresponding average of any other group. The writers, EHCS, do not as nearly approach the philosophers' AI scores as the reliability of their records would seem to warrant, while the average of the writers, P and D, based upon more reliable records, is also lower. In the AII ratings, the philosophers score above the scientists and writers, EHCS, on equally reliable data. Also above the writers, P and D, the adequacy of those records is even greater than that for the philosophers. Figure 3 is displayed on the previous page, distribution of AI and AII IQ estimates of 282 young geniuses grouped by fields of latter achievement. The soldiers scored lowest. The artists are also low, but somewhat above the soldiers. The former show a greater gain than the latter on the AII IQ estimates. For both groups, the records are very inadequate. Cf. the reliability coefficients. Differences of significance are revealed when comparisons between the groups are made on the basis of equal reliability of data. See Table 47. The obtained scores probably indicate true differences in brightness between the groups. For example, the more complete records of the philosophers are an indication that their corrected scores would not be equaled by the soldiers, even if complete data were available for both. In attempting a corrected estimate, these differences have not been overlooked. See Chapter 5. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Treatment of the IQ. The material upon which intelligence ratings of historical persons may be based is discussed in Chapters 6 to 10, where the available data for typical cases are analyzed with reference to the evidence they give of the presence of the specific brightness factor in the youthful behavior of the subjects. In Chapter 5, the method and mechanics of the actual rating process are described. Measures of agreement among various raters, measures of the reliability of the individual raters, and measures of the correctness of the averages of their ratings are reported. These indicate in a general way the extent to which the method of historiometry may be expected to give valid results in the evaluation of intelligence. Further, a method of correction is presented which takes account of the constant error due to the incompleteness of the records. Corrected scores have been computed which approximate more nearly the true IQs of the 301 gifted children than do the estimates of the raters, which are limited by lack of sufficient historical material. After the original data had been gathered and recorded in 301 case studies, comprising some 8,500 typed pages, the material was rated 1 with reference to intelligence and a representative part, letter 2 with reference to interest and 67 traits of character. The procedure in rating the IQ concerns us here. The trial rating. The intelligence of the members of Group B was rated by 5 raters T, M, G, KG, and C. 4 ratings, see Table 12b and Figure 4. The raters were instructed A. to rate objectively on the evidence recorded for the first 26 years, and B. not to overrate. The agreement of the obtained estimates of the raters is indicated in 3 ways. 1. The relative or proportional agreement of each of the 5 series of ratings is measured by the coefficient of correlation, R. 2. The agreement in range or scatter is measured by comparing the standard deviations, SD. 3. The agreement in the estimates of the difference between the average of Group B and that of the distribution of unselected children is measured by comparing the means, MN, with each other and with the mean of unselected children, 100 IQ. If the R's are high and if the SDs and MNs for the different raters agree fairly well, then the data furnish information adequate for rating the IQ. The means, standard deviations, and intercorrelations obtained in the trial rating of Group B are represented in Table 13. The results showed sufficient agreement, both relative and absolute, between the estimates of mental testers of wide and dissimilar experience to warrant the use of a similar method in rating Group A. The experience of the raters in making the trial ratings led to one important change in the procedure in rating the main group. Serious difficulty had been encountered by all of the raters when they attempted to equate the behavior and performance of the subjects in the years between 17 and 26 to standards whose value could be expressed in terms of the IQ. A single rating for the 26-year period might depend almost wholly on data for the last 6 to 9 years. It might depend, rarely, almost wholly on data for the first 17 years, or it might include evidence from both the earlier and the latter years of the period. Figure 4 is displayed on the page, individual and average trial ratings of 19 young geniuses, Group B. A single rating for the whole period made no distinction between matter that could be correlated with a fair degree of assurance with intelligence test scores, early performance and behavior before the age of 17, and that which could be no more than inferred. Hence, a double rating scheme was planned which required the raters to estimate 2 IQs for each subject. the first on the data for the first 17 years, the other adding to this or subtracting from it on the basis of the additional information for the period from age 17 to age 26. Table 13 is displayed on the page, intercorrelation of 5 series of trial ratings on Group B with means and standard deviation of each series. The raters reported that they were fairly confident of the correctness of some of their estimates, while others apparently extremely doubtful. The ratings seemed relatively certain when the data included many items, each of which served as a fair index of brightness, and when the several indices agreed. It seemed relatively doubtful when the items were few or when they were contradictory. A method was therefore devised for obtaining a measure of the reliability of the data on which the IQ ratings were based. Rating of Group A. The 282 cases in Group A were evaluated by T, M, and C, and in part by G, 238 cases. ST rated 51 cases on the same basis as that used in the trial series. Hence her ratings, based on all of the evidence for the first 26 years, are comparable to the second ratings of the other judges. The raters were instructed 1. To rate on the evidence, 2. Not to overrate, 3. To rate the IQ on the data for the first 17 years inclusive, rating 1. 4. To estimate the reliability of the given data for the purpose of rating an IQ as compared with a Stanford Binet test. 5. To rate IQ increment or decrement, increase or decrease of rating 1 on the basis of the additional data for the years from 17 to 26, rating 2. And 6. To estimate the reliability of the data on which this rating of IQ increment or decrement was based. The entire series of IQ ratings reported by each rater and also the AI and AII IQs appear in Table 12A. The original ratings and the AI IQ ratings of T, M, and C are graphed in Figure 1. The relative and the absolute agreement of the series of ratings are indicated by the means, standard deviations, and intercorrelations presented for rating 1 in Table 14 and for rating 2 in Table 15. Table 14 is displayed on the page, intercorrelations of the IQ ratings of Group A by C, M, T, and G, ratings 1. The relative agreement, measured by the correlation coefficients between the series of ratings on the many and difficult cases in Group A, 282 cases, proved to be a little lower than that between the series of ratings on the short and easy Group B, 19 cases. The absolute agreement between the means and the standard deviations of the IQ series of the different raters is greater for Group A than for Group B. Possibly the training derived from the trial ratings had some value in stabilizing the estimates. However, no rater of either series knew the estimates made by any of a rater until after his own estimates were completed. Of the 6 intercorrelations, Table 14, of the 4 series of IQ estimates called Rating 1, 5 are between 0.73, deviation 0.005, and 0.78, deviation 0.005, and 1 is at 0.67, deviation 0.006. The standard deviations indicate that the 4 distributions are not dissimilar. 3 are closely 19.4, T and G, 21.9 M, while 1 is somewhat lower, 16.4 C. Table 15 is displayed on the page, intercorrelations of the IQ ratings of Group A by CMTG and ST, rating 2. The suitability of these and the close approximation to one another of 3 of the 4 means, 134.0 C, 134.7 M, 136.2 T. The fourth is somewhat lower, 126.2 G, indicate agreement among the judges both as to the proportional evaluations in 4 cases and absolute in 3 cases, approximately in the 4th. Of the 10 intercorrelations, Table 15, of the 5 series of IQ estimates called Rating 2, 6 are between 0.70, deviation 0.006, and 0.75, deviation 0.005. 1 is at 0.69, deviation 0.005, and 2 are as low as 0.52, deviation 0.069, and 0.54, deviation 0.066. The standard deviations, which range from 15.5 C to 22.7 m indicates somewhat greater dissimilarity in the form of the 5 curves. 3 of the means again agree closely: 143.4 c, 144.8 m, and 145.7 t, while the other 2 are approximately equidistant from the average of these, one above, the other below. In the case of rating 2, as in rating 1 and trial rating B, the degree of consistency among the individual raters' judgments inspires considerable confidence in the scores they have assigned. We may conclude from examination of the correlation, means, and standard deviations in Table 13, 14, and 15 that trained mental testers show a considerable and a stable agreement in their ratings of data such as ours, and therefore a certain credence may be placed in their findings. The reliability of the raters. At the conclusion of the rating of Group A, and after a period of about 8 weeks from the previous rating of Group B, raters T, M, C, and G rated Group B again, this time giving an IQ estimate rating 1 on the first 17 years and an IQ estimate rating 2, which added to rating 1 the evidence of the next 9 years to age 26. The second rating 2 was in the case compared to the earlier trial ratings which were made for the whole 26-year period. The results showed intercorrelations, see Figure 5, page 70, between the trial and final ratings on Group B as follows. Table 16 is displayed on the page. Reliability of 4 raters, C, M, T, and G, as shown by the trial and final rating 2, IQ estimates on Group B. While recall of the earlier ratings did not consciously influence the second judgment on the same material, it may have done so unconsciously. The reliability coefficient obtained by the method of repeating judgments on the same data can be accepted only as an indication of the upper limit or maximum value above which the true reliability coefficient will not lie. To obtain a reliability interpreted in this manner is, as Kelly has pointed out, a sound procedure. The coefficients are significant here insofar as they show the relative dependableness of the 4 series of ratings. All 4 give evidence of their adequacy when evaluated in this way, while the general agreement of the means and standard deviations offers further evidence of the validity of the method of procedure. Figure 5 is displayed on the page. Reliability of 4 raters indicated by the agreement of their trial and final rating 2 IQ estimates. The final ratings, AI and AII. The AI IQs and the AII IQs have been computed for each subject by averaging the ratings of C, reliability 0.82, M, reliability 0.86, and T, reliability 0.70. Figure 6 is displayed on the page. Individual and average BI IQ estimates of 19 young geniuses, Group B. Were the ratings of G, reliability 0.59 included, where available, in the average, the results would be almost without exception lower. On the other hand, were the ratings of ST, reliability not measured, included, when available, the results would be higher. From a consideration of the cases in which ratings like both G and ST are available, it appears that, were both included in obtaining the AII ratings, the obtained results would deviate upward from the present AII by 5 points in 1/3 of the cases, downward 5 points in 1/3, and would be unchanged in the remaining third. As ratings are not available from G and ST for all of the cases, the ratings are not included in obtaining the final scores, for including one or the other in some of the averages would tend to distort the relation of such averages to the others. As it may be inferred from the present findings that the ratings of G and ST, if present, would simply equalize one another and give an average approximating that of T, M, and C, we may accept as valid the averages obtained from the ratings of the latter whose records cover the entire series. The agreement of the means and the established reliability of the ratings of T, M, and C give a certain stability to findings based upon their judgments. The probable correctness of the difference between means, Group A. As a further indication of the stability of the IQ averages based on 3 ratings, the probable correctness of the difference between successive means has been calculated for the AIs by Boring's method. From the results, entered in Table 17a, it appears that in the 11 differences between IQ intervals from 100 to 155, the probable correctness is between 0.98 and 1.00, i.e., absolute certainty or very close approximation to it. Of the 7 differences above 155, where the groups are extremely small, 4 have a probable correctness of 0.87 or more, corresponding to a reliability coefficient above 0.74. The other 3 are no more significant than reliabilities of 0.69, 0.62, and 0.40 respectively. In order to ascertain more exactly the degree of stability of the means in the upper levels, the probable correctness of the difference between alternate means has been calculated for the small IQ groups above 155. The results given in Table 17b indicate in every case probable correctness above 0.92, even here, i.e., correctness as significant as reliability coefficients of 0.84 or above. In 4 of the cases, the degree of correctness closely approximates absolute certainty. These findings indicate that the differences between successive estimated AI IQs, separated by intervals of 5 IQ points, are probably real differences except in one case, 170 to 175, where the correctness of the difference is doubtful, and that the differences between alternate AI IQ steps are significant in every case. Table 17a is displayed on the page. Probable correctness of the AI IQ means of the groups as excessive IQ levels. Rating the reliability of the data. The raters who estimated IQs on the trial group B reported at the conclusion of the preliminary or trial series that the evidence presented for the 19 cases in Group B was not all of equal value for rating purposes. They stated that some of their ratings were in fact based on such brief reports that they had scarcely more value than pure guesses, while others were based on records that offered almost as secure and reliable a basis for an IQ estimate as the results of a Stanford Binet test. Table 17b is displayed on the page. Probable correctness of the AI IQ means of the groups at the upper IQ levels. In order to indicate the relative dependability of the various IQ estimates, a scale was devised for rating the reliability, i.e., the adequacy for the present purpose, of the data in each case study. The 4 raters, C, M, T, and G, were asked to relate the reliability of each of the cases in Group A and Group B final ratings on a 7-point scale whose grades or steps were defined as follows. Grade 1, rating based on data equal to a Stanford Binet test. Grade 2, rating based on data for which standardized norms are available or which are closely correlated with Stanford Binet norms. Example, Galton. Grade 3, rating based on documentary evidence combined with diagnostic descriptive material. Example, J.Q. Adams. Grade 4, rating based on less satisfactory documentary evidence and descriptive material, or on descriptive material, definite statements as a school rank, etc., without documents. Example, Melanchthon. Grade 5, rating based on general descriptive material, general statements of superiority or inferiority, or of school standing, intellectual interests, etc. Example, Fenelon. Grade 6, rating based on slight evidence, standing of the family combined with a statement as to school attendance. Example, Bernadotte. Grade 7, guess based on no date. Example, Drake. The steps between the grades were to be thought of as equal. A method was then devised for computing the reliability coefficients of the data and the probable errors of the IQ estimates from the reliability grade ratings. 1. Each of the grade ratings was interpreted as an index of reliability in terms of the Stanford Binet scale, variously abbreviated by an empirical procedure as follows. A. 40 Stanford Binet test blanks were scored with variously incomplete test results, hypothetical cases, so that there were an equal number of cases at each step of a series, extending from a complete Stanford Binet, 6 tests for every year group, scores extending over sufficient range, to 1/12 of such a test, 1 test for every 2-year group, scores extending over sufficient range. B. The reliability of the recorded test results for each of the 40 abbreviated cases, i.e., their adequacy to serve as a basis for rating an IQ, was rated by C, M, and T on the 7-point scale described above and the averages of the 3 ratings for each case served as a grade index of the reliability of the abbreviated test. The actual as well as the relative agreement of the ratings was very close. Expressed in terms of the Stanford-Binet scale, variously abbreviated, the 7 points of the grade reliability scale were found to have the values recorded opposite them in the second column of Table 18. 2. The reliability coefficients of the 7 points in the grade scale were obtained by deriving the reliability coefficients of the corresponding abbreviated Stanford-Binet tests by the Spearman-Brown formula with a value of 0.90, accepted as the reliability of IQs obtained from the complete test. The reliability coefficients of the data indexed at each of the 7 grade levels are entered in Table 18. Table 18 is displayed on the page. Grade ratings on data in terms of the Stanford-Binet tests variously abbreviated with the reliability coefficient of each. 3. The PEs of the IQ scores obtained from material having a given reliability coefficient have been derived by a method suggested by Dr. Kelly. The value of the PE of a score made for a complete Stanford-Binet test is 3.5 IQ points. For abbreviated forms of the scale, the PE increases as the reliability of the test scale decreases. The values obtained are entered in the last column of Table 18, see page 76. They range from 4 IQ points, real coefficient of data 0.82, to 10 IQ points, real coefficient of data 0.11. Figure 7 is displayed on the page. Distribution of reliability coefficients of data upon which AI and AII IQ estimates of 282 young geniuses were based. The cases are grouped according to the height of the IQ estimates. The dependence of the IQ rating on the reliability of the data. From Tables 8 and 9, it appeared that in general, and for the whole group, there was a definite correlation between the size of the estimated IQ and the size of the reliability coefficient for the data upon which the rating was based. The correlation between the AII IQ and the reliability of the data is 0.77, standard deviation 0.02. With the order of eminence constant, it is 0.76, standard deviation 0.02, i.e., the eminence factor is comparatively negligible. This is a high degree of correlation, indicating a definite positive relationship. Since the reliability of the data varies from 0.00 to 0.82, and the IQ tends to vary with it, IQs are significant only when the reliability is taken into account. When the AI and AII ratings of the members of Group A have been distributed according to 1. The reliability of the data, 2. The IQ, and 3. The century of birth of the subjects included, see Tables 19, page 80, the following results appear. 1. The average reliability of the data increases from each 100-year period to the next, and with reliability, the IQ estimate regularly increases. 2. The IQ values within the 100-year groups are regularly proportional to the reliability of the data upon which they are based. 3. When the IQ ratings of one 100-year period are compared with those of another, with the reliability constant, the variations are slight. Small groups may show considerable variation, but in general, when the reliability coefficients of the data are constant and the group sizable, the 4 estimated mean IQs are within the range of 10 points. From Table 47, page 196, F, it appears that somewhat larger deviations are found between groups of individuals arranged according to profession, even when equally reliable data are available. The differences between these groups are greater than the differences between the groups of individuals in each of the 100-year periods. They may indicate real differences in IQ between the professional groups. Conclusions as to constant error in the ratings. 1. From the correlations obtained and from the indications of Table 19, it is possible to conclude a. That in general, the more reliable the data, the higher the IQ. The converse of this conclusion is also warranted. b. That the general the higher the IQ, the more reliable the data upon which it is based. Table 19 is displayed on the previous page. IQ estimates grouped by 100-year periods and by the reliability of the data upon which the IQ is based. 2. We may conclude further, a. that more reliable data would in general form a basis for higher IQ ratings throughout the study. As none of the reliability coefficients are above 0.82, it appears b. that all of the IQ ratings are probably too low. The size of the reliability coefficient is in general an index of the extent to which IQ has been underestimated. 3. Hence it appears a. that the highest IQs in the group are somewhat too low, while many of the lowest may be much too low, and b. that the true IQ for the group, whether measured by its means or its distribution, is distinctly above the estimated ratings of this study, since the estimated ratings are dependent upon data whose unreliability introduces a constant reduction of the estimated IQ from its true value. A corrected IQ estimate. The readers interpreted their instructions, as it was intended that they should do, to mean that each record was to be evaluated on its own merits without reference to the later career of the individual in question. That is, each subject rated was regarded as a member of a normally distributed unselected group whose average IQ is 100. When the data were insufficient, the raters regressed toward the 100 IQ mean, the mean for unselected cases in an average population. From the results it appears that this procedure introduced a large error, for even the two obtained averages are AI 135, real coefficient of data 0.46, and AII 145, relative coefficient of data 0.54, both of which are far above the mean for the generality 100 IQ. The two obtained averages do not then represent true but rather regressed values, means of constantly regressed IQ estimates. A correlation of the error resulting from 1. the unreliability of the data, and 2. the consequent regression to a mean which is not the mean of the group concerned, may be estimated, and corrected IQs obtained, which will indicate more nearly than the original estimates the true IQ scores of this group. Because the obtained averages of 135 and 145 are evidently nearer the true average than was the common mean, 100, group corrections may be made by calculating the group score that will be found where the data more adequate and regress towards the obtained means, i.e. toward AI 135 and AII 145. The proposed correction, Formula A, takes into account both of the scores of error noted above, but since the given means, AI 135 and AII 145, and other group means, toward which we propose now to regress, are themselves dependent on the values regressed towards 100, it is clear that even the corrected estimates are probably below the true IQs for the groups. The proposed values for MN might be used 1. for all subgroups, by nationality, by century, by field or profession, and 2. in individual cases. But a scrutiny of certain groups and individual scores indicates that this would tend in some instances to obscure true differences, to increase low IQs to too great an extent, and similarly to decrease high IQs. Therefore, while the IQ averages for the whole group A and for the nationality and the century subgroups, which are presumably similar in that selection, are regressed to the obtained means, AI 135 and AII 145. The subgroups by professional field are regressed to the means obtained for these groups, and each individual score is corrected by regression to the mean of the professional group to which it belongs. The fact that it is not overlooked that the correlation obtained by the substitution of values that are themselves too low is not entirely adequate. The resultant approximations are probably, in most cases, still too low, and perhaps in a few cases a trifle too high. The final correction is thus no more than an approximation to a true score. Table 20A is displayed on the page. Obtained and corrected AI IQ estimates for certain groups. Corrections by formula. A IQ1 equals IQ1 plus DMN parenthesis 1 minus relativity in parenthesis. It is probable that more significant differences would appear between the corrected groups if fine distinctions had been possible in the original reliability ratings. Because of the crudeness of the scale used for rating the reliability of the data, The differences between groups tend to remain obscured in the corrected IQ estimates, but the purpose of the corrected estimates is not to furnish exact values for the score of an individual or even of a group. It is rather to indicate the region of the IQ scale in which may be found the true IQs of the subjects of the study. Table 20b is displayed on the page. Obtained and corrected AII IQ estimates for certain groups. Corrections as in Table 20a. The fact that the AI and AII ratings of the nationalities and of the 400-year periods show consistent internal agreement, while the corrected estimates, probably too low, for the philosophers exceed those of all other groups except the highest IQs, also doubtless too low, on combined AI and AII ratings, is an indication of the validity of the method. The result of the correction indicates that the true IQs of the subjects of this study average above 160. It further indicates that many of the true IQs are above 180, while but few of them are below 140. Analysis of the data from which our first estimated IQs are obtained and careful re-examination of the original items in the case studies offer no contradiction to these findings. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6. Discussion and Analysis of the IQ Ratings. Introductory Statement. In this and the 3 succeeding chapters, the data upon which AI and AII IQ estimates were based are discussed and analyzed for each of the successive IQ levels. Representative cases are outlined with their characteristic items. Cases in which the ratings do not agree are also considered. The discussion includes further many typical illustrations from the standards of reference of which the raters made use. The abbreviated case studies of Part 2 furnish further illustrative data. For comparative study in connection with the diagnosis, vocational guidance, and education of gifted children today, the items record of the children and youth of the great seem of unusual significance. If the childhood IQ of a Faraday was possibly no higher than 150, and of Alexander Hamilton no higher than 140, why are not more such scientific or political financial geniuses produced from the considerable number of cases now rating as high or higher? Are some of the factors other than intelligence that make for high achievement failing of utilization, either through lack of industry or application on the part of the individuals themselves, or through lack of education and opportunity because of the neglect of others? Or are our obtained intelligence ratings far too low so that the comparison is not a fair one? In the discussion in Chapter 6 to 10, inclusive, the intelligence factor alone is considered. A discussion of the recorded facts upon which an AIIQ rating depends is followed in each case by a similar discussion of the AIIQ ratings at the same level. As individuals are infrequently rated equally on the AI and AII, the illustrative cases for the two groups are seldom the same individuals. The AI ratings are discussed at greater length than the AII, as the norms for the early years are more satisfactorily established and the ratings are therefore more reliable. In chapters 11 and 12, elements of character other than intelligence are discussed, some of which were undoubtedly factors in the great achievement of our subjects in later life. The following pages present a discussion of cases rated at successive IQ levels from 100 to 200. AIIQ 100. 3 cases are rated at AIIQ 100. The reliability coefficient of the data on which the estimates are made are respectively 0.43, 0.11, and 0.11. The information in each case is meager. In one case, it is also contradictory as reported, although not necessarily contradictory in fact. The rating of 100 is due to lack of definite items upon which a reliable rating may be based. For example, we are told that Messina was an orphan from his infancy, and then embarked as a cabin boy on a battleship commanded by one of his uncles. On this ship he made 2 long voyages, but he did not care much for the sea. Nephews of battleship commanders probably rate somewhat above 100 IQ, but cabin boys who remain cabin boys for 2 long voyages, and of whom there is nothing more to report until the age of 17 in their service as cabin boys, may average below 100 IQ. Table 21 is displayed on the page, group of cases rated AI IQ 100. The evidence for the other 2 cases is similarly baffling. Even the family standing is of such a character, or is so defined as to afford a basis for nothing more than an average rating. Such as it is, the evidence indicates the improbability of any member of the group having had an IQ below the upper border of morality, IQ 70. It indicates further that the upper limit for 2 of the cases, Messina and Lafontaine, was probably not higher than 140 IQ. The third, Vauban, not higher than 160. The obtained average AII ratings on each of the 3 cases, 125, 105, 125, is based on scarcely more adequate data than the AI. They show that the AI was not too high and suggests that both AI and AII are lower than the true IQs of these subjects, because information about the early lives is incomplete. At the same time, the records indicate that these 3 eminent persons do not possess the highest ability found in Group A. Cf. the corrected estimate on the basis of the records of 125, 140, 155 IQ. The AII is estimated on records for a period when many of the eminent men in Group A are producing valuable work and receiving general recognition. It is perhaps significant that Lafontaine, who was not deterred from producing by untoward events, published his first work at the age of 33, was first generally recognized after he was 38, and was elected to the French Academy at 63. Messina was undistinguished until he became, at 35, a general in the French Revolution. Thereafter he received the highest military honours, a marshal at 46. He was appointed territorial commander at 55. Although Vauban's ability was recognized as early as his 27th year, his first publication did not appear until he was 36, and he was appointed a Marshal of France at the advanced age of 70. In other words, these men, of whose youth so little was reported, achieved eminence, but they achieved it comparatively late. The character and the amount of the evidence with respect to their youth suggested that the estimated IQ is too low, that an IQ based on more adequate data would be higher, but not as high as that of many other individuals included in this study. AII IQ 105. One case, reliability coefficient of data 0.11. The single case whose AII rating is 105 is Messina, AI 100, standard deviation 10. This youth, having served as cabin boy until he was 17, enlisted at that age in the Royal Italian Regiment. He rose quickly to the rank of under-officer, adjutant. Further progress was prevented by reason of his humble birth. The rating of 105 indicates that the evidence warrants something more than an average or 100 IQ rating. How much more one can only guess. AIIQ 110. The average occupational rating of the fathers of the 20 subjects in this group is Torzig 2.3, i.e. nearer the mean for the semi-professional than for the skilled workman's group. If the IQ were in every case estimated from the father's standing alone, this would entitle the group as a whole to a guessed rating between 105 and 110. The contribution of the parental standing to the IQ judgment may be illustrated by 4 cases. Clive's father was a lawyer of ancient family and some property, Torzig 1. A mean Torzig 1 rating may be assumed to imply a mean IQ of 120, but of Clive himself we hear that at school he made little progress in study, was noted for his fiery passions and propensity for mischief. And this statement completes the evidence. This youth is to be rated as one whose parental standing entitles him to a guessed rating of 120, but whose reported performance to age 17 indicates the possibility of somewhat less ability than his parental standing implies. Table 23 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 110. The 3 ratings T 120, M 100, C 110 illustrate three possible interpretations of the evidence. T rates on parental standing and regards the evidence as contradictory or insufficient. C's analysis is approximately that outlined above. The average IQ of 110 is perhaps a fair estimate of the case. Cromwell was also entitled to a guessed rating of 120 on parental standing. The evidence as to his school progress is conflicting and seems to indicate something less than the intellectual ability to which his parental standing entitles him. The three raters agree in scoring Cromwell at IQ 110. Monroe's parental rating is also 120. Monroe was one of three cases of .00 reliability in this group. Evidence with reference to his development to age 17 is lacking. The raters differ as to the amount of weight is to be assigned to the single datum. T 115, M 100, C 110. The average of 110 is probably not too high. The cases of Wallenstein, T 110, M 100, C 120, and Blücher, T 115, M 100, C 115 are similar. The most reliable evidence for a single case at 110 IQ is that for Grant. Relative coefficient of data 0.60, while the data for George Fox, Hunter, Jackson, and Ney have a reliability of 0.43. In other words, should newer complete evidence become available and a new rating be made from it, these 5 cases, and Grant in particular, would be expected to show less change in IQ than the old ratings, based on few data, to the new ones, based on many, than would the other 14. And a true IQ for these 5 would presumably approximate the similar estimate more closely than a true IQ for the other 14 would approximate their present rating. The report on Grant is sufficiently complete to afford a fair study of a youth whose IQ is estimated at 110. T 115, M 100, C 115. Parental standing in this case cannot be lower than 110 and may be higher. The boy's interests were genuine and lasting, but they were not intellectual. He took part in the usual farm activities with energy and aptitude. At school he was an average pupil. His practical ability was considerable. Evidence of analytical power is wholly lacking. The report is sufficiently complete, and is of such a nature as to suggest that highly significant data are not omitted. In proportion to other cases in this study, the true IQ of this one cannot be expected to rate unusually high. The AII rating of 125 with reliability of 0.75 corroborates this interpretation. A rating for George Fox is difficult to make because of the nature of his development. The relation of religious conviction to intelligence is unknown, while production and achievement do not appear in this case until after age 17. In the case of Hunter, the evidence is somewhat contradictory. We seem to be dealing with superior ability that has not found itself, but for want of data, the rater can only regress to 110. The cases of Ney and Jackson resemble that of Grant. The nature of the intelligence displayed is not dissimilar. Ney, as he is reported, is a shade the most able of the three. At 16, he was offered the superintendency of the forges of Sadok. This demonstrates practical ability above the average for youths of 16, but is no indication of high intelligence. Ney's AII is 120. The lower limit for the 110 group cannot well be less than 100. There is evidence in each case of average ability, at least during childhood. The upper limit may well depend on Raphael, whose first great work was painted when he was 20. At 31, having already produced many of his greatest masterpieces, he was appointed chief architect of St. Peter's. In the 17 or 18 years of his active career, terminated by his death at 37, he passed through stages of development for which a century would not have seemed too long. His achievement before the age of 26 gives Raphael an AII of 150, relative coefficient of data 0.43. We know far too little of the relation of intelligence to powers of artistic discrimination and interpretation to venture a guess as to this youth's actual IQ. His precocious power as an interpreter of human character and emotion, his originality in conception, and his versatility in execution will not permit a lower IQ limit for his group than 175 or 180. His AII rating is 150, but the estimate of one of his raters, M, is 175. AII IQ 110. 4 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.11. The typical case of Drake will illustrate the intellectual caliber of the 4 youths whose AII IQ is estimated at 110. Drake at 18 was made purser or third officer of a ship trading to Biscay. From 22 to 24, he commanded the Judith in a slave trading expedition. Nothing else of significance is reported. The record as it stands indicates a degree of activity and initiative on the part of young Drake that entitles him to no less than the average rating for graduates of a present-day standard high school. AI IQ 115. The 11 cases included in this group are rated on material having an average reliability of 0.24 and a reliability range from 0.00 to 0.60. The least reliable case, Necker, relative coefficient of data 0.00, is entitled by parental standing to a guessed IQ of 120. His father was a university professor of law. Aside from this item, we know only that at 15, and apparently with the approval of the family, young Necker went alone to Paris to enter upon a business career. The evidence, as recorded, places the boy above the average. Table 24 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 115. He may be his father's equal and so belong to the group whose average IQ is 120. There is nothing to indicate that he is not, but there is insufficient evidence for a reliable rating indicating that he is. The average score of 115 is probably none too high. 6 other cases are rated in a similar manner on the basis of parental standing, averaging IQ 120, checked by some corroborative evidence. A number of examples will illustrate the character of the data on achievement. It is reported of L'Hôpital that he was sent when he was old enough and before he was 18 to study law. Soult was fairly well educated. He was intended for the bar, but preferred the army, which he entered at 16. Morat, whose parental standing is perhaps not more than 110, was given a scholarship because he was 11 and did sufficiently well in his classical studies to be sent to a theological seminary a few years later. The records for Warburton, Beranger, and Cortez, relative coefficient of data 0.43, afford more reliable basis for rating, but certain contradictions in each instance make the rater hesitant to venture far above 115. One verdict for Warburton is 135 T, indicating that we are entering here upon the borderline of decidedly superior intelligence. The evidence in the Warburton case perhaps warrants this high estimate. Warburton was remembered by his schoolmaster, it is true, as, before he was 15, the dullest of all dull scholars. But at 15 he became passionately fond of reading, and the moments he could snatch from his clerkship, reread the classics and such works as he understood to be in repute with men of learning and judgment. Beranger listened much and said little. He received at least an average education for his social class. Torzik won. He had an excellent memory, and he was a questioner. He wrote verses at 12 on an original scheme of his own. He knew 2 epic poems almost by heart before he was 17. He was a leader among his schoolmates, and between 15 and 18, as his father's assistant in a baking house, he had become a very clever financier. These facts alone should give Beranger an IQ nearer 130 than 115. But these are not all. Until he was 9, he had not learned to read. He preferred to cut little baskets out of cherry pits. At school he had no expectation of prizes, for he learnt nothing there. At 11, because he could not learn Latin, Beranger had to be allowed the privilege of repeating his prayers in the mother tongue. He tried serving as an altar boy, but he mixed the responses, and paid so little attention to what he was doing that the priest dismissed him in disgust. Perhaps these contradictions can be explained on other grounds than lack of intelligence. At any rate, the IQ of 115 is not too high. Cortez attended the university at 14 or 15 because his father discovered talents in him. He learned something of Latin and acquired proficiency in writing prose and even verse. But he was not persevering. At 16, he was hindered from joining a military expedition by severe bruises resulting from a fall from a wall which he was scaling in order to keep an appointment with a lady. These 3 cases are the first in our study in which fairly reliable data, relative coefficient of data 0.43, definitely report genuine intellectual interest and achievement before the age of 17. In no one of the three, however, was the interest awakened early, nor was it, in contrast to what is found in other members of our group, of striking depth. But it differentiates these youths sufficiently from others whose interest, perhaps equally strong, was in practical affairs, e.g. Grant, Jackson, Ney, Hunter, and even George Fox. The most extended record in the group is for Goldsmith, relative coefficient of data 0.60, but here the considerable volume of data fails to provide a stable basis for an IQ rating. The raters disagree. T, 115, M, 100, C, 135. On the one hand, Goldsmith wrote verses at 7, read Horace and Ovid with delight before he was 9, made a family reputation as a wit before he was 10, and entered the university at 15, perhaps not far from the usual age in his time. On the other hand, it was stated by his first teacher that never was so dull a boy. He was called a stupid, heavy blockhead. A little later, at the university, he avoided lectures when he could, and was a lounger at the college gate. Perhaps the explanation is that he seemed to possess two natures, and perhaps the best rating is that of T, which strikes a mean between the other two ratings, and so perhaps between Goldsmith's two natures. A rating of 115 can scarcely be too high for a university man with intellectual interests who wrote poetry at 7 and was regarded as the wit in a professional man's family, even if his teachers considered him, at 7 and 9, slow and dull, and even if he was a lounger at college, we must remember that he is a poet. The lower IQ limit for the group cannot be less than 100. The true upper limit is perhaps determined by Swedenborg, AII 145, and Luther, AII 145. Swedenborg took the PhD degree at 21, was distinguished as a mathematician at 27, was appointed Assessor Extraordinary of the Swedish Board of Mines at 28, published scientific works at 29, and was distinguished for practical inventions at 30. Luther, according to Cattell's list, one of the 10 most eminent men who ever lived, took the MA degree at 22 and became a university professor of philosophy at 25. He had won wide recognition as a religious teacher at 29. At 34, he published his 95 thesis. The true upper IQ limit of the group to which these two men belong can scarcely be estimated at less than 180. AIIQ 115. 8 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.19. Illustrative of the AII 115 group is Wallenstein, who served in the Imperial Army in a humble rank from 16 to 22. At 22 he was appointed officer and after distinguished service was promoted to a company of infantry. When he was 24 an attempt was made to secure for him an appointment as Chamberlain to the Archduke. The record indicates genuine ability of the practical sort. Whether it means intelligence of a high grade is not clear. End of section 6. Section 7 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2. The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7. Discussion and analysis of the IQ ratings continued. AIIQ 120. The evidence presented by this group is, on the average, scarcely more reliable, 0.26, than for the 115 IQ group, 0.24. However, many of the items presented afford a fairly stable basis for rating. The agreement among the raters is high. In 6 cases, 22%, the agreement is complete. In 6 others, 22%, 2 raters agree, and the third deviates from them by no more than 5 IQ points. There is only one case in which there is wide disagreement. Thiers, T 120, M 100, C 140. And this is the only case where a single individual is rated as high as 140 and as low as 100. A review of the brief account of Thiers, relative coefficient of data, 0.20, suggests that the average rating interprets the data better than does either of the extremes. The family occupational rating is perhaps 110 to 115. The characteristics enumerated from Theus himself are those of the superior youth: ceaseless activity, willingness to work, an insatiable desire for knowledge, self-confidence. The scholastic standing reported is superior. Special attention to mathematics is mentioned in connection with preparation for a military career. Without further confirmation, 120 is probably as high a rating as should be ventured. It is certainly not too high. At IQ 110, the ratings were largely on the basis of family standing, more or less qualified by personal characterization. At IQ 115, the qualifications had become a considerable determinant. At IQ 120, the family standing, while in most cases corroborative, has receded into the background, while evidence of a new and perhaps more convincing nature is decisive. The standing of the youth himself is membership in a particular school group or is equivalent in home training. The information available for this group warrants for any of its members an IQ rating equal to the estimated level of the average college or university undergraduate student of our own day, i.e. IQ 120. Typical examples belonging to the group under discussion that have been rated on the basis of collegiate standing are included among the cases discussed in the following paragraph. Table 25 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 120. Cranmer, after a preparatory course, entered the university. By his father's urgent advice, John Adams prepared for the university when he was distinguished from 16 to 20 as a scholar in a superior class. It is not clear that this distinction was attained before 17. It can therefore not affect the AI IQ rating. Atterbury was King's Scholar at Westminster, at that time a very superior university preparatory school. Defoe attended a nonconformist academy in preparation for the ministry. According to the data, his attainments were not below the average of his associates. Dupin was taught at home by his father, a university man. He received careful training in preparation for the study of law. Fielding attended Eton, where, according to his father, he displayed a good proficiency in learning. Guicciardini prepared for and began the study of law. Harvey entered Cambridge after a preparatory course at King's School, Canterbury. Cobden, Ben Jonson, Lavoisier, Madison, Maintenon, Reuchlin, Reichenau, Scaliger, Wilberforce, and Wilkes are rated on similar data. Slight deviations among the raters in their estimates of these cases are attributable to differences in weighting slight qualifying statements. Theus is an extreme instance. In a few other irregular cases, evaluation is exceedingly difficult. Ali Willi Zaid is entitled by family standing to a guest IQ of 120. He was a born leader with the ability and grace of a statesman. Before he was 17, his independent study of methods of warfare and of the character and strength of his future opponents prepared him for future successes. In policy, Ali soon became equal, if not superior, to his mother, who was known as a woman of great ability. Persistence and continuity of policy characterized this clever Albanian youth, the only professional robber in our 301 cases, while the reliability of the evidence in Ali's case is 0.00, because of its vagueness and certain contradictions in dates. An average rating for his social class, IQ 120, is perhaps the best guess. Garibaldi and Farragut were self-made men of activity who gave evidence of intellectual interests which tend to differentiate them from the soldiers who were rated at 110 or 115. Both were readers. Marlborough's record tells of superior education and the beginning of an active life of affairs. Haydn, Murillo, and Van Dyck showed their caliber and the character of intensity of their early interests. Each of the three was maintaining himself independently and with a degree of recognized success at the age of 16. In the case of Berzelius, who held at 15 or 16 a position as house tutor to the children of a country gentleman, education and achievement substantiate the inference drawn from the father's occupational status that a rating of 120 is thoroughly justified. The true lower limit of this group cannot be less than 105. Its true upper limit may be nearer 170. AII IQ 120. 15 cases. Average reliability coefficient of data, 0.21. Cobden, after 3 years' service as a clerk, accepted at 18 and offered to enter a Ghent business house. At his father's wish, however, he later gave up the foreign engagement. At 20, he aided in the support of his younger brother. At 21, he was promoted from clerk to traveller. At 24, he entered business on his own account with 2 friends. Business ability is here combined with a sense of responsibility and decided initiative. Early and general recognition of his powers corroborate this view. The young man described is probably equal in intelligence to the graduate of a standard college of today. AI IQ 125. The AI IQs of 32 cases estimated at 125 are based upon data whose reliability averages 0.34. The reliability range is from 0.11 for a single case, Buffon, to 0.60 for 2 cases, Nelson and Washington. A comparison of the members of this group with those at 120 and 115 indicates that the IQ estimate is directly affected by the amount of information available. The more complete the record, the higher the average IQ for any considerable group in our study. In other words, the IQ is, for the most part, low in a given case, not because evidence is available that sets a definite maximum IQ limit, but rather because sufficient evidence is not available to corroborate the highest estimate possible in a given case. More data would afford a basis for higher IQs, but not uniformly higher. For example, those cases rated as 125 or lower, whose data as repeated afford a fairly high reliability for IQ ratings, indicate a trend in Group A which invites further investigation. Of 4 cases from AI IQ groups, 110 to 125 inclusive, whose data have a reliability of 0.60, 3 are soldiers: Grant AI 110, Nelson AI 125, and Washington AI 125. The 4th case is that of Goldsmith AI 115, whose IQ rating was influenced by contradictions in the evidence. The records of Grant, Washington, and Nelson offer no contradictions. They present evidence clearly descriptive of use of practical interests possessing the force of character which brings achievement. Few intellectual tastes or activities are noted, and these are in each case immediately related to definite practical behavior. The estimated IQ of one of these youths is probably nearer the true IQ than is that of Mailbrake, a Napier, or a Thal. Table 26 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 125. Of the 3 last named, we also know but little, but that little points in the direction of high intellectual interests and indicates that the practical taste characteristic of our hyperkinetic youths are here conspicuously absent. Ratings in the 125 group are fairly stable. In 66% of the cases, the range of the 3 raters is between 120 and 130. Only 2 ratings are at the lower limit, 110. 5 are at the upper limit, 140. Bach, M. Liebig, C. Mailbrake, M. Swift, T. Velasquez, M. In the case of Bach, the disagreement among the raters resulted in the problem of weighting musical achievement. Although the correlation between musical achievement and intelligence is unknown, 125 appears a safe rating from the Bach of whom we have record. At the same time, it is clear that this youth had many of the personal characteristics of the gifted: intensity and continuity of interest, ambition, independence, determination, and perseverance. And these were combined with achievement of a high order in musical composition, as well as versatility and excellence in performance. Liebig is rated IQ 140 by 1 rater, C, for the same personal characteristics displayed by Bach, plus achievement in chemical experimentation, a spirit of scholarly inquiry which led him, on his own initiative, to thorough and careful perusal of many chemical works before he was 16, and the evidence that older scholars and scientists were impressed by his interest and ability. But his teachers thought him hopeless because he would not study the classics. This item of information is, considering the other reported facts, sufficiently weighted in the AI 125. In the case of Mailbrake, the report is somewhat vague and assertion is inadequately supported by statements of concrete fact. Endowed with one of the keenest intellects the world has ever seen, he overcame the first difficulties of science with an intellectual ease that was astonishing and which aroused the jealousy of his brothers, who, like himself, are entitled to a guest rating of 120 on the basis of family standing. Frail in body, Malebranche concerned himself with the things of the spirit. Poetry and oratory seemed frivolous to him at the age of 16, and he turned to philosophy, from which he expected to learn great truths. In college, at 16, he found in philosophy nothing of greatness and almost nothing of truth, only subtlety, perpetual equivocation, and play with words. He felt it his duty, however, to apply himself, which he did with success, aged 16 to 18. The AI of 125 does not overrate this case. Swift is reported to have been able to read any chapter in the Bible at 3 and to have learned to spell at the same age. From 6 to 14, his reported interests were in sport rather than in scholarship. At college, aged 14 to 17, he was more concerned with independent reading than with prescribed study, so that he made a poor showing in the regular course. These data are contradictory, but even so, they adequately support an IQ of 125. Velasquez's IQ on the basis of parental standing alone is 120. His school achievement was distinctly superior. He betrayed a decided talent for every branch of knowledge. His quick intelligence gave his parents a lofty idea of his gifts. After an adequate preparatory school training, Velasquez began at 13 the study of art, in which he made rapid progress. The data are not sufficiently complete here to warrant a higher rating than AI IQ 125, although the information reported and the AII of 140 suggests that the error lowers rather than raises the estimated as compared with the true IQ. For the most part, the members of this group, like those of the previous one, are rated on 1. Parental standing, 2. School attendance, and 3. Statements as to individual intellectual interests. Where 1 and 2 alone would place the individual at 120, additional statements qualify him for the higher IQ rating. For example, Jenner, T. 125, M. 125, C. 120, the son of a clergyman, received the usual education of his social rank, IQ 120. He made a respectable proficiency in the classics before entering upon a professional course, IQ 120. In addition, he had scientific interests. Before he was 9, he made a collection of the nests of the dormouse. A few years later, he spent the hours devoted by the other boys to play or recreation in searching for Oolitic fossils, IQ 125. Locke, T. 125, M. 125, C. 125, the son of an attorney, IQ 120, received his preparatory education at Westminster School, IQ 120, where he was elected on the foundation after indicating his fitness for this honour by his satisfactory work and by passing a stiff examination in Greek, Latin, and grammar, IQ 125. Helvetius, T. 125, M. 130, C. 125, the son of a physician, IQ 120, was educated at the College of Louis le Grand, IQ 120. His education had begun before he was 5, IQ 125. A taste for reading developed in earliest childhood, IQ 130. From that time he read much, and he knew how to read, how to interpret the text, and to put himself in contact with the greatest minds of both past and present. This is the characterization of a gifted youth, IQ 140, but we hear further that he was not a model pupil. He had periodic colds which made him seem dull. He was not quick in response, but always needed time to collect his thoughts, to analyze, to compare, and to meditate, and he did not shine at all in the beginning of his studies, IQ 115. Then he was discovered by a brilliant humanist, his teacher, who knew how to recognize ability, and who from that time took particular pains with him, aroused his enthusiasm in the classics, and led him to read and criticize the best authors. An IQ nearer 140 than 125 may be suspected here, but the evidence is not sufficient to warrant the higher rating. The other members of the group present similar evidence of something at least a shade above the average college student. The lower limit of this group is not less than 110 or 115. The true upper limit is conditioned by such men as Linnaeus, who at 30 published his Genera Plantarum, which must be considered the starting point of modern systematic botany. Gay-Lussac, whose contributions to science entitled him to enter the French Academy of Sciences at 28, and Liebig, who after becoming a professor of chemistry at the unusually precocious age of 23, soon made the University of Giessen the center of attraction to the chemical students of Europe. AII IQ 125. 13 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.36. Moreau was a typical example of this group. At 24, he completed his course at the University of Rennes and became Prévôt in droit, the first rank among law students. The completion of a college course entitles him, when other data are not reported, to a rating of 125 IQ, the estimated average of graduate students in standard American universities. AI IQ 130. The reliability coefficients for the 21 cases in the 130 group average 0.39, as compared to the reliability average of 0.34 at IQ 125. The range is from 0.11, Savonarola, to 0.75, Burns. The range in individual IQ ratings is from 110 Burns M to 160 Canova M. 9 cases, 43% of the group are rated between 125 and 135 by all three raters. Herder, relative coefficient of data 0.43, and Sheridan, relative coefficient of data 0.53, rated 130 IQ by all three, may be regarded as typical representatives of the group. The standing of Herder's parents allows the son a guessed IQ of not less than 110. The community in which young Herder lived and the school which he attended rank him somewhere near the same figure. The personal characterization, school standing, and intellectual interests raised the rating to 130. Herder seemed different from other children. He spent much of his time alone and was always grave and serious. The fact that a fistula in his eye caused him pain throughout the period of his childhood increased the significance of his youthful achievements. Herder's thirst for knowledge, his pleasing manners, and his rapid progress made him the favorite of his exacting and thorough teacher and ardent scholar. The latter selected the boy from his class as suitable material for the university and gave him private instruction in Greek and Hebrew. The boy's passion for reading became so great that he had to be forbidden the use of books at his meals. If he knew of any book in the village, he borrowed and read it. In less circumscribed surroundings, this description might easily fit an IQ of 140. The rating of 130 is not too high. Prescott is entitled by parental standing to a guessed IQ of 120. Attendance at a school of exceptional standing suggests a rating of 125. Prescott's ability and many of his characteristics, his inquisitive mind, quick perception, and ready retentive memory, are characteristics of a gifted youth. His superior performance in the college entrance examination bear out this interpretation. But the raters agree that the evidence does not warrant a rating above 130, because although Prescott was a great reader, his reading was largely limited to fiction. He disliked mathematics and metaphysical discussions and speculations, and although he formed good resolutions for study, he was careful never to exceed the number of hours scheduled or to do more than was required. A single written communication preserved from his hand in an available source and dated from his 16th year has received from 3 raters an average composition IQ rating of 125. A rating of 130 is not too high for the child Prescott. A higher rating is probably not warranted by the data. Table 27 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 130. Burns's parental standing is lower than Herder's. His scholastic progress and his literary interests indicate superior intelligence. The fact that he lived in so restricted an environment makes an interpretation of his record extremely difficult. The feat of learning French independently at 14 is perhaps the most significant single item recorded. A poem written at 14, the earliest extant from his hand, averages, 3 raters, a composition IQ of 150. The poem was not published during the period to which its composition is assigned, and proof is wanting that it stands as then written, although there is also no indication of later alteration. Because Burns's recorded interests and performances are all literary in character and closely connected with special talent, the rating of 140 C and T is perhaps too high. 110 M appears too low. The average of 130 does not seem unduly liberal. Disagreement in the Canova ratings, T 115, M 160, C 120, is due to the inadequacy of available norms to rank artistic production. The two statues, Orpheus and Eurydice, produced at 16. The intense and careful study which preceded their execution, and the allied interests which made such productions possible from so young an artist, present a problem in rating, at present insoluble. An IQ 130 can scarcely be considered too high. The lower limit for the 21 members of the group is perhaps near 120. Its upper limit is probably not higher than a true estimate of the IQ of Newton, who discovered the principle of the differential calculus before he was 24, and soon after added to this discovery epoch-making contributions to the science of optics and of gravitation. Newton was a university professor of mathematics at 27 and was elected to the Royal Society at 30. AIIQ 130, 22 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.36. John Bright represents the group whose IQ ratings reaches 130. This youth left school at 15 and was employed in his father's mill. At 21 he assisted in founding the Rochdale Library and Philosophical Society. At 25 he delivered lectures upon his travels and discussed the decline and fall of nations. He continued in business. A combination of practical business interests and literary and philosophical activities indicates an IQ approaching the very superior. Young men who at 25 deliver lectures reporting their travels are probably equal in intelligence to the American university student who is a candidate for an advanced degree. AIIQ 135. The average reliability of the data for the 41 cases rated at 135 is 0.48, which is distinctly higher than the reliability of the group at 130. The data for 3 cases, John Franklin, Lamartine, and Thackeray, have a reliability of 0.75. The two ratings based on the least reliable data are for Erasmus and Spencer, relative coefficient of data 0.11. The former is rated low on reliability because of doubt as to dates, the latter because of a question as to the true authorship of certain translations sometimes attributed to the young poet in his 16th year. Were the dates generally accepted in the case of Erasmus established as correct, he would almost certainly be rated above 140 IQ, while proof of the geniusness of Spencer's supposed early achievement would secure him a rating near 150 IQ. The uncertainty of a judgment dependent upon uncorroborated evidence led the raters to regress toward 100 IQ. The group at 135 is made up of youths whose reported behavior gives evidence of distinct ability only less than that which characterized the gifted. They are not rated at 140 because the reported evidence does not afford sufficient proof that they are able to function adequately in many and varied situations requiring intellectual adaptation and insight. In many of the cases, practical rather than intellectual ability is evidenced in the years with which we are concerned. Even scholarship appears here to be the result of practical rather than theoretical interests. John Franklin, T 135, M 135, C 135, relative coefficient of data 0.75, is a typical representative of these practical lads. Ambitious, intensely interested in his profession, a successful and experienced midshipman at 15, he early showed a superiority which was remarked by the older men with whom he associated. Keen powers of observation and the ability to characterize people and situations gave evidence of his discerning mind. Table 28 is displayed on the previous page. Group of cases rated AIIQ 135. He was quick and decisive. These characteristics and the standing of his family suggest an IQ of not less than 125. In addition, he was an eager and independent student in his profession. He was a reader of good books, and his interest in navigation and exploration showed a distinctly scientific turn of mind. His chief attainment was in the field of astronomical observation. His skill as a nautical observer won the praise of his superiors, and the playful title of Mr. Take-or-Bray. Evidence of a certain cheerful self-satisfaction qualifies, in the reader's mind, the significance of the attainments described by the youth himself and prevents a higher rating on traits which perhaps belong to a higher IQ group. Other representative cases, the estimates of the three raters do not differ by more than 5 IQ points for any one of them, are Thackeray, Burke, Grote, and Robertson. These, like the other 37, clearly belong to a superior type. Thackeray, T 135, M 140, C 135, has many of the distinguishing marks of the gifted. At the age of 11, when 5th from the youngest in a class of 26, he was 6th from the top in standing, although he spent most of his time drawing burlesque scenes from Shakespeare and was called a lazy boy. Young Thackeray was original in thought and expression. He recognized unusual similarities. He was observing. He wrote, between the ages of 11 and 17, unusually clever verse, often illustrated by as clever caricatures. He had an absolute faculty of imitation, a wonderful memory, the power of acquiring language. He read critically and understandingly, but he disliked mathematics. In spite of the indication of a disability in mathematics, it is clear that young Thackeray was a youth of superior general ability, endowed with special talents for art and literature. Burke, T 140, M 135, C 135, belongs to the same group by reason of his solid scholastic attainment. He was neither quick nor brilliant. His powers appeared rather in steadiness of application, faculty of comprehension, and strength of memory, and an inquisitive and speculative cast of mind, and a judgment early ripe. While other boys played, he read and studied, at first because of physical disability, later because of his genuine interest in the world of books. Grote, T 130, M 135, C 135, also had both aptitude for and interest in study. His mother taught him to read and write before he was 5.5. At school he habitually surpassed in his class boys of his age. Robertson, T 140, M 135, C 135, showed an ardour for study, and assiduity unexampled. He did not care for the sciences. His interest was rather in elucidating moral and religious truths. These examples illustrate the traits of the 135 IQ group. They indicate scientific or intellectual interests more than average application to study and group, or else eager pursuit of some non-curricular aim. Superiority in any one line or even in several lines of occupational or professional activity. They suggest, in a number of cases, limitations to achievement as one-sidedness of interest, lack of speed in mental operations, or even intellectual laziness. The limitations are perhaps more conspicuous in this group than in some of the earlier ones, because the general ability displayed is of a distinctly higher grade. In several of the cases, the rating of 135 clearly involves a regression for lack of data. The true lower limit of this group can scarcely fall below 120 IQ. Its true upper limit, set by such youths as Cousin, Darwin, Erasmus, Da Vinci, and Kant, is probably in the IQ range above 160. AII IQ 135. 28 cases, average reliability coefficient of data, 0.45. The cases estimated IQ 135 on the second rating are represented by Baxter, whose career as recorded shows ability typical of the group. This youth was made headmaster of a school at 23. The same year he was ordained to the ministry and preached his first sermon. At 25 and 26 he was assistant minister in a town parish. A rating of 135 may be thought too low in such a case. At any rate, we may safely assume that young men of 23 who were headmasters of schools and who became ordained ministers at 24 would not average below the 135 IQ level. End of section 7. Section 8 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. Discussion and analysis of the IQ ratings continued. AI IQ 140. The average of the reliability coefficients of the data for the 28 cases rated at 140 is 0.56. A single case, Catharine, has a reliability of 0.20, while the coefficients for 50% of the cases are 0.60 or above. At 140, we are dealing with evidences of distinct superiority. Single ratings are as high as 165 Dumas T, 160 Bulwer T, and 160 Watt M. The typical member of the group is characterized by general ability of high degree and by definite intellectual or scientific interests. He stands above the level of his schoolmates in artistic, scholastic, or scientific production, and in professional achievement. His earliest development is precocious. Weakness in any one direction is more than offset by excellence in another. Agassiz, Bachat, and Zwingli, rated at 140 IQ by all three raters, are perhaps characteristic of two subgroups at this level. The record is sufficiently detailed in the case of Agassiz, relative coefficient of data 0.75, to afford a rating of 140 IQ, in which we may feel something approaching our confidence in an equally high rating based on a Stanford-Binet test. The information of the other two cases is far less complete. Relative coefficient of data 0.43. But in all three cases we are dealing with extraordinary superiority. With Agassiz's early interest as a scientific collector, his cleverness as a student, aged 10, and his great capacity for languages, is contrasted the report that he had little inclination for mathematics and was not above the level of his class at school. At 12 his ambition was to command the whole field of scientific nomenclature. At 14 he had resolved to become a man of letters and planned his future career in detail. At 15 he became interested in biology, and his remarkable intelligence and zeal were noted by his teacher. At 16 he was recognized as a brilliant student in the midst of keen college competition. An IQ below 140 will hardly account for this case. Table 29 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 140. The record of Bachat is brief, but convincing as far as it goes. He was sent to college to study the humanities as soon as his childhood was over. His love for his work, his respect for his masters, and his attachment to his fellow students made Bachat one of those sujets precocious who show even in youth the qualities for which they will later be distinguished. Every year he carried off the prizes. At 16 he entered a seminary at Lyons to complete his studies by a course in philosophy. Here he was again distinguished by amiability, by modesty, and by success. He sustained public examination in physics and mathematics with the greatest distinction. He without doubt is a gifted youth. Further information would probably entitle the child Bachat to a higher rating than the present 140, which is not too high as a conclusion for the reported data. Zwingli enjoyed an education of unusual excellence. He learned so quickly that he found all the things he was taught too easy to give his clever intellect due exercise. Between the ages of 10 and 14, he carried off all the honours in the school disputations. He was a brilliant pupil. At 14, he was sent to the best training school for scholars, although this institution was a considerable distance from his home. In favorable surroundings he laid a solid foundation of classical learning and mastered the theory of poesy so that he could both compose and criticize verse. He also continued the study of music, in performance of which he was already proficient. The rating of 140 is probably a moderate estimate of this lad's true ability. In the case of Bulwer, T160 and 125, C140, the disagreement among the raters is doubtless due to the fact that recorded performance is clearly dependent for its superiority on a distinctly special gift of literary appreciation and literary production. Bulwer, as chronicled, is an example of the precocious child whose achievement in youth fulfills the promise of early childhood. The composite rating of 140 is not too high. Dumas is comparable to Bulwer in the nature of his ability, which has proved difficult to measure in IQ terms. T 165, M 120, C 140. Moore's gifts are also specialized, but the performance of his earliest childhood years is not too striking, and the editors find closer agreement. T 145, M 135, C 135. William Hamilton's school and college performance resembled Agassiz's, while his interests are comparable to, though less universal, than those of Zwingli. There is certain definite lacunae in the account of his interests and achievements, and thus the rating is limited here, as in the other cases, to the lower limit of the gifted range. The same is true also in the case of Alexander von Humboldt. He is rated on the character of his accomplishment, on an apparent universality of interest, and of grasp similar to, although reported less striking than, that of Zwingli. Watt, T 130, M 160, C 135, showed beside general ability a special mathematical talent which appeared as early as his 7th year. At this early age he was pronounced no common child by a visitor who was astonished and gratified by the mixture of intelligence, quickness, and simplicity displayed by his answers, and yet he was called dull by his schoolmates as a consequence of the quietness of his interests. He was distinguished by a retentive memory. His proficiency in classical studies was considerable, and at 13 or 14 he made rapid progress in the study of mathematics. He developed an astonishing gift of storytelling, holding his hearers by the overpowering interest of his tales. Before he was 15 he had read twice, and each time with careful attention, a work on natural philosophy. His interest in the subject was intense and original. Every new acquisition in science, languages, or general literature seemed made without an effort. Between 14 and 17, he carried on experiments in chemistry and electricity. He became profoundly interested in anatomy. His ardent mind was constantly occupied. His friends were youths of intelligence and education who feared while they loved him, as he had no patience for folly. Every excursion that he made became the occasion for botanical, mineralogical, and ethnological research. He accomplished more in a few hours' study than ordinary minds do in many days. He read indiscriminately almost every book he could procure. He was active and indolent by turns, though modest and unpretending, yet he was conscious of his own high talents and superior attainments, and proudly looked forward to their raising him to future fame and honour. The reliability of these data on Watt is rated as 0.53, and the significance of the rating is evident from an examination of the reported facts. The record emphasises young Watt's high gifts and abilities, but in no case is his performance compared with definite objective standard. We do not know definitely among what group of associates his superiority was remarked. In the only instance in which he is compared with fellow students, and this was before the age of 13, he was considered dull. Watt's interest, his reputation, and his mental achievement at various ages clearly indicate a gifted boy. His childhood IQ can scarcely have fallen below 130. It might have reached a high point, 160, would perhaps not be an overestimate. An average rating of 140 is certainly not too high for one so apt as well as so versatile. The lowest single rating in the 140 IQ group, Dumas père, falls down to 120 IQ M, while the highest single rating, 165 T, is for the same case. It is, however, unlikely that the true lower limit for the IQ of members of this group would fall below 125 or 130. The true upper limit is indicated, to choose a single instance, by the phenomenal achievement of Alexander von Humboldt before the age of 26, which is recognized in his AII rating of 170, relative coefficient of data 0.82. AII IQ 140. 40 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.52. Berzelius is a typical member of the group rated at AII IQ 140. At the age of 20 he held a post as assistant to the distinguished physician Hedin. At 22 he was appointed teaching fellow of the Stockholm Medical School. The same year he was appointed assistant in medicine and pharmacy. He delivered a course of lectures in chemistry in addition to his other activities. At 24 he took the place, temporarily, of a retiring professor of the medical school. Besides fulfilling the regular duties of his offices, he acted as district charity physician. AIIQ 145. The 30 cases included in the group of 145 were rated on data whose average reliability was estimated at 0.58. 2/3 of the cases have reliability coefficients of 0.60 or above. Assignment to the 145 IQ group, or to any of the groups above it, was made only when the evidence indicated remarkable precocity, scholastic achievement of very high rank as compared with that of associates, or extraordinary production along literary, scientific, or artistic lines. In the 145 IQ group, there are 5 individuals: Emerson, Charles James Fox, Milton, O'Connell, Sainte-Beuve, whose ratings are based upon material having an estimated reliability of 0.75. Of these, Emerson is rated on his precocity in learning to read, his literary production at 10 years and later, of which examples are preserved, and his literary interests, his scholarship, excellent except in mathematics, in which he is said to have been inferior, and his unusual maturity and independence of mind and youth. Table 30 is displayed on the page, group of cases rated AIIQ 145. Charles James Fox is rated upon precocity, youthful sagacity, superiority at home and at school, in a superior group, varied interests and intellectual energy. Milton is rated upon his general scholastic progress and achievement, his literary interests, and the remarkable poetic productions of his 16th and 17th years. O'Connell's case presents definite information in regard to earlier precocity. He learned his letters in 1 hour at the age of 4. As early as 9 he preferred reading to play, and was ambitious to become a great man. In his schoolwork he was quick and persevering, and desirous of excelling. In a Jesuit school in France, he rose to a high place in his class. O'Connell is said to have possessed an exceptionally retentive memory, a quick intelligence, and a rich imagination by the exercise of which he left all his fellow students far behind. His successes in the French college were as rapid as they were astonishing. An essay written at 16 preserves to us the evidence of his ability. Sainte-Beuve is an excellent student, always first or second, or at worst third in the weekly compositions, and winner of the first prize in history at the concours when he was 14. At 13 he felt very sure of what he needed, and so persuaded his mother, to whom it meant real financial sacrifice, to send him to school in Paris. 3 letters written between the ages of 13 and 16 are evidence of this youth's mature intellectual interests. A note of his composition, aged 16, entitled "A Young Italian Poet at the Tomb of Tasso," was so well thought of by a teacher that it was preserved among valued papers. 14 cases are reported with sufficient completeness to be rated at 0.60 in reliability for the present purpose. A brief statement regarding each of these may include the chief qualifications upon which assignment to the 145 IQ group depended. The child Arago owes his IQ rating to extraordinary mathematical interest and achievement in addition to general ability of high order. Young Bernard is rated upon his intellectual interests, his superiority in scholastic achievement, and his ardent passion of reading. Chalmers' reported interests were varied. He won some distinction as a successful student, especially of mathematics. The account of channeling tells of very precocious brightness and exceptional school standing. Young Danton is said to have been a leader in schoolwork and schoolboy activities. He won and maintained high standing in his class with very little effort and showed exceptional literary talent as well. Dickens exhibited literary ability at an early age. His interests were varied. He won successes in practice as well as in intellectual pursuits. Disraeli excelled at school. He also showed at an early age a high order of literary ability and keen critical power. Benjamin Franklin's versatility, interest, and performance was evidenced at an early age, and his superiority did not pass unnoticed. Herschel was an unusually able student, as well as a musical prodigy. Wilhelm von Humboldt learned to read at the age of 3. His unusual general ability was early recognized by the superior persons with whom he came in contact, and his scholastic performance was clearly exceptional. Jefferson was superior in his school achievement and precocious in his reading interests. Kotzebue was a lad of quick intelligence who exhibited remarkable literary talent before the age of 16. Young Webster displayed a remarkable precocity, very superior school achievement, and unusual accomplishments in reading. Winckelmann exhibited as a lad extraordinary tenacity and perseverance in achieving, in the face of great odds, an unusually superior education. In the limited surroundings of his youth, and against the background of average or even inferior circumstance, he stands out conspicuously as a superior scholar, and as a youth of genuine and varied intellectual interests and accomplishments. The records for 8 cases in the 145 IQ group are sufficiently adequate for the present purpose to be assigned to a reliability rating of 0.53. Young Bacon is rated on his precocity, his ability, his reading, and his critical writing. Young Bailey's ratings is based upon the rapidity of his progress in scientific and literary study, the character of his literary production, and his other interests. Fenelon was an excellent student at an early age, and a youth of general ability. Fichte was a precocious lad with an unusual memory. His school standing was also high. Galileo possessed intellectual aptitudes of various kinds, coupled with considerable mechanical inventiveness. He was a superior draughtsman and a musician as well, but his greatest interest was in scientific study. Young Gibbon is rated on his reading, his literary production, and his very early evidences of his brightness. Handel is perhaps more correctly rated at 145 than at any of the IQ levels to which the individual ratings assigned him, T135, M170, or C125. His general scholastic standing would entitle him to a rating of at least 120. The number of additional IQ points assigned him depends upon the importance attached in this connection to his musical production. Young Metastasio showed phenomenal literary precocity and intellectual keenness. The reliability coefficient in 2 cases, Michelangelo and Campanella, falls to 0.43. In one case, Laplace, to 0.20. Michelangelo's case, T130 and 160, C140, is another example of the difficulty of rating artistic production. Further enlightenment of the relation of artistic creative ability to intelligence will probably give more than sufficient warrant for the AI rating of 145 in this case, where early achievement was clearly extraordinary. Campanella is rated on profound intellectual interests, early aroused, and on unusual achievement. His record of Laplace, T130 and 160, C145, furnishes little evidence for an IQ rating. As far as it goes, however, it indicates precocity early recognized, high scholastic standing, and unusual memory, acuteness in analysis, and superior mathematical ability. This lad's AII rating of 170 probably indicates his true ability more nearly than the AI of 145. Without question, there is no member of the entire group rated at 145 whose early IQ actually fell below 130. The true upper limit set by Laplace, Milton, Fichte, Michelangelo, Herschel, and so many others may have been considerably above 180. AII IQ 145. 34 cases, average reliability coefficient of data, 0.58. The large group of cases whose AII rating falls at 145 may be represented by Robespierre, who after distinguishing himself at college, completed a law course at 23 and thereafter, before the age of 25, won prominence in his community for his professional sagacity. Robespierre soon became not only the foremost lawyer of the region, but also a writer of local fame, and in his 26th year he was elected a member of the academy of his city. This young man's achievement was unusual, whether we compare it to an average or a superior group. It clearly indicated remarkable powers. His professional progress and the recognition he had won at the age of 25 are also evidences of very high ability. AI IQ 150. The records of the 24 cases whose IQs are rated at 150 average in reliability 0.68. 14 cases, 58%, have a coefficient of 0.75 or above. The reported behavior and achievement of the youths in this group are characterized by marked superiority. Table 31 is displayed on the page, group of cases rated AI IQ 150. The group of lads rated at 120 IQ gave evidence of ability not less than that of university graduates of the present day. Those distinctly above this average received a rating of 130, while distinguished schools or college performance raised the estimate to 140. At 150 IQ, we find a group of individuals characterized by high general ability and, in addition, by 1. Phenomenal scholastic performance, taking all the prizes or being selected repeatedly as school representatives, or 2. Unusually mature interests, often shown in reading, or 3. Extraordinary production or achievement, usually scholastic or literary, or 4. Phenomenal precocity. In most of the cases, at least 2 of these elements appear definitely, while 1 or more of the others may be suggested also. The least satisfactory record in the group is the report of Gassendi's youth. Relative coefficient of data 0.43, IQ ratings T 160, M 145, C 145. But even this brief account leaves no doubt as to Gassendi's superiority. Indeed, he is reported to have shown unmistakable marks of genius in his early years. When scarcely 4, he preached little sermons. At 7, he showed a leaning toward astronomy by giving his comrades ingenious explanation of the movements of the moon. At 10, he harangued a bishop in Latin, and that worthy predicted him for a glorious future. At 13, the little doctor, as he was called, composed dramas in prose and poetry, and with his playmates presented them in the homes of the leading families of Digne. His parents, modest working people, do not appear to have been very desirous of cultivating the talents of their son. But they allowed him to attend the College of Digne, and also, though not without objection, to go to Aix, where he finished his course of study under Tesse. His talents were already noted, and led to preferment. At 16 he returned home. He was invited by unanimous decision of the faculty to teach rhetoric at Digne, but the offer was not accepted, because Gassendi had already laid out a plan of theological study from which he was unwilling to be turned aside. The interests of this youth of humble family were scientific, literary, and theological. He gave evidence of remarkable precocity. At an early age, his high scholastic ability was recognized by teachers and fellow students alike. This case has been estimated at 145 by 2 raters, one of whom is especially conservative in rating above 140. The third rater, T, raises the average by his estimate of 160. In this case, it is not the facts reported, but the brevity of the account that places an upper limit on the IQ rating. Therefore, the IQ rating of 150 is probably too low as a measure of actual ability. It is certainly not too high, and seems to represent fairly the youth's relative rank in the large group of young geniuses. When a rating of 0.53 on the reliability of the data, the cases of Descartes and D'Alembert are not dissimilar. Descartes' rating is based upon indications of early and profound intellectual interests and high scholastic standing, fulfilling the promise of precocious childhood. D'Alembert, at the age of 4 or 5, showed that he had an unusual mind. His tutor was enchanted by his intelligence. At the age of 10, his master stated that he could teach him nothing further. Because of frail health, the boy remained in school until he was 12, when he entered at Jansenist College. There he made a brilliant success in his studies, and his superiority was long remembered in the college. He was devoted to literature and spent all his spare time in reading Latin poetry. He was a questioner, devoted to discussion and controversy. At 16, he wrote a commentary on Paul's epistle to the Romans. Further information would, in both of these cases, probably offer sufficient grounds for higher IQ estimates, for neither contains information of a negative character, and the substance of both reports indicates extraordinary high intelligence. Berkeley, Carnot, Comte, Diderot, Hegel, Lamennais, and Mendelssohn are rated on data whose reliability coefficient is 0.60. Berkeley was phenomenally precocious. He entered college 2 years younger than was usual in his day, even for bright boys, although he was so eccentric that those who did not know him thought him a dunce. His intimates recognized him a prodigy of learning. Carnot was no less precocious. His scholastic record was brilliant. where it was customary for the pupil to be supported by the instructor in the defense of his thesis. Conant defended his alone, and with great success. Comte was also remarkable for his precocity and scholastic brilliance. Diderot took all the prizes. His progress was rapid and brilliant. Haeckel's record tells of unusually broad education, profound intellectual interests, early devotion to mature reading, and youthful literary or philosophical productivity of genuine significance. Lamennais is rated on his reading, his literary production, and his intellectual independence. Mendelssohn early showed high general ability, as well as phenomenal musical talent. His musical composition showed power of analysis and intellectual depth. Bunsen, Byron, Cavour, Chateaubriand, Davy, Hugo, Longfellow, Mozart, Renan, Sand, Schleiermacher, Scott, and Wordsworth are rated on data whose reliability is estimated at 0.75. The picture presented in the record of each of these lads is similar to the cases discussed above, but the facts are reported in greater detail. The ratings on young Mozart, T 125 and 190, C 140, emphasize the difficulty of estimating the intelligence of a musical prodigy. Mozart's family standing entitles him to a guessed IQ of 115 to 120. His reported interests are almost wholly musical, a fact which would not alter the IQ unless there were additional evidences of their intensity or intellectual quality. The construction, at age 10, of an imaginary kingdom, and the plan of its geography executed under the boy's direction by a servant are no more than corroborative of the IQ already established. Skill at cards and in fencing adds nothing diagnostic. In the account of the boy's musical education, we have the first evidences of superior ability. A child who learns to play the piano at 3, who receives and benefits by musical instruction beginning at that age, and who studies and executes the most difficult counterpoint at 14, is probably above the average level of his social group. Mozart's general education gives no further clue to his intellectual status. His friends and associates were those that circumstance brought him. His reading and his correspondence show no striking capacity. His precocity, ability, and mental development are disclosed only in his musical performance and achievement. How are we to rate the IQ of an infant who invents musical ideas at 3 or 4, who picks out thirds at the same age, and who can, even at this early age, retain musical passages he has heard? Mozart's musical comprehension at 5 was exhibited in his first compositions and in his execution. His repertoire included the characteristic performances of an auditory Eidtiger. Compositions employing the most varied musical forms appeared in an almost uninterrupted stream from his 5th year onward. The ability to analyze and synthesize musical themes in the construction of an opera at 14, the ability to criticize musical composition and execution, and the interest and enthusiasm of a youth who at 15 writes music until his fingers ache are indications of superior intelligence. An investigation of Mozart at the age of 9 by a London lawyer established the verity of the reports of his achievements at that time. At 10, he demonstrated his inventive power under test conditions. His most astounding feat was the almost perfect transcription of the Allegri Miserere of the Sistine Chapel after a single hearing. Mozart possessed to a high degree all of the musical abilities enumerated by Revesz and by Seashore as the elements of musical talent. He exhibited particularly those that condition the higher processes involving musical memory and imagination and musical intellect. An IQ of 150 is probably not too high for a youth who combines with superior general ability, grasp of life situations, and a far-sighted fidelity to sustained effort. Remarkable, their peculiar auditory memory, and the ability to analyze, to synthesize, and to create harmony. A single study, that of Canning, the reliability of whose data is rated at 0.82, presents a characteristic picture of precocity, high scholastic standing, and phenomenal literary production. The true lower limit of the entire group of 24 cases is probably not below 130, while its true upper limit, determined by youths like Descartes, Berkeley, Hegel, and Hugo, cannot be less than 180. AII IQ 150. 30 cases. Average reliability coefficient of data 0.61. Young by card, he is a characteristic member of the group whose AII IQ rating reaches 150. At the age of 23, this young man undertook the publication and revision of Dassault's Journal of Surgery, which he continued to publish until his 28th year. At 25 and 26, he taught anatomy, operative surgery, and physiology. His lectures were received with great favour. A combination of superior scientific and literary powers, or of practical and theoretical ability, is characteristic of the highly endowed youths in the AII 150 group. AIIQ 155. The data for the 9 cases rated at IQ 150 have an average reliability of 0.68. 4 cases are ranked at 0.75 and 1 at 0.2. The records on which the ratings are based present, for the most part, intensified versions of the 150 IQ type. This is to say, these described are, for the most part, precocious children whose school achievement was brilliant, whose interests were intellectual and mature, and who produced literary work far beyond the standard for their years. Table 32 is displayed on the page, group of cases rated AI IQ 155. They differ from the group at 150 in exhibiting more of the several qualifications, or else in giving evidence of the possession of an equal number to a high degree. Condorcet, relative coefficient of data 0.53, carried off a school second prize at 13. At 15, his success was brilliant and rapid. For the end of 10 months, he maintained a very difficult analytical thesis with so much distinction that Clarent d'Alembert and Fontaine, who examined him, saluted him as a future member of the Academy. In spite of the resistance he foresaw on the part of his family, he resolved to devote himself to the pursuit of science. Wolf was a precocious child who became a brilliant student of recognized ability. At 14, he was a more capable tutor than the gymnasium teachers. His interests were almost exclusively intellectual. His productions show high intellectual ability and critical discrimination. Samuel Johnson was a youthful prodigy. His school standing was phenomenal. His literary productions before his 17th year give adequate evidence of a mature mind. Tennyson, relative coefficient of data 0.82, is characterized by varied intellectual interests, versatility of gifts, reading interests of marked intellectuality, and literary productions almost worthy of comparison with mature poetical productions. Miriam D. Steyr, relative coefficient of data 0.60, was a precocious child who developed abilities and interests of a high intellectual order. Peel, relative coefficient of data 0.60, Cuvier, relative coefficient of data 0.75, and Tayek, relative coefficient of data 0.75, each exhibited, in addition to precocious development and brilliant scholastic attainments, a remarkable memory, photographic in its minute records of detail. Peel would repeat on Sunday evenings both the morning and the afternoon sermons. He would recite one long poem after another. Of Cuvier it was said that from his earliest boyhood he never forgot anything that he had seen or read. Tayek could recall with absolute accuracy the whole of a mathematical exposition as if it had appeared upon the blackboard. His teacher correctly considered this an unusual psychological phenomenon. Hume, relative coefficient of data 0.60, presents a case different from the others. Of his childhood to the age of 14 or 15, little is reported except that he passed through the usual course of education with success. His mother's reputed comment on his wake-mindedness may be historical. If so, his abstract manner is probably the most adequate explanation. After the age of 14 or 15, his reading inclined him to books of reasoning and philosophy, and to poetry and polite authors. A certain boldness of temper began to develop in him which was not inclined to submit to any authority in these subjects, but led him to seek out some new medium which truth might be established. A remarkable letter written at the age of 16 is evidence of philosophical balance and of mature critical analysis. An essay attributed to the same year corroborates other evidence indicative of the early maturity of Hume's philosophical and critical intellect. No single rating on any member of this group falls below 140. The 155 group is thus differentiated from the 150 group by the position of its probable true lower limit. The true upper limit for lads like Hume, Condorcet, or Cuvier can scarcely fall below 180. AIIIQ 155. 24 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.67. Linnaeus and Carlyle are typical AII 155 cases. The former was professor of mathematics in an ecclesiastical college at St. Malo at 22 and 23. The latter, after serving as mathematical master from the age of 18 to 20 and as headmaster at 20, gave private lessons from his 23rd to his 26th year, and during this period wrote articles for the Edinburgh Encyclopedia and translated scientific pamphlets from the French. The early age at which Linnaeus received an appointment as college professor and the versatility of the gifted young Carlyle are equally indicative of phenomenal ability. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9. Discussion and analysis of the IQ ratings continued. AIIQ 160. 8 cases are rated at 160 IQ on data whose average reliability is 0.71. In this group, no single reliability measure falls below 0.53. The conservative ratings of C tend to decrease the average IQ for the members of the group. Her ratings are below the average 6 times and above it twice. Table 33 is displayed on the page, group of cases rated AIIQ 160. T's estimates are below the average twice and above it 6 times. M's ratings are below the average twice, above it 4 times, and equal to it twice. The 160 IQ group is characterized by 1. Precocity, 2. Brilliant scholastic achievement, and 3. Phenomenal literary productivity. The number of documents preserved for 6 of the cases increases the reliability of the ratings. The importance of such evidence in weighting the IQ is demonstrated. With data available for all of our subjects that equaled in reliability the records of these 6 cases, the AIIQs would be shifted upward all along the line. The record of Tasso, T 175, M 165, C 135, affords a lower reliability coefficient, 0.53, than any other included in this group. Extraordinary reports have been preserved of Tasso's precocity in his infancy. He spoke at 6 months, studied grammar at 3 years, and at 7 was pretty well acquainted with the Latin and Greek tongues. At the same age or a little later, he made public orations and composed pieces of poetry, of which the style is said to have retained nothing of puerility. At 9 he was tall and forward as a boy of 12. In his 10th year he wrote certain farewell lines to his mother which would easily entitle him to a composition IQ of 200 or over. A sonnet in praise of Urbino, preserved from his 15th year, indicates by the facility of its technique that it was not an isolated production. At 15 and 16, Tasso corrected the proofs of his father's Amitigidi. One Tasso critic believes that the Rinaldo was begun before Tasso was 17. The rating of 135 C does not appear to have weighted the elements in this case adequately. The average of 160 IQ is not too high. Bossuet, T 175, M 150, C 150, presents an example of intellectual superiority and scholastic brilliance. His unusual ability was early discovered. At the Jesuit school, he surpassed all others of his age, and masters and pupils measured him only in terms of his own ability. His intellectual supremacy was so great that it excited admiration from all. He was a child only in appearance. His mind was mature at birth. He was a passionate reader, devoted to the classics and to the Bible. At 13, when he became Canon of Metz, he had the demeanour and appearance of a mature man. At 15, he was noted for his natural eloquence. The university selected him as its representative on festival days. He became an object of admiration and was soon snatched from his obscurity. At 16, he was writing madrigals and pious poems in the fashion of the day. A charmed admirer of Corneille, he was a devoted theatre-goer. Before he was 17, he presented in an extempore sermon a contrast between the lives of Christ and Alexander the Great. His facility and vigour excited wonder throughout Paris, for the performance gave evidence of minute knowledge, penetrating analysis, and power to organize an intellectual discussion rapidly and convincingly. The rating of T, 175, may be too high an evaluation of so brief a report. 160 can scarcely be an overestimate. Brougham and the younger Pitt are distinguished for precocious mental development, brilliant school progress, and creative scientific or literary productions of a high order. Melanchthon is distinguished for his brilliant mental powers and his extraordinary precocious scholastic achievement. In matters of intellect he had a quick perception, an acute penetration, a retentive memory, an ardent thirst for knowledge, and the ability to express his thoughts with accuracy and precision. In school and out he was incessantly asking questions, and often would gather a few schoolfellows around him for the purpose of discussing what had been read and learned. Before he was 11 he disputed with roving Bacchanti, and it was seldom that one could withstand him. He was among the few brightest and best of the academic youth who was permitted to study Greek. He wrote Latin verses at 12. Before he was 13, he entered the University of Heidelberg, where he read poetry, wrote verses, and studied, for the most part, without other direction than his own. His reputation as a Greek scholar was soon established. During his first year, and before he was 13, he was appointed to hear the Greek recitations in the professor's absence. He tutored the sons of a nobleman. Evidences of his ability are preserved in 2 Latin poems written at 13, when he had already taken rank among the learned. At 14 he took the bachelor's degree. It is believed that he was working on his grammar at this time. At the end of another year he had fulfilled the requirements for the master's degree, but the degree was denied him because of his youth and boyish appearance. At 15 he went to Tübingen, where his studies took a wide range. He sought to know everything and could be a master in every science. He gave attention chiefly to Greek and Latin literature, to philosophy, history, eloquence, logic, and mathematics, heard the theologians and lecturers on law and medicine, and read Galen so carefully that he could repeat most of the words from memory. Just before his 17th birthday, he received the degree of Master of Arts as first among 11 candidates, and with the degree, the license as Privat Docent, to lecture on the ancient classics. His enthusiasm for classical literature awoke a new life in the university. The estimate of 160 IQ is a conservative rating of this case. Musset was mentally precocious, and his school record was brilliant. He was gifted with literary talent. At 3, he exhibited the ability to converse intelligently. At 8, he demonstrated the principle involved in the cannonball test of Year 16, average adult, in the Stanford-Binet scale. From the moment when at 9, he handed in his first school composition, he held the highest rank and attracted the attention of the professor. He was the youngest in his class as well as the brightest. He had so much conscience as regards work, so great a desire to do well, so much fear of not succeeding, that he was always unhappy and always agitated during the period of his classical studies. At 10, in order to continue with a teacher who had shown an interest in him, he skipped the 5th class entirely and yet won the first prize at the end of the year. He is said to have written his first poem at 14. At 15, he began to question, analyze, and reason independently and profoundly. At 16, Musset won a number of prizes, among them a second prize in philosophy in the grand competition. His essay was said by the professors to have been recognized immediately as the best of all those submitted from the standpoint of thought and form, but the religious side had been too little developed to win its author a first prize. Musset exhibited no such sustained and profound scholarship as did Melanchthon, but his brilliance is indisputable. A rating of 160 seems fully justified by the evidence. Wayland and Pope displayed precocious literary talents as well as general ability in school and wide intellectual interests. Wayland learned to read and write at the age of 3. Pope taught himself to write by copying from printed books at about the same age. Wayland began to compose verses at 6. The first recorded compositions of Pope were written when he was between 8 and 12, but he had begun to write verses further back than he could remember. Both lads were enthusiastic readers. Wayland's verses in German and Latin, preserved by his mother, filled several boxes by the time the young poet had reached his 15th year. Pope wrote a play and the Ode to Solitude at 12. The composition IQs of both youths were about 200. Wayland began an epic at 12, Pope at 13. Wayland excelled in school tasks. Pope was unabateable and went his own way. The pastorals, which Pope considered the most correct and musical of all his works, were begun in his 16th year. Wayland began his first great poem at 16. Pope's associates were mature men, and his interests were those of an adult. An astounding critical and analytical power appeared in him before the age of 12 and developed rapidly. Wayland, at 15, wrote a speculative essay on the origin of things that showed mature scientific and philosophical attitudes and keen discernment. Both views were exceptional, and the evidence for each warrants a rating of 160. The true lower limit of the whole group, rated at 160, is probably considerably above 140, while its upper limit may be near 200. AIIIQ 160. 20 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.67. Agassiz represents the group whose AIIQ is estimated at 160. At 22 he took the PhD degree. He was then already recognized as the foremost student in Europe of the freshwater fishes of Switzerland and southern Germany. At 23 he took the MD degree. At 25 he was appointed to a professorship in the College of Neuchâtel. He declined a call to Heidelberg the same year. The career outlined gives clear evidence of ability as much above 140 IQ as that level is above the intelligence of the average BA graduate of a standard classical university course. AIIQ 165. The reliability of the data for the subjects in this group is rated at 0.67. At 160, the average reliability was 0.71. The members of the 165 IQ group are distinguished by extraordinary mental precocity, phenomenal scholastic attainment, or noteworthy literary performance in early youth. The case of Wolseley is rated T175, M165, C150, on information so brief that its reliability coefficient is only 0.43. Wolseley early discovered a docile and apt disposition for learning, which encouraged his parents to give him a superior education. He was so early sent to the University of Oxford that he took his bachelor's degree in arts there when he was 14 or 15 years old. At an age when few members now of the most forward capacity, and with all the present and commonly speaking much superior advantage of education are known to be admitted, so that he soon got a name of peculiar distinction and was commonly called the boy bachelor. Soon after he had taken his degree of Bachelor of Arts, and having made an extraordinary progress in logic and philosophy, he was elected Fellow of Magdalen College in Oxford. Whatever the usual age for entrance at Oxford University at the period, the epithet of the boy bachelor marks Wolseley as an unusually precocious youth. Table 34 is displayed on the page. Group of cases reported AIIQ 165. Mirabeau is distinguished for his remarkable precocity, his brilliance in mathematics, his comprehension in 15 of Locke's philosophy, and his profound interest in difficult problems. Sarpi took in his school the place he held through life, and that was the top of the class. His remarkable ability, industry, and perseverance were early noticed. Passionately devoted to books and learning, he mastered with ease everything put into his hands. His powers of memory were extraordinary. He used to discredit the stories of his retentiveness by saying that he never at school could repeat more than 30 lines of Virgil after a single hearing. The common saying at school was, "All we to our frivolities, and Pierino to his books." Sarpi was a favourite among his classmates in spite of having exceeded them beyond any possibility of comparison in every department of study. At 13 he entered a monastery as a novice. At 13 and 14 he won applause for his monastic order by 2 brilliant disputations in which he exhibited wide knowledge, brilliant powers of reasoning, and the complete absorption in his subjects, which, combined with freedom from self-consciousness, often characterizes the youthful genius. At this period, Sarpi's criticisms of Duns Scotus convinced his teacher of the fallacies in the system of that still generally accepted schoolman. Sarpi's teacher said, "I have learned not a little from Paolo, Sarpi, in the very subjects I am teaching." Niebuhr was a precocious child who became a brilliant youth. He displayed sound scholarship, wide interest of a high order, and mature performance in economic, military, and financial statistics before his 17th year. John Quincy Adams showed a very superior general ability at an early age. His interests, his writings, his school achievement were far beyond his years. At 14, as private secretary, he attended Dana on a government mission to Russia. At 16, in the Anglo-American Peace Conference in Paris, he acted as his father's additional secretary. Constant is distinguished for his astonishing precocity. At 5 he invented Greek under the guidance of a tutor who thus incited him to learn what he thought was his own creation. At 7 his literary ideas were far developed. He was planning a literary future. At the same age he could play a difficult sonata, and at 9 he could read any music at sight. His letters to his grandmother at 9, 10, and 11 show a composition IQ above 200. At 11 he would sometimes dress Horace up so humorously they would never recognize himself. He wrote an opera, both words and music, before he was 12. Between 7 and 13 he had written a number of poems and essays which are preserved. At 13 he was sent to Oxford, but the university which the English enter at 20 was not a suitable place for the boy just beginning his teens, and so at 14, after further private study, he enrolled in the University of Erlangen, and at 15 in the University of Edinburgh. In both universities he worked enough so that only good was sent of him. His brilliant powers were generally recognized. The members of the group rated 165 IQ are prodigies in both ability and achievement. Their gifts were in each case recognized even in childhood as possessing the qualities of genius. The true lower limit of the group cannot be thought of as below 150. The true upper limit may be above 200. AII IQ 165. 14 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.68. Coleridge's achievement is representative of the high level reached by the youths whose AII IQs are rated at 165. The young poet wrote his first verses at 14 and 15. At 19 he entered Cambridge. At 20 he wrote a number of poems, later published. At 21 he left Cambridge to serve for a short time in a regiment of dragoons, but re-entered Cambridge a little later the same year. At 21 he developed with Southey the Pantisocracy scheme. At 22, Coleridge with Southey wrote a drama, The Fall of Robespierre. The same year, Coleridge left Cambridge without a degree and settled at Bristol as a public lecturer. He published sonnets on eminent characters in the Morning Chronicle. The first edition of his poems appeared when he was 23, the second when he was 24. The Ancient Mariner and Christabel were begun when he was 25, and the drama Osorio was written the same year. An annuity was conferred upon the young poet at this time by J. and T. Whitwood. The amount of literary work of the highest quality produced by Coleridge before he was 26 and the range of his interests and activities indicate intelligence of an unusual and rare order. AIIQ 170. 3 cases offer data sufficiently convincing in their report of precocious achievement to require ratings averaging IQ 170. In the reliability of their data, the 3 average 0.72, whereas C's ratings not consistently conservative at the upper levels, these cases would probably rank considerably higher. The average of the ratings of T and M is 175 for Voltaire and 180 for Leopardi and Chatterton. C's standard deviation is smaller than those of M and T, hence a rating of 150 by C has relatively a higher significance than such a rating by either of the other raters, while the average IQs in the highest levels are decreased towards the mean by C's underestimates. The individual cases preserve in general their rank order. The overlapping of all three raters is considerable at the upper levels. The groups of cases are small, and hence all differentiation between the groups is in the main possible. It is difficult. Leopardi, Voltaire, and Chatterton are all reported to have been precocious children who became brilliant youths. Table 35 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 170. Leopardi's scholarship and his scholarly productivity are of the character of Melanchthon's, but his reported performance indicate a more unusual course of self-education and more striking achievement than Melanchthon's in the period with which we are concerned. Leopardi learnt Greek, French, Spanish, English, and Hebrew without a master. His familiarity with Greek was almost incredible. Before the age of 12, he composed little essays which he recited at the end of the school year. He read voluminously from his 12th year. At 12, he was, in his formal education, the equal of a lyceum student. From 12 to 17, he wrote numerous poems, historical and scientific treatises, sermons, translations, criticisms, and annotations, also dissertations, logical, metaphysical, physical, and moral. At the age of 11, he began a history of astronomy, which he finished a few years later. This is remarkable for the number of sources drawn upon and the patience with which the author must have worked. At 15, Leopardi realized that literature was to be his vocation. At 15 and 16, he wrote tragedies and verses of varied metre, transfused with his imaginative humour. At 16, he wrote in blank verse A Tale of the Flood, a prose essay on natural history on 12 treatises, and 2 translations from Greek into Italian. The latter 2 entire books were translated in the space of 6 months. Other scholarly treatises followed during the same year. Before he was 17, Leopardi was carrying on the work of a mature scholar, assimilating, condensing, and reproducing his material, transformed and unified in parts. However, his labours showed only astounding laborious study and patience. But Leopardi was already a recognized scholar. Cancelian said, "We have reason to expect much from a young man who even now shows such extraordinary ability." The Swedish scholar Åkerblad expressed the same opinion. Kreuzer, who had spent a lifetime in the study of Plotinus, made use of Leopardi's work in writing his own. Niebuhr, at the same time, called Leopardi a conspicuous ornament of Italy. Other scholars were equally full of praise. The composition IQ of this youth at 12 years of age, or even earlier, was probably over 200. His critical, analytical, and synthetical powers sufficiently entitled him to the average rating of 170 IQ. Voltaire's precocity, his brilliant school career, and his early poetical and philosophical maturity entitled him to a position at least as high as Leopardi's. There is a suggestion that his judgment was keener, his perception of relationships more profound than we have met in any other case up to this point. That boy wants to weigh the great questions of Europe in his little scales. An IQ of 170 is not too high a rating of the intelligence of the child Voltaire. Chatterton's achievement was almost wholly literary. His school standing gave evidence of superior ability. His literary productions, long challenged as impossible of production by youth, are now generally accepted as genuine. They give evidence of a knowledge of facts, words, and word forms, of ingenuity, inventiveness, and creative power exhibited to an equal degree in few other reported cases. The amount of this youth's production has been exceeded at a similar age in no known instance. A true lower limit of the 3 cases in the 170 group may be nearer 160 than 150, while the true upper limit of a group containing Voltaire must approach or perhaps exceed a score of 200. AII IQ 170. 14 cases, Average reliability coefficient of data 0.76. Peel at the age of 20 took the BA degree at Oxford with double first-class honours. At 21 he entered the House of Commons. At 23 he became Under-Secretary of State for the Colonial Department, and at 24 Chief Secretary for Ireland. This brilliant career fully realised the hopes which the phenomenally gifted boy had aroused. Many decades did not produce a second Peel. AI IQ 175. For each member of the group of 3, at 175, records have been found whose reliability as a basis for an intelligence rating has been estimated at 0.82. C's IQ ratings lower the group average some 5 points. It is apparent that in the opinion of the raters, these 3 cases belong amongst the select individuals of the highest reported intelligence in the study. Table 36 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 175. Coleridge and Schelling were both prodigies of learning and production, the one poetical, the other scientific or philosophical. Haller began to preach to the servants at the age of 3 and to make little books at 3 or 4. These books were financial statements and lexicons, lists of all the new words that he learned from day to day. This lad played little and studied much. At 8 he made great lexicons containing all the Hebrew and Greek words in the Old and New Testaments, with their variations, roots, and meanings. He prepared as many as 2,000 biographies of famous people on the pattern of Bale and Moreri, whose encyclopedias he had already read. His associates did not understand such extraordinary activities, and he was considered simple. At 8.5 he passed, without an error, the entrance test to the public school. His ambition was so great that his teacher thought it must be repressed. As a child, Haller was beside himself, if he were not, through application and ability, the first in his group. At 9 he knew the Greek Testament ad aperturam. Nothing seemed impossible to him. Endowed as he was with a prodigious memory, an unusual capacity for work, and the irresistible drive to master the enormous amount of material he had assembled. Although his relatives took exception to his passion for reading and scoffed at his labours, he was not deterred. At 9.5 he wrote his first Latin poem, a satire on the severity of his teacher. At 11 he began to write verses in German. When ill with smallpox at the age of 12, he conceived a love poem in French. At 12 he wrote a gymnasium entrance exercise in Greek, which the rule only required in Latin. While the professors lectured, he wrote verses. He read voraciously. He worked out an arithmetic. Homer, Horace, Ovid, and Virgil were thoroughly familiar to him. At 13 he would shut himself up in his room from an unsympathetic world, and there write verses of every kind in many languages. Among these were translations from the ancients, tragedies, occasional poems, and an epic of 4,000 verses. When the house in which young Haller lived was on one occasion threatened by fire, it was his own literary productions alone that the boy rescued from danger. He is said, however, to have had no idea of his precocious poetical ability. At 15, Haller attended the University of Tübingen, where he took part in the usual disputations, wrote verses, studied, and dissipated. At 16, he escaped from dissipation by going to Leyden, his paradise, whither Boerhaave attracted studious and sober students from all parts of the world. Haller's early scholarship, interest, and productivity entitled him to a place in the little group, whose lower limit is probably not less than 160, while its upper limit is doubtless near or above 200. This group may perhaps be differentiated from the preceding one by the difference in its true lower limit. It can scarcely exceed, though it may equal, Voltaire and the other two 170 IQs in its true upper limit. AI IQ 175. 6 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.74. Davy served as apprentice to a prominent Protestant physician from his 17th to his 20th year. At 19 he was appointed assistant in the laboratory of Beddoes, Pneumatic Institution, Bristol. At 20 he published his first scientific article. During the same year he published researchers, chemical and philosophical, attracted great attention among scientists. At 22, appointed assistant lecturer in chemistry at the Royal Institution, London. Davy was eminently successful. He was rapidly promoted. By the age of 23, he had made his first communication to the Royal Society. In his 24th year, he was promoted to a professorship in the Royal Institution. He had already begun to make important discoveries in agriculture and electrochemistry. The originality which Davy displayed in his earliest laboratory research and the evidence of its recognition in his extraordinary rapid rise in his profession indicate that he had reached in early manhood a level of mental achievement seldom attained by others at any age. End of section 9. Section 10 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses, by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10. Discussion and analysis of the IQ ratings concluded. AI IQ 180. The reliability of the material for the three cases at 180 IQ is 0.80. The least reliable case, Pascal, relative coefficient of data 0.75, is here the only one which maintains its level in the second AII rating. Macaulay's phenomenal precocity is well known. His AI IQ is rated on early intellectual brilliance and extraordinary literary production, combined with a memory the power of which has seldom been equalled and scarcely exceeded by any individual in the study. Table 37 displayed on the page, group of cases rated AI IQ 180. Bentham's precocity appeared in learning his letters before he was able to speak, in enjoying the perusal of Rapin's History of England when he was not yet 3 1/4, in learning to read and write Latin and Greek at 4, and in an intensity of intellectual enthusiasm that led him at 6 to find a refuge from boresome conversation among his beloved books. He enjoyed reading Pope's Homer at 6, while Télémaque became his passion at 6 or 7. A little later he was reading Voltaire's works. At Westminster School, Bentham, aged 7 to 12, was the smallest and probably the youngest member of his class. Morbidly sensitive, he committed to memory in order to avoid disgrace what he would like to have avoided because it was dull and stupid. At 10, he obtained, as the last and least of 9 candidates, the right to enter the university, but the family feared to send the tiny precocious lad away from home, and so he remained at Westminster until he was 12. His fame as a little philosopher was considerable. At 12, Bentham entered Oxford, and there took to the study of mathematics of his own accord and without the aid of a tutor. At 13, he wrote a Latin ode that made some noise, and was praised by Dr. Johnson as a very pretty performance of a young man. Verses and letters of this period give evidence of a singularly mature mind. When just under 16, Bentham received the degree of bachelor, a rare honour for so young a lad. Immediately he became a law student in the Court of King's Bench. Pascal was no less precocious, but he was fortunately without Bentham's neurotic sensitivity. As soon as he was old enough to take part in conversation, he showed signs of an unusual intelligence by the clever remarks he made, and particularly by the questions he asked regarding the nature of things, questions which amazed everyone. As he grew, his ability continued to develop, so that he was always much advanced for his age. Pascal's father, like James Mill, devoted himself to the education of his son. He planned to wait until the boy was 12 to teach him Latin and Greek, and still later to introduce him to mathematics. In the meantime, taught him everything which he considered him capable of learning, showed him the underlying principles of grammar, and taught him the nature of language. He also taught him natural sciences, in which the boy took great pleasure. Young Pascal wanted to know the reason for everything. He was not at all content with a half answer. To know the truth was always a single aim of his mind, and he was never content with less than the whole truth. When he once started on anything, he would never give it up until he had found a satisfactory explanation. Once he noticed that when a knife was struck against a plate, it made a loud noise, but this stopped as soon as one put his hand against the plate. He at once desired to know the cause, and this led him to make a series of experiments in sound. He discovered many things, so that at the age of 11 he wrote a thesis on sound which was found to be very logical and well thought out. The elder Pascal promised to teach his son mathematics once he should have mastered the classical languages, but young Pascal was not satisfied to have the subject of his desire thus postponed. He persisted in the demand to know at least of what the science of mathematics treated. Hoping to put an end to the boy's importunity, his father told him that in general it was a means of making accurate figures and finding the relation they bear to each other. At the same time he forbade his son to think or speak of the subject again, but the boy could not forget. He began to dream of what his father had said and to mark figures on the walls of his playroom, seeking to make a circle perfectly round with a triangle with equal sides and angles. He devised his own mathematical terms, discovered the relations between the figures, made axioms, and built up perfect demonstrations. It was only when he had reached 32nd proposition of Euclid, the sum of the angles of a triangle is equal to 2 right angles, that his father discovered what he was doing, and now the delighted parent contributed assistance to the progress he had previously attempted to thwart. After this, young Pascal continued his studies, advancing in them so far that he was invited to attend the weekly conferences in Paris, where all the clever people assembled to bring their work or to examine that of others. He soon held the first rank, as much for his inquiries as for his production, though he is one of the members who most often brought in new ideas. His opinions were given as much weight as any, and his advice was always listened to, because he had so keen a mind that he discovered falsities which were hidden from others. His mathematical work was carried on in his spare time, but he advanced so rapidly in the hours he did spend at it that at the age of 16 he wrote a small work on conic sections, which his father sent to Descartes, who received it with the suspicion and distrust he generally awarded to the labours and inventions of other thinkers. Sainte-Beuve remarks that Descartes was jealous of the rising genius of Pascal, regarding the youth of 16 as a possible rival. At 16 and 17, Pascal continued to study Latin and Greek, as well as logic, physics, and philosophy, and delighted his father by the wonderful progress he made in all the sciences. Pascal's later career fulfilled the expectations aroused in his youth. At 19, he invented a calculating machine. At 25, he established the theory of atmospheric pressure by a famous barometric experiment. Converted at 26 to a religious life, he gave up his scientific studies for a time, but at 30 and 31, he was again writing important treatises on physics and mathematics. At 31, he entered the cloister at Port Royal, and at 33 published his provincial letters, which, according to Hahn, did more to ruin the name of Jesuit than all the controversies of Protestantism or all the fulminations of the Parliament of Paris. At 35 and 36, he made some important discoveries with reference to the cycloid. He then challenged the mathematicians of Europe to solve his problem and offered a prize. When no one succeeded, he published his treatise containing the necessary solution. At his death at the age of 39, he left an incomplete and extensive and systematic work on the fundamental truths of religion. The evidence of Pascal's early years is confirmed by his later achievement. In young Pascal, we find rare language mastery combined with critical powers, the ability to reason independently, to recognize essential elements, to abstract, to generalize, and to isolate and compare elements in the manner which characterizes intelligence of a high order. The true lower limit of the early IQs of Macaulay, Bentham, and Pascal may be 160. The true upper limit is probably above 200. AII IQ 180. 6 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.78. The younger Pitt was called to the bar at 21. He took his seat in the House of Commons within a year. At 23, after refusing the vice-treasurership of Ireland, he became Chancellor of the Exchequer under Sherborne. Before he was 24, he had declined an offer of the premiership because he knew his party then lacked strength. A year later, when the situation altered to his satisfaction, and before he was 25, he became Prime Minister. Pitt's early career can scarcely be duplicated. Perhaps the average IQ rating of youths who became able Prime Ministers when they are not yet 25 depends on this one case. AI IQ 185. 3 cases: Grotius, relative coefficient of data 0.75, Leibniz, relative coefficient of data 0.75, and Goethe, relative coefficient of data 0.82. Average 185 IQ on the basis of the records. A single estimate for Grotius is 190. 2 for Leibniz reach that figure, while 1 for Goethe reaches 195. No single rating for any one of the 3 falls below 180. The 3 cases in this group are characterized by a universality and level of interest and ability in their early years that are far above the usual precocity of childhood. Table 38 is displayed on the page. Group of cases rated AI IQ 185. Mental development as reported occurred with such rapidity and early reached such proportions that present norms are not adequate measures of the ability shown. Voltaire, Mirabeau, and Pascal gave similar indications, but here reports are sufficiently complete to give an adequate basis for a rating to some extent commensurate with true endowment. The ratings indicate that the individuals in the 185 AI IQ group have, as reported, seldom been equalled, and the present study only once exceeded in early evidences of intellectual superiority. In the annals of precocious genius, there is no greater prodigy on record than Hugo Grotius. Brilliance, untiring diligence, enthusiasm that could not be curbed characterized this boy's early development. At 7 or 8, he wrote Latin verses which entitled him to a composition IQ rating of 200 and indicated in him a degree of language mastery and an ability to abstract and to generalize that are typical of twice his age. This boy's distinguished record at the University of Leyden and the impression he made there in his 12th year upon such scholars as Joseph, Scaliger, and Doriza indicate a rare combination of sound and mature scholarship with practical adequacy in the affairs of every day. Attention to detail, readiness in acquiring information, a superior memory, and the ability to analyze, generalize, compare, and contrast were among his early characteristics. He did not limit himself to a single field, but exercised himself thoroughly in history, philosophy, astronomy, mathematics, religion, and law. He wrote poems of merit, 2 of which were published when he was 12 and another when he was 13. At 14 he wrote a new edition of Martinus Capella, which Scaliger regarded as an excellent piece of scholarly learning and Bentley thought worthy of attention and study. The same year he took part in 2 public debates upon philosophical questions. These exercises called forth mature powers of reasoning and of comprehension, and that skill in the organization of abstract ideas, discrimination, and the making of fundamental distinctions which are fundamental to the highest intellectual processes. Before he was 15, Grotius was spoken of by distinguished scholars as a prodigy. At 14 he was called by one a youth of greatest hopes. At 16 he was pronounced by another to be a youth without an equal. At 15 Grotius accompanied the Dutch ambassador Barneveld to the court of France, where the king was pleased to laud the boy as the miracle of Holland. At the end of a year in France, Grotius received the degree of Doctor of Laws from the University of Orleans, with high testimony to the scope of his abilities and attainments. The same year his scholarly Martinus Capella was published with its brief, clear notes. Butler says, "There is not, perhaps, an instance of a person's acquiring at an age equally early this reputation which attended the first publication of Grotius." A few months after the publication of his great work, the young scholar followed it by a Latin translation of a treatise on navigation by compass, a work which involved a knowledge of mathematics and showed its author to be as well informed in science as in letters. In the account of Grotius, there is every indication of the presence of the highest native endowment. There is no indication of disproportion in either knowledge or ability. Grotius' gifts were harmonious, and as far as intellect was concerned, universal. At 8 his ability was at least that of a youth of 16. At 16 it was that of a mature scholar, and combined with a rare intellect was his complement a noble character. The universality of Leibniz' interests, his astounding intellectual progress, the character and volume of his reading as mature philosophical and scientific productions at an early age are evidence of native gifts similar to those which Grotius possessed and which are the essentials of superior intellectuality. Goethe's early development, his scholastic progress, his interests, and his reading warrant a rating for phenomenal ability. His astounding literary performance before the age of 8 entitles him to a composition IQ rating far above 200. A rating of 225 IQ indicates the impression in terms of intelligence made upon one rater by Goethe's later record. Grotius, Leibniz, Goethe, three universal geniuses, the evidence of whose overpowering intellect appeared and was recognized in earliest childhood as it was later in their youth, are doubtless among the greatest minds with whom this study is concerned. A minimum childhood IQ for these cannot be less than 180. A maximum is probably close to the maximum for the human race. AII IQ 185. No cases. AI IQ 190. The three AI IQ ratings for a single case, that of John Stuart Mill, average 190. The reliability of the data is estimated at 0.82. No other record of the early development of an eminent man is more complete. No other gives more detailed evidence for each succeeding year. In no other is there a more satisfactory basis for estimating the presence of the elements of intelligence. Data like those recorded for Mill's early years afford a comparatively adequate basis for historymetric measurement, and the results obtained are fairly comparable to an IQ rating based upon mental test results. The account of the first 17 years of Mill's life contains detailed evidence of precocious intellectual development, mature interests and activities, extraordinary school progress in literature, history, philosophy, mathematics, and logic, early association with men of deep and critical thought, a program of reading exceeded in intensity, extensity, and depth in no other reported instance, an extraordinary production, beginning at the age of 6 with the history of Rome, which ranks its writer above IQ 200 on a composition scale, and ending, for the first period, with serious political and critical essays published shortly before the writer's 17th birthday. Table 39 is displayed on the page. Case rated AI IQ 190. The most striking items in Mill's early mental progress may be summarized in a brief chronicle of successive years. At 5, the precocious lad maintained an animated conversation with Lady Spencer on the comparative merits of Marlborough and Wellington. This alone indicates a level of development of which the IQ index reaches or exceeds 200. At 6.5, the child was able to use intelligently such words as government, conquest, defeat, expulsion, reign, opposed, and to write such expressions as the country had not been entered by any foreign invader, established a kingdom, succeeded in the government, engaged in wars. Both the words and the expression are typical of somewhat more than an average 12-year-old vocabulary. Before he reached the age of 7, young Mill evidenced the ability adequately to handle historical material and to prepare erudite and critical notes, a performance which indicates an IQ near 200, thus corroborating the vocabulary rating. At the age of 8, the child was giving instruction in Latin and being held responsible for the errors of his pupil. Both ability and its recognition are indicated in this report. Teaching a foreign language involves mastery of his own and the foreign idiom. Success depends in no small degree upon ready familiarity with a considerable vocabulary in each language. Mill's achievement indicates facility in comprehending and using new symbols, and in substituting them for old ones. It is proof of the capacity to compare, abstract, and generalize, more characteristic of 16-year than of 8-year intelligence. In connection with his teaching, he expounded Latin grammar, Nepos, and Caesar's commentaries, indicating thus the possession at the age of 8 of general ability that would register successes in intelligence tests at the 14 or 16-year level. Before he was 9 years old, Mill was reading Greek and studying Euclid and Euler. During the following year, he read Pope's Iliad, and for his own pleasure reread it some 20 or 30 times. Such intellectual enthusiasm is rare in one of his tender years. In his 10th year, the boy's literary taste continued to dominate in his choice of pastime. he devoted his leisure hours to a volume of Livy for very love of it. At the age of 11, Mill was engaged in mathematical studies comparable in character and difficulty to those of many a college student of our own day. The plan of study for the year included conic sections, infinities and fluxions, and astronomy. In his 11th and 12th years, he composed, as a voluntary exercise, a history of the Roman government, an octavo volume worthy of the authorship of the present-day college sophomore or junior. Based upon Latin sources, this work contained a discussion of constitutional points, including a vindication of the agrarian laws and a defense of the Roman Democratic Party. Between his 9th and his 13th year, and having read Pope's Homer, the youth attempted an epic in imitation of the older work, actually completing as much as one book of a continuation of the Iliad. Essential elements of intelligence, such as facility in invention, maturity of association, comprehension and logical reasoning, are fundamental to performances of this nature. Their significance is peculiarly striking when the activities in which they appear are carried on as free pursuits. In addition to his literary and mathematical activities, young Mill was at the same period enthusiastically engaged in a study of the theory of experimental science and logic. This study, begun at the age of 12 and carried on under the tutelage of James Mill, gave the boy a far more thorough and severe training than the usual college course of today. The really important part of Mill's education was the association with the strenuous character and vigorous intellect of his father, and the most important evidence of the son's ability is the fact that his father found him at the early age of 11 a capable assistant and co-worker in difficult historical or economic writing. Mill's activities at the age of 12 were comparable to those of the second or third college year. In addition to a study of the higher mathematics and logic, he read Latin and Greek works, especially those significant for thought as well as language. At 13 he advanced to political economy, which he continued during the following year. He prepared notes from his daily conversations with his father, which served the latter as a basis for the first draft of his Elements of Political Economy. The boy had further to detect the fallacies in Adam Smith's system by comparing it with the reasoning in Ricardo's work. I thought for myself, almost from the first, says Mill, the rigour with which the youth, aged 14, carried out a self-imposed program of study when far removed from parental jurisdiction, and the nature of the studies he so energetically pursued, indicate in him the persistent interest and the capacity for severe self-discipline characteristic of a mature scholar. Mill's activities at 15 and 16 were no less distinguished. The chronicle of his formal studies, the record of his numerous essays, published and unpublished, and the account of his participation in the founding of the Utilitarian Society complete the evidence in this unusual case. The analytical powers displayed by Mill at a very early age were not exceeded by any of our other subjects so far, as reported. And Mill's earliest productions gave evidence of precocity as striking as any we have found. But in many of our cases rated above 125 IQ, and in most of those rated above 145 IQ, we noted indications of the presence of gifts equal or even superior to his. And in some of these records, there was no contradictory evidence. The low ratings in such cases indicate nothing more than the fact that the raters regressed towards the mean, IQ 100, not because the rating was definitely limited by the evidence, but rather because the information was indefinite or insufficient. Thus Mill is rated above Voltaire and Goethe, because the IQ estimated from incomplete historical records is not an adequate measure of spontaneity and intellect. He is rated above Leibniz and Grotius, because the estimated IQ is not an adequate measure of universality of interest and significance of achievement. He is rated above Pascal because the estimated IQ is not an adequate measure of originality. Mill's AII IQ, 170, indicates more nearly than the AI his relative position as compared with the more brilliant geniuses. It may be stated here that wherever the IQ estimates of two or more raters have conspicuously differed, the disparity has been due to a lack of adequately standardized norms by which available evidence could be judged, or else to a lack of definite statements in regard to the particular forms of mental activity for which the adequate standards are available. These defects are sometimes corrected, by the AII-IQ ratings because the latter are based on more information, sometimes on much more than the AI ratings. The records upon which the AII ratings are based add the chronicle to the period from the age of 17 to 26 to the more complete itemized report of the first 17 years. Hence the AII ratings for the various members of the group may often approach the true IQ scores more nearly than the AI ratings, and they may be more adequate measures of relative standing. Mill's AII IQ is 170. 15 cases are rated above him, including Berkeley, Davy, Melanchthon, Schelling, Voltaire, Grotius, Leibniz, and Goethe. Had the records of these youths been as complete as Mill's, or had comparable and adequate tests been made of both, the obtained AI-IQ rating would have been without any doubt higher in every case. Although Mill probably belongs with the other youths named to select group whose true IQ was above 160, there is a level of intellectual power and of creative endowment and insight which he did not reach, nor did he in childhood and youth give evidence that he would reach it. Certain others of the group reached this level. Relatively, Mill's first rating is too high, but as a measure of his performance in terms of intellectual norms, is not too high. The second rating indicates that his latter achievement was less striking than that of many other youths. If we could venture to assign to these other IQs above 200, and the evidence shows their closer relationship in intelligence to the highest IQ reported in recent literature, 214, than to any other clinical case, Mill will retain his place at 190 IQ on the first rating and will reach that level on the second rating also, for he belongs without question to Galton's X grade of the illustrious, and in the IQ distribution of the human race, his place is undoubtedly beyond 6 standard deviations. AII IQ 190. 2 cases, average reliability coefficient of data 0.75. Since the 2 cases included here give evidence of higher intelligence than any except one case in the study, they are both reported at some length. Leibniz studied law, mathematics, and philosophy at the University of Leipzig, Jena, and Altdorf from his 16th to his 21st year. Before he was 17, he had received the bachelor's degree and written a treatise, De Principio Individui. At 18, he received the master's degree and wrote Specimen Difficulties in Jure. At 19, he wrote Specimen Certitudinis in Jure. At 20, he was refused the doctorate at Leipzig because of his youth, but he was awarded the degree by the University of Altdorf later in the same year. Before he was 21, he had written 5 Latin dissertations. In his 21st year, he became the secretary of the Society of Rosicrucians, and before the year ended, he had entered the service of the Elector of Mainz. During the next 7 years, he was occupied with literary and political labours, making significant contributions in many fields. After fulfilling various responsible missions in which his ability and success did not pass unnoticed, but in which he remained without official recognition, Leibniz at 24 was named councillor in the Upper Revision College in Mainz. His varied activities continued unabated. The account of Leibniz's progress from the age of 17 to that of 26 is scarcely to be equalled in the annals of many nations at many ages. There are indications in the record of his childhood and youth of political, philosophical, scientific, and literary genius. The rating of 190 IQ is not too high, it may be far too low. Grotius began to practice law at the age of 17, and soon was pleading before the highest tribunal of the land. Before he was 18, he had written an historical poem of some length and had republished the Phenomena of Aratus, containing Greek and Latin texts to which the young editor had added notes and appropriate Latin verses. The leading scholars of Europe, including Scaliger, Thal, Lipsius, Casaubon, and Vulcanus, voiced their praise of the boy who at 17 had published such a book. The learned Vossius, comparing the youth of Erasmus, declared that the whole world could not produce a more learned man than Grotius. The Prosopoeia, an occasional piece published anonymously, was so well thought of that it was ascribed to Scaliger. French poets translated it into French, and Casaubon put it into Greek. At 18, Grotius won universal praise on the appearance of his first tragedy, Adamas Exul. Before he was 19, the young celebrity was chosen historiographer of the United Provinces over the head of Bourdius, professor in the University of Leiden. For the age of 19 to 21, Grotius was actively engaged in legal and literary work. At 21, his legal reputation was so great that he was called upon to aid in settling an important state question. In his 22nd and his 23rd years, Grotius was engaged in preparing a substantial work, De Jure Praedae. By this time it almost seemed as though the learned men of Holland were afraid of the tremendous intellect of the young scholar. Professor Bourdius, on seeing young Grotius unexpectedly entering his classroom, was so overcome with terror from the extraordinary presence that he had got lockjaw, and was unable to carry his lecture to a satisfactory conclusion. At the age of 24, Grotius was made Attorney General of the Court of Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland. At 25, he prepared for publication a portion of his discussion in De Jure Praedae, the famous Mare Liberum. The same year the youth published his second tragedy, Christus Patiens, which was greatly admired by Casaubon and Sanders, translated it into English. The book was praised by many scholars as a model of perfect tragedy. In the case of Grotius, as in that of Leibniz, rare genius is the only explanation for a meteoric rise by a genuine achievement of the highest order to a position of extraordinary eminence. The true IQ of young Grotius may well have been above 200. AI IQ 195, no cases. AI IQ 195, no cases. AI IQ 200, no cases. AI IQ 200, one case. Reliability coefficient of data 0.82. An estimated AI IQ of 200 was obtained in a single case, one, however, for which the early records are unanimously complete. The intellectual achievement of young Goethe and the rapidity of his mental development was so extraordinary that they are discussed here at some length. From his 17th to his 23rd year, Goethe was enrolled as a student of law at the University of Leipzig and later at the University of Strasbourg. In addition to his judicial studies, he devoted himself ardently to the pursuit of literature, art, and medicine. At 17, he wrote innumerable occasional verses in the manner of the day. At 18, he wrote much, studied much, and lived the life of an enthusiastic student of art and literature. At 18 or 19, he wrote 2 minor plays. At 19, Goethe suffered a serious illness, pulmonary tuberculosis, but his intellectual enthusiasm was undiminished. He read and wrote with scarcely an interruption. At 20, his first volume of poems was printed. While continuing his legal studies in Strasbourg, Goethe found great delight in the study of art and literature, and in addition to his other pursuits, he devoted as much time and energy to the study of medicine as if he were to become a physician. The eminent teacher and critic Herder, 5 years Goethe's senior, became the young poet's friend and mentor. At 21, Goethe wrote lyrics that had never been surpassed by any poet. 2 university professors, representing the departments of law and history, sought at about this time to turn the brilliant youth to an academic career. Before he was 22, Goethe had prepared a dissertation for the doctorate, but the freedom with which he here discussed a question of state policy was thought unseemly, and so he was advised to apply for the degree of licentiate instead of that of doctor. He prepared and defended 65 theses, and thus, before the close of the year, successfully qualified for the new degree. At 22, the young jurist began the practice of his profession, but he did not neglect literature. He worked on 4 powerful dramatic productions, wrote essays on architecture, composed songs, and was actively engaged as a reviewer. Before he was 23, he wrote Guts von Berlichingen, which was published in a revised form the following year and greeted in literary circles as the worthy production of a great creative mind and a poem of immortal beauty. Goethe continued his legal practice, but at 23 and 24 he was pouring the expression of his deepest experience into Werther, published when its author was 25. With gigantic strides, Goethe's genius had risen to highest power. Nothing that he afterward accomplished could outshine the crown of glory which Werther laid upon his head. Before he was 26, Goethe was world famous, for it produced a perfect work of consummate genius. Scales to measure the highest creative achievement are needed to give in quantitative terms an estimate of the capacity of this brilliant youth. On the basis of intelligence norms alone, the estimated ratings is probably too low. One rater, M, has scored on the basis of the record of Goethe's youth an IQ of 225. Goethe's true IQ may, in the history of mankind, have been equalled in a few instances. One may well wonder whether it's ever been exceeded. End of section 10. Section 11 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11. Character Ratings. Environmental Factors. Certain factors in the early environment of 100 subjects, Group C, were rated in order to indicate some of the home, community, and educational influences exerted upon the representative members of Group A. The influence of home training and discipline, breadth of home interests, the community, current events, and education, as well as the amount and influence of travel and reading were estimated on a 4-point scale. The significance of the ratings was as follows. 1. Influence of home training, home interests, community, current events, education. 0. No influence at all. 1. Slight influence. 2. Considerable influence. 3. Very great influence. 2. Amount of travel and reading. 0. None at all. 1. Any at all. 2. Considerable. 3. Much or most of the time spent in this activity. An index of the influences rated is presented in Table 40. From the estimates recorded for the 100 representative cases, Group C, it appears that 1. The reported influence of current events or movements and of travel, although evident, is but slight. 2. The reported influence of home training and discipline, breadth of home interests, community and education is considerable. And 3. The reported amount of education and of reading, whether literary or scientific, approaches the highest possible scores. Except in the case of current events, the degree of influence correlates positively with the AII IQs. This may be interpreted to indicate 1. The dependence of ability upon environment, or 2. The dependence upon ability of the degree to which opportunity is grasped. Table 40 is displayed on the previous page, index of environmental influences for each of the 5 AII IQ groups. Probably both interpretations are justified to some extent. In any case, the group of 100 youths have had, as a rule, superior advantages and have, as a rule, derived greater benefit from them than other individuals of less ability ordinarily do. Interests. The following types of interests were rated. 1. Intellectual interest. Evidence of an urge toward mental activity in the direction of generalization and the derivation of universal laws. 2. Social interest. Evidence of an urge to participate in activities with other human beings. 3. Activity interest. Evidence of an urge to do, to act, to create, and to make changes in the existing order. 4 to 7. Breadth of distinct and of related interests and their intensity were also rated. A 7-point scale, +3 to -3, with a 0 average was used. 0 equals average, +1 equals slightly above average, +2 equals considerably above average, +3 equals the highest degree of interest. An index of the interest rated with the average group scores is presented in Table 41, page 161. Statistical treatment of the ratings yielded the following conclusions. 1. No individual rating on intellectual interest is below +1, i.e., more than average interest in mental activities is evident in each case. 2. In social and activity interests, the group rates considerably above the average. 3. Breadth of distinct interests is slightly above the average. Breadth of related interests is considerably above the average. 4. Intensity of 2 or more interests is slightly above the average. Intensity of a single interest approaches the upper limit. 5. Intellectual interest and breadth of distinct and of related interests correlate positively with intelligence. 6. Social and activity interests show a slight negative correlation with intelligence, but none of the ratings fall significantly below average. This may be an indication that factors other than the intellectual make for eminence, and that greater social or activity interests may offset in the achievement of eminence, a lesser interest in intellectual matters. Table 41 is displayed on the previous page. Index of interests, kind, breadth, and intensity for each of the 5 AII IQ groups. Rating of character traits. The 100 cases included in Group C, arranged in a chance order, were rated by 2 raters, MK and C, on 67 character traits, each trait being rated on a 7-point scale, +3 to -3, whose midpoint 0 represents the possession of an average amount of the trait in question. The steps of the trait rating scale were defined as follows. +3 denotes the possession of a very high degree of the quality as compared with the average. +2 denotes the possession of a degree of the quality distinctly above the average. +1 denotes the possession of a degree of the quality slightly above the average. 0 denotes the possession of the average degree of the quality among youth in general. -1 denotes the possession of somewhat less than the average. -2 denotes the possession of distinctly less than the average. -3 denotes the lowest degree of the quality as compared with the average. The list was compiled and adapted from Webb's traits, to which were added certain traits for the rating of which evidence was frequently available in the biographical material. The 2 raters were instructed to give a rating on each trait. Where the evidence was insufficient to warrant an estimate of a deviation from the common mean, a rating of 0 was given. In any unselected group, the average rating on each trait, and hence the average of all of the traits together for the entire unselected group, should equal 0. In any group, the appearance of an average on a single trait significantly above or below the common average 0 is evidence of a peculiarity within the group which differentiates its members from unselected individuals. If the group measured is sufficiently large, and if the measurement is reliable, averages will indicate characteristic traits. The correlation of the 2 series of ratings, by the 2 raters, for each subject is a measure of the reliability of the ratings. The reliability of the data as a basis for trait ratings was not estimated. Arranging the cases according to the size of the higher of the 2 reliability coefficients for the data on which the IQ rating was based, whether this was on rating 1 or on rating 2, gives a sequence of correlations between the trait ratings of the 2 raters presented in Table 42. Table 42 is displayed on the following page. Reliability of trait ratings by 2 raters, C and MK. The average of 100 reliability coefficients of the trait ratings is 0.53. The range is from 0.13, Beethoven, to 0.83, Chatterton. There is a slight positive agreement between the size of the reliability coefficients of the data upon which the IQ estimates were based, and the size of the reliability coefficients of the trait ratings. This indicates that the data more adequate as a basis for rating one factor were also more adequate as a basis for rating others. The reliability of the raters was measured by the correlation, Pearson product moment, between first and second ratings of the same cases. C averaged a reliability index of 0.80 on 8 cases, for which the highest reliability coefficient was 0.86, the lowest 0.72. MK's reliability on 4 cases was 0.76. For the most reliable trait ratings in each subgroup, average subgroup trait ratings have been obtained for the following: the highest IQs, real coefficient of trait ratings, 0.80, the lowest IQs, real coefficient of trait ratings, 0.71, the first 10 in eminence, real coefficient of trait ratings, 0.83, the last 10 in eminence, relative coefficient of trait ratings, 0.73, also for each of the following 11 subgroups by field: artists, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.80, musicians, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.67, philosophers, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.81, religious leaders, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.73, revolutionary statesmen, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.74, scientists, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.71. Statesmen and politicians, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.77. Soldiers, fighters, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.80. Soldiers, statesmen, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.69. Writers, essayists, historians, critics, scholars, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.74. And writers, poets, novelists, dramatists, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.77. The 67 traits rated are defined in the following schedule. Schedule of 67 traits. 1. General tendency to be cheerful as opposed to being depressed and low-spirited, seeing the bright side. 2. Absence of the tendency to quick oscillation between cheerfulness and depression, permanence of mood, not easily taken from one mood to the other. 3. Absence of an occasional liability to extreme depression, absence of liability to a pessimistic view, to be obsessed with gloom. 4. Absence of the liability to anger, tendency not to flare up on slight provocation, even temper. 5. Absence of the liability to be fearful, anxious, tendency not to find causes of worry or grievance, and not to brood over cares or grievances. 6. Tendency to be imaginative, degree to which he invents fanciful situations in which he himself plays an important role. In its highest degree, a tendency to confuse the real with the unreal. 7. Degree of aesthetic feeling, love of the beautiful for its own sake, appreciative enjoyment of beauty in any form. 8. Degree of sense of humor, appreciation of the ridiculous or incongruous, readiness to make a joke or see one. 9. Degree to excel at performances, whether of work, play, or otherwise, in which the person has his chief interest, desires to do well, whether to excel others or for the work's sake. 10. Desire to impose his own will on other people, desire to be a leader, whether autocratically or by persuasion. 11. Absence of eagerness for the admiration of the crowd, absence of enjoyment of the limelight and of applause, not playing to the gallery. 12. Belief in his own powers, self-confidence, degree to which he feels equal to any task undertaken. 13a. Esteem of himself as a whole, tendency to rate his own abilities correctly. 13b. Esteem of his special talents, tendency to rate them correctly. 14. Absence of offensive manifestations of self-esteem. Superciliousness, absence of the tendency to exhibit a sense of superiority to others in a contemptuous way. 15a. Fondness for large social gatherings, desire to be with large groups or gatherings. 15b. Fondness for a small circle of intimate friends, seeking the society of a chosen few. 16. Fondness for companionship as opposed to solitariness, whether as defined in 15a or 15b. 17. Impulsive kindness, to be distinguished from number 18, being kind naturally on the spur of the moment without previous thought. 18. Tendency to do kindness on principle, as a conscious moral ideal, habitual. 19. Degree of corporate spirit, in whatever body interest is taken, e.g. college, school, country, native place, working on playing for the group rather than for his own advantage. 20. Trustworthiness, keeping his word or engagement, performing his believed duty at all times, whether convenient or not. 21. Conscientiousness, keenness of interest in the goodness and wickedness of actions, discrimination between right and wrong in thought and action. 22. Interest in religious beliefs and ceremonies, regardless of denomination, interest in discussion of religious questions, whether as a defender or skeptic. 23. Absence of readiness to accept the sentiments of his associates, not swimming with the stream, but having his own independent opinions, skepticism as opposed to acquiescence. 24. Desire to be liked by his associates, caring for the approval of his friends, more anxious to please than to offend. 25. Wickedness of his influence, the extent to which he makes his influence felt among his fellows, whether he speaks or acts, tendency for his acts and words to attract noise or mold sentiment. 26. Intensity of his influence on his special intimates, making a lasting impression on a small group of those who really know him. 27. Degree of tact in getting on with people, natural diplomatic ability in dealing with people. 28. Extent of mental work bestowed upon usual studies, not success but work done, time spent and interest in routine work. 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon pleasures, special interests, hobbies, extracurricular studies, actual time and energy devoted to mental or physical activities outside of school requirements. 30a. Degree of bodily activity during school or business hours, energy or restlessness displayed. 30b. Degree of bodily activity in pursuit of pleasures, games, sports, etc., physical energy displayed. 31. Tendencies to self-expression in action rather than in thought, hyperkinetic versus hypokinetic, doing something rather than thinking something about it. 32. Degree to which he works with distinct objects in view, as opposed to living from hand to mouth. Active preparation for later life, working toward a definite goal. 33. Tendency not to abandon tasks in the face of obstacles. Perseverance, tenacity, doggedness. 34. Tendency not to abandon tasks from mere changeability, not seeking something fresh because of novelty, not looking for a change. 35. Quickness of apprehension. Speed and recognition of the significance of things, readiness to understand a new situation or problem. 36. Profoundness of apprehension. Thoroughness and comprehensiveness without respect to quickness. 37. Soundness of common sense. Degree of practical response to immediate demands. Good, sound, reliable, balanced judgment. 38. Originality of ideas. Independence of thought, creativeness, tendency to have intellectual interests independent of his group. Dependence on his own mind, using previous knowledge in a new way. 39. Pure-mindedness. Extent to which he shuns vulgarity or immorality. 40. Skill in and devotion to athletics, sports, or physical feats. 41. Physique. Soundness of bodily constitution, good health. 42. Degree of strength of will or perseverance. Quiet determination to stick to a course once decided upon. 43. Degree of excitability, as opposed to being phlegmatic. Tendency to become heated in argument or display undue enthusiasm. 44. Sensitiveness to criticism. Degree to which his comfort and actions depend upon the expressed opinion of others. 45. Degree to which action and thought are dependent on reason. Tendency to think out procedure rather than to act impulsively. 46. Sense of corporate responsibility, whether to family, school, moral or religious superior, or ideal. Tendency to do his duty rather than to follow personal inclination, opposite of individualism. 47. Degree of introversion. Tendency to live within himself in a world of thought rather than in an external world of action. 48. Strength of memory. Degree of retention. Facility in reproduction. 49. Self-criticism. Tendency to analyze and criticize his own thoughts and acts. To study or rate his special abilities and his mental or spiritual traits. 50. Balance. Degree to which the traits of his character harmonize and supplement one another. Absence of extremes, contradictions, and abnormalities of personality. 51. Sense of justice. Degree of ability to see and judge personal or group relations. Ability to see the justice or injustice of his own or another's cause. 52. Family affection. Degree of affection for one or more members of the family as such. 53. Friendship or affection for members of the same sex. Number and intensity of such friendships. 54. Friendship or affection for members of the other sex. Number and intensity of such relations. 55. Loyalty to friend or cause. Not devotion to subject of special interest, etc. 56. Physical bravery. 57. Punctilious behavior. Gentle manliness. Formal courtesy. 58. Neatness, accuracy, attention to detail. 59. Reserve. Tendency to remain silent on matters of personal concern, opposite of effulsiveness. 60. Forcefulness. Strength of character as a whole. 61. Conventionality. Observance of accepted standards. Performance of usual acts. Conformity to usual modes of behavior in general. 62. Constancy in friendship for persons of the same sex, not merely for relatives as such. 63. Constancy in affection for persons of the opposite sex, not merely for relatives as such. 64. Keenness of observation. The 67 traits may be grouped as follows according to the character element that, theoretically, predominates in each case. Emotional 14, emotional social 5, social 15, self-negative 2, self-positive 5, intellectual 8, intellectual social 2, intellectual emotional 2, intellectual activity 2, activity, persistence of motive 4, physical activity 6, strength or force of character 1, balance 1. The emotional element is primary or secondary in 21 traits, the social element in 22, the self element, positive or negative, in 7, the intellectual element in 14, and the activity element in 12. The two composite traits, balance, trait 50, and strength of character, trait 60, probably include something of each of the other elements, but they are not included in these totals. The classification of traits adopted is somewhat arbitrary. Other equally logical classifications could be developed. Justification of the present arrangement for a purpose lies in a certain homogeneity in the distribution of ratings within their respective subgroups and in the contrast between subgroup profiles. The obtained ratings and the resultant personality profiles for the entire group and for subgroups are discussed in Chapter 12. End of Section 11. Section 12 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 12. Analysis of Character Ratings. Is there a typical youthful genius? Does he differ from the average youth in other than intellectual traits? Does the character profile of the boy or young man who becomes a distinguished statesman differ from that of the youth who becomes an eminent musician? Are the profiles of these types more like each other than they are like that of the average youth of either type who achieves no more than average success in the field of his special interest or activity? In the following pages, the evidence contained in the records of the early years of our eminent men is briefly summarized in so far as it bears upon these questions. The trait profiles of the group as a whole, Group C, is described and analyzed, and certain typical subgroups are briefly characterized on the basis of their trait scores. The trait profile of 100 youthful geniuses, Group C. From the individual profiles of 100 cases, 2 group profiles have been calculated. 1. An average of the averages for 11 subgroups of Group C by field or profession. 2. A weighted average in which each of the 11 subgroups was assigned its proper weight as representative of Group A. The agreement between the 2 profiles proved to be almost complete. No difference appeared between the ratings on 28 traits, a difference of 0.1 appeared on 33 traits, of 0.2 on 5 traits, and of 0.3 on 1 trait. We may therefore assume that the trait profile for Group C is a typical historymetric trait profile of a group of youthful geniuses who become eminent men. The average rating of Group C for all of the 67 traits is positive 1.2, indicating that the members of the group are perceptibly above the common average in the possession of 67 good traits. Exceptions are in 2 emotional traits, 3. Absence of an occasional liability to extreme depression, and 4. Absence of the liability to anger, in 1 negative self-trait, 11. Absence of eagerness for the admiration of the crowd, and in 1 social trait, 61. Conventionality, where the ratings are below the common average, but not significantly so. The averages for the trait group for Group C as a whole, and when arranged in order of magnitude, are as follows. A small table is displayed on the page comparing the trait to the average rating and the number of traits. The averages of the entire group of 100 young geniuses of traits, in which each of the several trait elements appears, are as follows. A table is displayed on the page comparing the trait to the average rating and the number of traits. It appears from the 2 classifications presented above that a trait profile characteristic of a group of youthful geniuses who become eminent men is 1. At or above the average in each of 67 good traits, 2. Slightly above the average in favorable emotional traits, 3. Noticeably above the average in balance and in sociality, and 4. Distinctly above the average in soft qualities, in intellectuality, in activity, including intellectual activity and persistence, and in strength or force of character. In the character side of mental activity, Webb has found indications of a second general factor to be distinguished from the intelligence factor. The presence of this element, which is defined as consistency of action resulting from deliberate volition, explains the position of activity in the schedule above. It is the predominant element in 5 traits: 18, kindness on principle; 20, trustworthiness; 21, conscientiousness; and 33 and 34, persistence of motive. It is conspicuously absent in 3 traits: negative of 4, readiness to become angry; negative of 11, eagerness for admiration; and 30b, bodily activity in pursuit of pleasure. The ratings for the youthful geniuses average positive 1.7 for the first 5 traits above, i.e., in Webb's second general factor, consistency of action resulting from deliberate volition. The number of 100 representative geniuses rates at just the same point as it does in the intellectual traits. At the same time, the average for the entire group on the 3 traits in which the consistency of action is conspicuously absent is positive 0.1, or 1.1 below the general average of the same individuals on all traits. In the activity group of traits, the consistency of action factor is heavily weighted, hence the position of this group of traits at the head of the list. In 22 individual traits, Group C is distinguished from the common average by a rating positive 1.5, i.e., a rating nearer to positive 3, the upper extreme, and to 0, the common mean of all traits for unselected individuals. The 22 traits include 6 of the 8 intellectual traits, both of the intellectual activity traits, or the 5 positive self traits, or the 4 persistence of motive traits, and 2 social traits. 4 of the 5 persistence or motive traits are included, 2 of these being the only 2 social traits appearing in the 22 distinguished traits. In conclusion, the trait profile of the youths of Group C indicates some boyhood characteristics of young geniuses. It indicates that they rate high in intellectual, social, and activity traits, while the emotional side of personality is, on the whole, not distinctly upper than that of an unselected group. Forcefulness or strength of character as a whole, persistence of motive, and the intellectual traits rate conspicuously high. A high score on all traits containing the persistence of motive factor and the intellectual factor indicate that young geniuses possess these traits to an unusual degree. These and the summation trait of strength or force of character as a whole are the traits to which our subjects score the highest ratings. They appear to be peculiarly characteristic of young geniuses. The estimates on the self traits and the persistence traits corroborate those of forcefulness or strength of character as a whole, emphasizing the presence of dynamic vigor of character and an innate assurance of superior ability in all of the members of the group. Finally, it is perhaps significant that the single trait that rates highest among our representative youthful geniuses is desire to excel. We may conclude that the following traits and trait elements appearing in childhood and youth are diagnostic of future achievement: an unusual degree of persistence, 34, tenacity to purpose, and 33, perseverance in the force of obstacles, combined with intellectual energy, 28, mental work bestowed on special interests, 36, profoundness of apprehension, and 38, originality of ideas, and the vigorous ambition expressed by the possession to the highest degree of 9, desire to excel. Characterization and comparison of 15 subgroups of youthful geniuses. We may now turn to the 15 subgroups of Group C, which represent typical trends within both Group A and Group C, characterizing and comparing them with their common average, with the average of Group C, hereafter called eminent men, and with each other. 1. A group which represents greater eminence, first 10, is compared with one which represents less eminence, last 10. A group which represents the brightest members of Group C, highest IQs, is compared with one that represents the less bright, lowest IQs. 2. The typical youthful behavior is described of each of 11 groups selected on the basis of the field or profession in which eminence was achieved, and the 11 trait profiles are compared and contrasted. 1. Characterization and comparison of the intelligence and the trait profiles of the last 10 in eminence and the first 10, the lowest IQs and the highest IQs. A threefold comparison and analysis of the subgroups brings to light interesting similarities and contrasts. A. Examination of the trait deviations of each group or subgroup of geniuses from the common trait average of unselected youths indicates the presence of certain typical personality trends characteristic of youthful geniuses who achieve eminence. B. A comparison with one another of each of the trait profiles of 4 subgroups selected from Group C indicates with the geniuses group intelligence and trait differences between the types represented by the subgroups. C. A comparison of the subgroups with the main group from which they are selected, eminent men, emphasizes the respects in which young geniuses of various types resemble one another and the respects in which certain types differ from each other and from the group as a whole. Each of 4 subgroups is compared with the common average of unselected youths, with each other, and with the eminent men, Group C average. The results of the 3 comparisons are summarized in tables 43, 44a, and 44b, and figures 8, page 182. Table 43 is displayed on the page, 4 typical groups of youthful geniuses included in Group C with descriptive data. Figure 8 is displayed on the following page, trait profiles of Group C and 4 subgroups compared. Table 44a is displayed on the following page, comparison of trait ratings of 5 groups, averages of trait subgroups. And Table 44b is displayed on the following page, comparison of trait ratings of 5 groups of eminent men, an index of the presence of 5 elements of personality and 2 composites. When the last 10 of Group C are compared with the generality of unselected youths with other subgroups, and with the main group, eminent men, their composite trait profiles appears peculiarly significant. They may be characterized 1. As below the average of Group A and C in estimated and probably in true intelligence, 2. As above the common average in 67 good traits, 3. As below the average of eminent men but not significantly so in strength or force of character, in intellectual traits and in activity traits, 4. As probably significantly below the first 10 in strength or force of character and in intellectual traits, and 5. As possibly significantly below both groups in balance. The low rating of this particular subgroup on balance may not be typical of the less eminent, but due rather to special factors inherent in the subgroup. Proceeding similarly, the first 10 of Group C may be characterized 1. As above the average of Group C and Group A in estimated intelligence and conspicuously above the common average, 2. As in general above the common average in 67 good traits, 3. As probably significantly above the average of eminent men in strength or force of character and in intellectual traits, 4. As below the same group, but not significantly, in activity traits and emotional traits, and 5. As above the last 10 in all trait groups except the emotional. For finer discriminations, see tables 44a and 44b. The lowest IQs of Group C may be characterized 1. As far below the average of Group C and Group A in estimated intelligence, but still above the common average. 2. As in general above the common average in 67 good traits. 3. As insignificantly below the average of eminent men, the first 10, the last 10, and the highest IQs in intellectual traits, and as slightly below the 3 subgroups, probably not significantly, in self, social, and emotional traits. 4. As perhaps significantly above the last 10, and the eminent men in strength or force of character, and 5. As perhaps significantly above the averages of the other 4 groups in activity and balance. The lowest IQs rate more than 30 IQ points below the last 10 on less reliable data, although in eminence the 2 subgroups are equal. The trait ratings indicate that activity and balance compensate for intellectual traits in achieving eminence. The highest IQs of Group C may be characterized 1. As far above the average of Group C and of Group A in intelligence, 2. As in general above the common average in 67 good traits, 3. As probably significantly above the average of eminent men in strength or force of character and in intellectual traits, 4. As above the same group, but not significantly so, in self traits and in balance as below the same group, but not significantly so, in activity traits, 5. as the only one of the 5 Group C and 4 subgroups which rates higher on intellectual activity than on any other trait, and 6 as rating higher than any other of the 5 except the first 10 on the general factor of persistence of motive. Let us now turn to a comparison of the highest IQs in the first 10 on the 4 groups of traits on which the eminent men rate highest. The highest IQs rate proportionally higher than do any of the other 4 groups, the first 10 being a close second. On the 3 groups of traits on which the eminent men rate lowest, the highest IQs rate lower, and again, the first 10 approximate the ratings of the highest IQs. It appears that in just those traits whose characteristically high or low rating is typical of youths who became eminent men, the first 10 show greater deviations in the direction of eminent traits than do the average youths of Group C, while the highest IQs show even greater deviations in the same direction than either Group C or the first 10. There are 14 individual traits in which the eminent men rate at plus 2.0 or above. On 2 of these, the first 10 rate above the highest IQs. On 3, the ratings are equal, and on 9, the highest IQs rate above the first 10. The highest IQs rate plus 3.0, the upper limit for the trait. On 9, desire to excel, 35, quickness of apprehension, and 29, extent of mental work bestowed on usual studies. Of the traits which especially characterize youths who become eminent, the 2 in which the first 10 rate above the highest IQs are 33, tendency not to abandon tasks in the face of obstacles, and 34, tendency not to abandon tasks for mere changeability. These are 2 of the 5 traits which Webb found the most accurate indices of the general factor of persistence of motive, and 2 others, 18, tendency to do kindness on principle, and 20, trustworthiness, of the persistence group. The first 10 again rate higher than the highest IQs. In the last of the 5 persistence traits, the highest IQs have slightly the average, positive 0.1, in the 3 traits in which Webb's persistence factor is conspicuously absent. The first 10 and the highest IQs are average, approximately equal ratings, with a slight indication only that here again the first 10 are more persistent than the highest IQs. Without entering into the question of special abilities, it is possible to draw the following general conclusions. 1. Whereas young geniuses who become eminent men are characterized by the possession, to a very high degree, of 2 general factors of personality, persistence of motive and general intelligence, the first 10, the youths who became the most eminent of all, and the highest IQs, the youths who earliest gave indication of superior endowment, are with respect to the possession of one of the general factors of personality, intelligence, significantly above the average of a group of typical geniuses. The intellectual traits of the first 10 and the highest IQs average plus 2.0, while those of the eminent men, Group C, average plus 1.6. In IQ scores, both subgroups rate above the eminent men, but not equally so, for the highest IQs average 30 points higher than the first 10. With respect to the other factor, persistence of motive, the highest IQs score plus 1.6, rating approximately at the same point as the eminent men, positive 1.7, while the first 10 rate significantly higher, plus 2.0. It appears further that the last 10 rate considerably lower than the first 10 in intellectual traits, but approximate the ratings of the latter, and exceed those of the eminent men in persistence traits, while the lowest IQs rate below Group C and the other subgroups on intellectual traits, and also on persistence of motive. The lowest IQs seem to compensate for these low ratings by their relatively greater balance and activity. 2. Whereas youths who became eminent men are characterized by 22 traits in which they rate nearer to the upper limit, plus 3.0, than the common average. The first 10 rate, as far as these 22 characteristics of eminence are concerned, above the highest IQs in 4 cases, equal to them in 3 and below them in 14. In no single trait of the 22 characteristics of eminence is either of these 2 subgroups equaled by the lowest IQs. The last 10 exceed the first 10 and the highest IQs significantly in one trait only, 21, conscientiousness. The youths who have the highest native intellectual endowment possess, then, to a greater degree, more of the characteristics of eminence than do the youths who became the most eminent of all. This would be a contradiction in terms, were it not for our first conclusion, which indicated that eminence is achieved by the possessors of two general factors of personality, and that the highest IQs, while outranking the first 10 in the possession of one of the two, are definitely below them in the other. The highest IQs exceed the first 10 in 9, desire to excel, and they are exceeded by them in 33, perseverance in spite of obstacles, and in 34, tendency not to abandon tasks from mere changeability. The appearance within the group of most eminent men of individuals who, according to the records, possessed in childhood intelligence somewhat below the highest order is explained by this conclusion, that high but not the highest intelligence combined with the greatest degree of persistence will achieve greater eminence than the highest degree of intelligence with somewhat less persistence. 2. Characterization and comparison of the intelligence and the trait profiles of 11 subgroups of young geniuses. 11 subgroups of young geniuses who became eminent men, selected according to the 11 fields or professions in which eminence was in each case primarily achieved, have been compared with reference to the brightness and the personality traits of their members as revealed in the records of childhood and youth. The data are summarized in tables 45A, 45B, 46, 47 and 48, and figures 9 and 10, pages 188-89 and 190-91. A brief characterization of each of the 11 subgroups emphasizes the distinctive traits of these 11 types of youthful geniuses. The groups are arranged according to the order of magnitude of the averages of the 67 traits, beginning with the artists, who average plus 0.8, and ending with statesmen, who average plus 1.6. The discussion of the individual subgroups is followed by a brief analysis of the most conspicuous similarities and differences. Figure 9 is displayed on the previous page, trait profiles of the subgroups of young geniuses grouped by field of latter achievement, comparison with the profile of average unselected youths, the zero baseline. Table 45A is displayed on the following page, frequency of distribution of AI IQs by field or profession in which eminence was primarily achieved. Table 45B is displayed on the following page, frequency distribution of AI IQs by field or profession in which eminence was primarily achieved. 1. Artists. The 13 artists in Group A have an average AI IQ of 122, relative coefficient of data 0.23, and an average AII IQ of 135, relative coefficient of data 0.32. Table 46 is displayed on the page, classification and description of groups for which trait profiles are being calculated. The corrected estimate indicates that the true mean IQ of this group may be near 160. A composite trait profile, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.80, of 6 artists present the characteristics of this subgroup in childhood and youth. Table 46 gives descriptive data for the members of the subgroup. 1. The average of the artists for 67 good traits is plus 0.8, which is definitely above the common average, but below the average for the geniuses as a whole, eminent men. For the 13 trait groups, Table 48A, the artists score lower than the eminent men, with the probably non-significant exception of the ratings on balance and intellectual emotional traits. Table 47 is displayed on the page, distribution of AI and AII IQ ratings by field and by the reliability of the data upon which the IQ rating is based. Table 48A is displayed, grouped traits rating of 12. Table 48B is displayed on the page, grouped trait ratings of 12. The only differences of possible significance in the order of magnitude of the ratings, when compared with those of Group C as a whole, are the intellectual activity, relatively lower among the artists than among the eminent men, and in balance relatively higher. 3. The traits in which the artists score above plus 2.5 are 7, degree of aesthetic feeling, and 9, desire to excel. On both of these, they exceed the rating for eminent men. On the 22 characteristics of eminence, the ratings of the artists are below those of the eminent men in 17 instances, equal to them in 1. 42, degree of perseverance, and above them in 4, 9, desire to excel. 12, belief in their own powers, 32. Degree to which they work with distant objects in view, and 38. Originality of ideas. In intellectual traits, the artists are ranked at plus 1.1. While this is significantly lower than the rating for eminent men, it is even more significantly above the common average. In persistence of motive, the artists rate at plus 1.3. The profile indicates that youths who achieve eminence as artists are characterized by 3 differentiable personality trends. First, 7. Degree of aesthetic feeling, and 9. Desire to excel. In these traits, their ratings are high compared with any group. Second are characteristics of eminence, 9. Desire to excel, 12. Belief in their own powers, degree to which they work with distant objects in view, and 32. Originality of ideas. In these they exceed the eminent men. Third, 2 general personality factors, A. Intelligence, trait rating, plus 1.3, AI IQ 122, AII IQ 135, and B. Persistence of motive, plus 1.1. While they do not, with respect to these factors, reach the average rating for eminent men, they show definite superiority over the common average of the unselected. The IQ ratings are probably too low, relative coefficients of data 0.23 and 0.32. More adequate standards for estimating the intelligence factor in artistic performance would probably give higher ratings of those particular individuals. Inadequate data give consistently lower trait ratings just as they give low IQ estimates. If insufficiency of data influences the ratings on the present group, the comparatively low ratings on all the traits are less significant than they appear, and the comparatively higher ratings on the characteristic traits are all the more significant. 2. Writers, poets, novelists, dramatists. The 52 cases included in this group rate in AI IQ 141, relative coefficient of data 0.57, AII IQ 149, relative coefficient of data 0.64. The corrected estimate indicates that the true mean IQ of this group is above 165. A composite trait profile, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.77, of 10 of the greater geniuses among those who achieved eminence as imaginative writers, subgroup AIIQ 150, relative coefficient of data 0.75, AIIQ 160, relative coefficient of data 0.75, draws attention to some of their youthful characteristics. 1. The group rates above the common average, plus 0.9, on the average of 67 good traits. 2. Its members rate relatively lower in persistence and balance, table 48, and relatively higher in all of the social traits, and perhaps in the emotional, than the average eminent men. 3. A. They are characterized by a degree of imaginativeness, aesthetic feeling, and an amount of work spent on pleasures which is high compared with any group. B. In 6 of the 22 characteristics of eminence, they exceed the eminent men, viz. In 10. Desire to be leaders, 13b. Rating their special talents correctly, 38. Originality of ideas, 48. Strength of memory, 64. Keenness of observation, and 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon pleasures. C. They fall below the eminent men in the intellectual traits, in spite of 5 very high ratings, because of scores below the common average, in 37. Soundness of common sense, and 45. Degree to which action and thought are dependent on reason. D. They rate plus 0.9, above the common average, but below the eminent men, plus 1.7 in persistence. In the case of the imaginative writers, the grouping of trait averages is in part misleading, for this procedure tends to obscure the most striking characteristics of the group, its tendency to extremes in both directions. For example, in the emotional traits, the group averages plus 1.7 on 9 traits and plus 1.1 on 5 others. No other group shows such extreme deviations, although the trend of the musicians is similar. Only a detailed study of all of the ratings and a thorough analysis of all of the deviations could do justice to the personality profile of this group. Such a minute study is not attempted here. 3. Musicians. The 5 musicians whose composite trait profile, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.67, is given are fairly representative in brightness of the 11 musical geniuses included in Group A. The IQ estimates of the latter are AI 130, relative coefficient data 0.45, AII 140, Relative coefficient of data 0.50. The corrected estimate indicates that the true mean IQ for the group is not below 160. Their trait profile, Table 48, characterizes the musicians convincingly. 1. In 67 good traits, their average, plus 1.0, is above the generality, but below the average of the eminent men. 2. They rate relatively and slightly significantly lower on intellectual activity, the intellectual social traits, and physical activity, and relatively higher on the intellectual emotional traits than do the eminent men. 3a. They have 7. A degree of aesthetic feeling, the 9. Desire to excel, 12. Belief in their own powers, 38. Originality of ideas, 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon pleasures, 32. Working toward a distant goal, 33. Persistence in the face of obstacles, and 42. Quiet determination that are conspicuous compared with Group C. B. In 8 of the 22 characteristics of eminence, they are above the average of eminent men. These are the last 8 traits enumerated above, and they equal the average of eminent men on still one other of the 22, 13a, tendency to rate their own abilities correctly. C. Their intellectual average is slightly below that of the eminent men. This corroborates the evidence of the IQ rating. D. In the persistence traits, the musicians average plus 1.7, which is equal to the rating of eminent men on the same trait group. The deviations of the musicians' individual traits from the profile of geniuses as a whole show interesting tendencies which invite exhaustive study. The group traits indicate certain distinct trends in the youths who achieve eminence in the realm of music and sufficiently differentiate them from young geniuses in other realms. 4. Writers, essayists, historians, critics, scholars. The writers of Group C, whose trait profile has been calculated average in IQ, are rating above the level of the larger number in Group A which they represent. This is to be expected, since the records of the young writers, EHCS, offer distinctly more reliable material for rating than do those of Group A as a whole. See Tables 46 and 47. The corrected IQ estimate for the group indicates that their true mean IQ is above 165 and perhaps slightly higher than the mean IQ of the entire group of 282 young geniuses. Certain characteristics appear in an examination of the trait profile. 1. The general average of all traits is plus 1.1 above the common average. 2. In all the grouped intellectual traits and in the social traits, the writers stand relatively higher than do the eminent men. 3. A. They have conspicuously high ratings in 3 traits only. 9. Desire to excel. 48. Strength of memory, and 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon pleasures. B. They rate above the average for eminent men in 11 traits, viz. 20. Trustworthiness, 21. Conscientiousness, 9. Desire to excel, 10. Desire to be leaders, 13a. Tendency to rate their own abilities correctly, 23. Absence of acquiescence, 36. Profoundness of apprehension, 48. Strength of memory, 28. Extent of mental work bestowed upon usual studies, and 29. Upon pleasures, and 32. Working towards a distant goal. C. The intellectual ratings confirm the IQ estimate. It is higher than the average for Group C as a whole. The persistence rating reaches plus 1.9, which is again above the Group C average. D. In certain emotional traits and in activity, the subgroup is low, lower than the common average. The historians representing here, the writers, EHCS, are fairly well characterized by the grouped traits of the trait profile. 5. Soldiers, statesmen. The 5 members of the subgroup, whose composite profile represents the soldier-statesman type, rate near the same IQ level as the larger group of 27 members of Group A, which they represent. See Tables 46 and 47. The true IQ of this group is estimated above 140. This may be too low because the items rated are not as yet adequately standardized. 1. The subgroup rates above the common average in its mean, plus 1.1 for 67 good traits. 2. Ratings of the self-traits and to a greater extent on the activity traits and on strength or force of character are out of proportion here as compared with the trait averages for the group of geniuses as a whole. The ratings on intellectual traits are disproportionately low. 3. A. The members of the group are characterized by conspicuously high ratings in 42, quiet determination, 30b, degree of bodily activity in pursuit of pleasure, 31, hyperkinesis, and 56, physical bravery. B. The ratings are above those of the eminent men in 6 of the characteristics of eminence. 20, trustworthiness. 25, wideness of influence. 10, desire to be leaders. 60, strength or force of character. 33, preservation in the face of obstacles, and 42, quiet determination. C. The ratings on the intellectual traits are lower than those of Group C as a whole, thus confirming the IQ rating. The persistence of motive traits equal the eminent men's rating, plus 1.7. 2 conspicuous negative deviations should be noted, viz. 4 absence of liability to anger and 47 degree of introversion. These deviations indicate a temper hot beyond the common average and a more than usual tendency to live in an external world of action. The profile represents a suggestive outline of the personality and youth of those who achieve eminence as soldier-statesmen. 6. Soldiers, fighters. The 5 fighting soldiers whose profile, relative coefficient of trait ratings, 0.80, has been computed, nearly represent an estimated IQ, the 27 soldiers of Group A. But the reliability coefficients of the data on which their IQs are rated are higher, indicating that the estimated IQ of the 5 fighting soldiers is nearer their true IQ than is that of the average soldier of Group A. The true IQ mean of the soldiers is probably considerably above the true mean for this part of the group of fighting soldier. 1. The general average of all traits, plus 1.2, is above the common average and equal to the average for eminent men. 2. The group rates relatively high on the activity traits and on balance, while a disproportionately low rating, below that of every other group in the intellectual traits, is outstanding. 3. A. The fighting soldiers are conspicuous innate traits, viz. 9. Desire to excel, 12. Belief in their own powers, 13. Tendency to rate their own abilities correctly, 33. Persistence in the face of obstacles, 42. Quiet determination, 30b. Degree of bodily activity in pursuit of pleasures, 31. Hyperkinesis, and 56. Physical bravery. B. In 9 of their characteristics of eminence, of the group exceeds the eminent men. These include 3 traits already enumerated. 9. Desire to excel, 12. Belief in their own powers, 13a. Tendency to rate their own abilities correctly, and 6 others. 25. Wideness of influence, 10. Desire to impose their own will, 60. Forcefulness, 32. Working with the distant objects in view, 33. Tendency not to abandon tasks in the face of obstacles, and 42. Perseverance. C. In intellectual traits, the rating corroborates the low and fairly reliable IQ estimates. In persistence, the fighting soldiers rate at plus 1.5, which is below the score of the eminent men in this trait. D. A conspicuous negative deviation indicates that the youthful fighting soldier is unusually hot-tempered, and that he enjoys the limelight and applause. The high reliability of the profile and of the data for the IQ indicate the outlying characteristics somewhat adequately typify the youths who achieve eminence as fighters. 7. Scientists. The 9 representatives of the scientific group whose profile, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.71, typifies the larger groups are as much above the latter in IQ estimates as the greater reliability of the data warrant. The corrected score indicates that the true mean IQ for this group is probably above 170. 1. The scientists average plus 1.2 above the common average on 67 good traits, i.e., they equal the general average of the eminent men. 2. In strength or force of character, in intellectual traits, in activity and balance, they rate disproportionately high. In the social and self traits, disproportionately low as compared to eminent men. 3. A. The young scientists are conspicuous for high ratings on 11 traits, viz. 9. Desire to excel, 36. Profoundness of apprehension, 38. Originality, 45. The degree to which action and thought are dependent on reason, 64. Keenness of observation, 58. Neatness, accuracy, attention to detail, 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon pleasures, 32. Working with distant objects in view, 33. perseverance in the face of obstacles. 34. Tendency not to be changeable. 42. Quiet determination. B. They are above the average of the eminent men in 16 of the 22 characteristics of eminence, viz. Already enumerated. 9. Desire to excel. 36. Profoundness of apprehension. 38. Originality. 64. Keenness of observation. 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon pleasures. 32. Working with distant objects in view. 33. Perseverance. 34. Tendency not to be changeable. 42. Quiet determination. And further 12. Belief in their own powers. 13b. Rating their special talents correctly. 23. Non-acquiescence. 35. Quickness of apprehension. 48. Strength of memory. 28. Extent of work bestowed upon usual studies. And 60. Strength or force of character. C. The high rating of this subgroup on intellectual traits is above the average for eminent men. It is equalled by the rating of the philosophers on these traits and by the rating of no other group. In persistence of motive, the young scientists rate at plus 1.9, which is distinctly above the average for eminent men. D. The scientists are as low or lower than the common average in excitability and sensitiveness to criticism. They are slightly below it in interest in religious beliefs. The trait profiles offers no evident inconsistencies or contradictions. It presents a picture of a group of youths who are among the strongest and most forceful and who are the best balanced in the study. 8. Philosophers. The 12 philosophers whose youthful traits are presented in composite profile, relative coefficient of trait ratings 0.81, rate distinctly higher in childhood IQ, upon more reliable data, than do as a whole the members of the group of 22 to which they belong. The corrected score indicates that the true mean IQ for this group is not less than 175. 1. The youths who achieve great eminence in philosophy equal the eminent men in their rating of plus 1.2 on 67 good traits. 2. Ratings on their intellectual traits are high and out of proportion to their other traits when compared with the rank order of traits of eminent men. In social and activity traits, the group is below the eminent men average. In strength or force of character, they are distinctly below the group C rating, being as low in this respect as the poets and only exceed in the same direction by the musicians. 3. A. The philosophical use are conspicuous of 8 traits, viz. 9. Desire to excel. 36. Profoundness of apprehension. 38. Originality of ideas. 45. Degree to which action and thought are dependent on reason. 28. Extent of mental work bestowed upon usual studies, and also 29. Upon pleasures. 34. Tendency not to be changeable, and 42. Degree of quiet determination. B. They excel the eminent men in 6 characteristics of eminence already enumerated, viz. 36. Profoundness of apprehension. 38. Originality of ideas. 28. Extent of mental work bestowed upon usual studies. 29. Upon pleasures. 34. Tendency not to be changeable. 42. Quiet determination, and 6 others. 21. Conscientiousness. 23. Non-acquiescence. 35. Quickness of apprehension. 48. Strength of memory. 32. Working with distant objects in view. And 33. Perseverance in the face of obstacles. 6. In intellectual traits, the youthful philosophers equal the rating of the scientists and excel the other 10 subgroups. In the intellectual activity traits also, the philosophers top the list. In persistence of motive, they average a rating of plus 2.0. In this respect, they stand above the eminent men and are exceeded by 3 subgroups only: statesmen, the revolutionary statesmen, and the religious leaders. D. A striking negative deviation indicates that the youths who became philosophers are distinctly more prone than the common average to think rather than to act. They are hypokinetic and introverted. The historians almost reach this negative rating. The poets approach it. All other groups tend towards hyperkinesis. The trait profiles of the philosophers brings out distinct trends in this group which differentiate its members from the youth of later eminence in other fields. 9. Revolutionary statesmen. 5 individuals represent the small group of youths who achieved eminence through opposition. The 5 rate in intelligence somewhat above the level of the 9 they represent and on somewhat more reliable data. The correct score indicates that the true mean IQ for this group is not below 165. The group profile, relative coefficient of data 0.73, indicates the nature of these youths' full iconoclasts. 1. In 67 good traits, the young revolutionaries rate above the level of eminent men and below the average of statesmen. 2. Their activity traits are slightly out of proportion to their other traits as compared with the rank order of the traits of eminent men. In intellectual, social, and emotional social traits, as well as in strength or force of character, this subgroup rates relatively high. 3. A. The youthful revolutionaries are conspicuous fate traits. 43. Degree of excitability. 25. Wideness of influence. 10. Desire to be leaders. 12. Belief in their own powers. 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon special interests. 60. Strength or force of character. 33. Perseverance in the face of obstacles. And 34. Absence of changeability. In the last 3 named traits, the group approximates the highest rating possible. It may be noted that 33, perseverance in the face of obstacles, receives a significantly higher rating in the case of this subgroup than does simple perseverance. The historians, the religious leaders, the poets, and the musicians also exhibit this anomaly, but to a much less extent. B. In the 22 characteristics of eminence, the young revolutionaries exceed the eminent men in 16 traits, including 7 traits already enumerated. 25. Wideness of influence. 10. Desire to be leaders. 12. Belief in their own powers. 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon pleasures. 60. Forcefulness, strength of character. 33. Perseverance in the face of obstacles, and 34. Absence of changeability, and 9 others. 20. Trustworthiness. 21. Conscientiousness. 26. Intensity of influence upon special intimates. 13a. Tendency to rate their abilities, and 13b. Their special talents correctly. 23. Non-acquiescence. 35. Quickness of apprehension. 38. Originality. And 48. Strength of memory. C. In intellectual traits, the future revolutionary statesmen rate just below the average of eminent men. This nearly corresponds to the IQ estimate, which is, however, possibly a shade higher in proportion, owing to the fact that in it is weighed less heavily than in the trait group of relative efficiency in 3 traits. 37. Soundness of common sense. 28. The extent of mental work bestowed on usual studies. And 58. Neatness, accuracy, attention to detail. In persistence of motive, this group rates at plus 2.3, which is significantly higher than the corresponding rating for the eminent men. D. The young revolutionaries are just below the common average, not significantly so in balance, which is a conspicuous deviation from the eminent men and exceeded in the negative direction by only one group, the poets. Striking negative deviations indicate hot temper, liability to extreme depression, and lack of conventionality. The rating on balance, which is just less than the common average and is still less than that for eminent men, gives a clue to the interpretation of the character of youths who achieve eminence as revolutionary statesmen. As in the case of the poets, this group also shows strange contradictions, indications of definite complexes which can be interpreted only by a careful study of each trait rating in the profile. 10. Religious leaders. The 5 future religious leaders of Group C, whose profile has a reliability of 0.73, rate proportionally as much higher than the 23 religious leaders of Group A, as the greater reliability of their data warrants. The corrected IQ score indicates that the true mean intelligence rating for this subgroup is not below 165. 1. The youths who became eminent as religious leaders average plus 1.4 on 67 good traits, or plus 0.2 above the eminent men. 2. Compared with the eminent men, they rate disproportionately high on strength or force of character, the social traits, physical activity, at the negative self-traits, and balance. 3. A. The youths who are to become religious leaders are conspicuous for 11 traits. 20. Trustworthiness. 21. Conscientiousness. 46. sense of corporate responsibility, 9. Desire to excel, 36. Profoundness of apprehension, 22. Interest in religious beliefs and ceremonies, 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon special interests, 60. Strength or force of character, and 33. Perseverance in the face of obstacles, 34. Absence of changeability, and 42. Degree of strength or will of perseverance. B. They exceed the eminent men in 16 of their characteristics of eminence, including 9 traits already enumerated. 20. Trustworthiness, 21. Conscientiousness, 9. Desire to excel, 36. Profoundness of apprehension, 29. Extent of mental work bestowed upon special interests, 60. Strength or force of character, 33. Perseverance in the face of obstacles, 34. Absence of changeability, and 42. Degree of strength of will or perseverance, and 7 others. 25. Wideness of influence, 26. Intensity of influence, 10. Desire to be leaders, 13a. Tendency to rate their own abilities, and 13b. Their own special talents correctly, 48. Strength of memory, and 28. Extent of mental work bestowed upon usual studies. C. In intellectual traits, the youths who achieve eminence as religious leaders rate just above the average of the eminent men, possibly a non-significantly higher estimate. In persistence of motive, the group rates at plus 2.7, compared with all the other subgroup ratings on this trait. And all are high. This rating is remarkable. It gives evidence of a conspicuous degree of Webb's second general factor. D. The youthful behavior of religious leaders shows on the negative side of the common average a slight tendency to effulsiveness and to unconventionality. Topping the list, along with the revolutionary statesman, on strength or force of character, and showing an unusually high rating on persistence traits, the members of this group indicate their superiority to the general average of eminent men on every trait group: emotional, social, activity, self, and intellectual. 11. Statesmen. 10 youthful statesmen present a trait profile, relative coefficient of data 0.77, that indicates the characteristics of the group of 43 members of Group A to which they belong. The IQ estimate of the 10 exceeds that of the 43 as much as the reliability of the data allows. The corrected score indicates that the true mean IQ of this group is above 160. 1. The average of statesmen in all good qualities, plus 1.6, is distinctly above the corresponding average of young geniuses as a whole. There is a higher subgroup average obtained. 2. The grouped traits, Table 48, show almost the same rank order of magnitude as those of the eminent men. The exceptions are relatively higher ratings on the self-traits and on balance. In the latter trait, the statesmen rate only lower than the scientists and above all other groups. 3a. The profile indicates a conspicuous degree of 8 traits. 26. Intensity of influence, 9. Desire to excel, 12. Belief in their own powers, 37. Soundness of common sense, 45. Degree to which action and thought are dependent on reason, 28. Mental work bestowed on unusual studies, 34. Tendency not to be changeable, and 42. Quiet perseverance. B. In 17 of the characteristics of eminence, the young statesmen exceed the average of the eminent men. Of these 6 were enumerated above. 26. Intensity of influence, 9. Desire to excel, 12. Belief in their own powers, 28. Mental work bestowed on unusual studies, 34. Tendency not to be changeable, and 42. Quiet perseverance. The 11 others are 20. Trustworthiness, 21. Conscientiousness, 25. Wideness of influence, 10. Desire to be leaders, 13a. Tendency to rate general abilities, and 13b. Special talents correctly, 35. Quickness, and 36. Profoundness of apprehension, 48. Strength of memory, 60. Strength or force of character, and 33. Working with distant objects in view. C. In intellectual traits, this group is above the eminent men average and is exceeded by 3 groups only: the writers, EHCS, the scientists, and the philosophers. This high rating is confirmed by the IQ estimates. In persistence of motive, the group rates at plus 2.3, which is higher than any other rating on the trait excepting that of the religious leaders. D. The range of trait ratings is, in the case of this subgroup, more consistently on the positive side of the common average than in any other. One clearly negative trait only appears. 11. Indicating a tendency to enjoyment of the limelight and applause. The soldier-statesmen resemble the statesmen in this, while the musicians and the fighters distinctly exceed them in the same trait. It is the high rating on balance, confirmed by an even distribution of all traits and abilities, that characterizes the young geniuses in this group. Comparison of the subgroups. 1. From a comparison of the corrected IQ scores, Table 28 and 20b, of the subgroups in the 11 fields in which eminence was achieved, it appears that the true mean IQ of the philosophers was probably higher than the true mean IQ of any other field subgroup. The second highest average is probably that of the scientists. These two subgroups are exceeded in the estimated true IQ by the highest IQs and by no other group. The soldiers probably rated lowest in IQ, with the musicians next above them. The records of the early years of the individuals who comprise the various subgroups offer no contradiction to these conclusions. Further differentiation among the subgroups is not profitable on the basis of the present findings. Of the 301 young geniuses reported in this study, it may be said that they average in intelligence a rating far above the average of unselected youths, and that their true mean IQ was probably not less than 165. 2. In 67 good traits, the young statesmen's average, plus 1.6, future religious leaders, plus 1.4, revolutionary statesmen, plus 1.3, philosophers, scientists, and fighting soldiers, plus 1.2, statesmen, soldiers, and writers, EHCS, plus 1.1, musicians, plus 1.0, writers, P&D, plus 0.9, and artists, plus 0.8. The average for all of the groups on all the traits is plus 1.2, a noticeable positive deviation from the common average of unselected youths. 3a. In the single trait of strength or force of character, the religious leaders and the revolutionary statesmen approach plus 3, the upper limit. No group is rated below plus 1.0 on this trait. The musicians, ranking plus 1.3, reach the lowest score. B. In intellectual traits, the philosophers and the scientists rate highest, plus 2.1, significantly nearer the upper limit, plus 3, than the common average of unselected individuals. The fighting soldiers, the only group rating below plus 1.0 on this group of traits, are scored plus 0.9. On the combined self traits, the statesmen and the revolutionary statesmen rate highest, plus 1.9. The artists and the statesmen soldiers lowest, plus 1.2. On the activity traits, the young fighters are distinctly above any other group, plus 2.2. The writers, P&D and EHCS, are lowest in activity, plus 0.7. In the social traits, the soldiers rate highest, plus 1.7. The artists lowest, plus 0.5. In balance, the young statesmen rate highest, plus 1.9, while the revolutionary statesmen, minus 0.1, and the writers, P&D, minus 0.6, are in this trait definitely below the common average of unselected youths. In the emotional traits, the deviations are slight. The range is from plus 0.9 statesmen to plus 0.3 statesmen soldiers. Here the selected group deviates only slightly, but positively from the generality. In persistence of motive, the range is from writers, P&D, plus 0.9 to religious leaders, plus 2.7. The average on the persistence traits for all of the groups together is higher than the average for the intellectual traits. It is exceeded for the entire group by the rating in one trait only, that of strength or force of character. Conclusion. When the traits of the young geniuses in the subgroups are compared, the first 10 are conspicuous for their persistence, the highest IQs for their brightness. When subgroups are arranged according to the field in which eminence was later achieved, all are found to rate particularly high in strength or force of character, intellectual traits, except in the case of soldiers, self-traits, activity traits, except in the case of the two groups of writers, and persistence of motive. It is the combination of superior traits that is particularly conspicuous in all the subgroups, and the group as a whole. The rare and striking personality of genius was, in the case of our subjects as a whole, manifested even in early youth by behavior that deviated from that of average individuals so pronouncedly that the record of its appearance was preserved in documentary form. A table is displayed on the following page. Table 49. Trait ratings of 16 groups of young geniuses. The remarkable traits of youth were indicative of future greatness. The dynamic quality which, developing, raised performance to so high a level and won for the character, it invigorated so large a sphere of influence was present and recognized even in childhood. And even in his earliest years, the personality of the genius was something more than the sum of its extraordinary parts. A satisfactory evaluation of the unique character of genius as a whole can be attempted only when an X-dimensional method of psychological measurement has been devised and perfected. End of section 12. Section 13 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 13. Conclusions. The questions proposed at the outset of this study may now be answered, at least tentatively, as a result of a detailed examination of historical records and the evidence of the numerous historiometric measurements described in chapters 2 to 12. The primary concern of the investigation as a whole was this: what degree of mental endowment characterizes individuals of genius in their childhood and youth? Secondary in the present study, although otherwise of no less importance, was a question of the presence even in childhood of traits of character other than brightness, which contribute to later high achievement. These two questions were the starting point for the discussions of the preceding pages. Each has been considered in detail. During the progress of the investigation, it became evident that consideration of the main problem involved an additional question. What was the hereditary background of a group of young persons who later achieved very high distinction, and what contribution was made by early environment to their development? The answer to this third question has been given a place because the light it throws upon the problem as a whole. Stated briefly in their logical order, the three conclusions are as follows. 1. Youths who achieve eminence have, in general, A. hereditary above the average, and B. superior advantages in early environment. It is evident that the forebears of young geniuses have made a definite contribution both physically and socially to the extraordinary progress of their offspring. The son of an eminent Lord High Treasurer of Ireland, Boyle, of an ambitious Army General, Bulwer, of a President of the United States, Adams, of a King's first aide-de-camp, Hugo, of a British Admiral, Penn, of one of the most eminent scholars of his age, Scaliger, of a President of the Parliament of Paris, Tho, of a Royal Chaplain, Addison, may be expected to rise to a position above the average. The inheritance of a child of able parents is undoubtedly superior, yet is not sufficient in itself to account for genius. Indeed, there have been many Lord High Treasurers, many ambitious generals, many Presidents of the United States, whose sons did not, and apparently could not, achieve such eminence as our subjects. And there were other children of the same parents, the brothers and sisters of our young geniuses, who did not achieve eminence equal to that of the peculiarly gifted member of the family. The individual is the inheritor of ability, but he is unique with respect to the physiological and psychological organization of his inherited qualities. A favorable ancestral background is a definite asset, yet the peculiar combination of inherited traits which makes up a genius, the most favorable chance combination among many other less favorable ones, is an equally significant factor, and so an eminent man may be the son of a tinker, Bunyan, of a stonecutter, Canova, of a mason, Carlyle, of a strap-maker, Kant, of a day labourer, Cook, or a peasant, Jensen. The average opportunity of our young geniuses for superior education and for everlasting and inspiring social contacts was unusually high. Instruction by leading scholars of the day and friendly association with contemporary notables were not exceptional experiences. The extraordinary training for leadership received by Pitt the Younger, John Quincy Adams, Niebuhr, and their Humboldt brothers, the specialized instruction of Mozart, Weber, and Michelangelo undoubtedly contributed to the rapid progress of these great men among the great. But again there were exceptions. The struggling cobbler, Winckelmann, was able to do little for his son, who, nonetheless, became an eminent archaeologist. The opportunities offered to Faraday, Lincoln, or Blücher were apparently not favorable to success. Thus it appears that while individual chances for eminence are usually dependent upon a favorable hereditary background and are increased by favorable opportunity, eminence is not a function either of hereditary or of environment alone. 2. Youths who achieve eminence are distinguished in childhood by behavior which indicates an unusually high IQ. Voltaire wrote verses from his cradle. Coleridge at 3 could read a chapter from the Bible. Mozart composed a minuet at 5. Goethe at 8 produced literary work of adult superiority. Schelling at 11 was enrolled in a class with boys of 18 and 19 who recognized him as their equal in knowledge and ability. Accounts of the early years of our subjects are full of examples of early mental maturity, in their reported interests, in their school standing and progress, and their early production and achievement. The members of the group were, in general, phenomenal. Later achievement was foreshadowed in youthful behavior, and it is probable that early manifestations of superior intelligence would have been found in every case had the records of all been faithfully kept. Since there is a constant relation between the sufficiency of the account and the estimated IQ of the subject, the IQ increasing with the reliability of the data, it appears that the true IQs of the subjects of the present study are even higher than their obtained estimates. A corrected estimate indicates that the true mean IQ for the group is not below 155 and probably at least as high as 165. The average of the obtained IQ estimates for a small group of cases more adequately reported than the others is 175 for the first 17 years of life. The corrected estimate, indicating a near approximation to a true IQ, is for the same group 184. It is probable that a number of the cases included among the 301 actually ranked in intelligence not far below the composition scores of several of their number, and of these many more well above the 200 IQ mark. Arnold, Comte, Goethe, Grotius, Laplace, Leopardi, Michelangelo, Newton, Pascal, the younger Pitt, Sarpi, Schelling, Voltaire, and Wolsey, probably rated at 200 IQ or even higher. Occasionally in our day a case is reported that ranks at this high level. Shall we expect in such an instance as Comte, a Grotius, a Newton, or a Michelangelo? We are probably warranted in expecting superior adult achievement wherever in childhood the IQ is above 150, but we may not be warranted in expecting a world genius even if the 200 IQ level is reached, for there are other factors involved in achieving greatness besides an essential degree of intellectual capacity. The tests, as it is in comparison with test performances that the IQs of our cases have been reckoned, cannot measure spontaneity of intellectual activity. Perhaps, too, they do not sufficiently differentiate between high ability and unique ability, between the able individual and the extraordinary genius. The significant conclusion in the present study is derived from the evidence it presents that the extraordinary genius who achieves the highest eminence is also the gifted individual whom intelligence tests may discover in childhood. The converse of this proposition is yet to be proved. 3. That all equally intelligent children do not as adults achieve equal eminence is in part accounted for by our last conclusion. Youths who achieve eminence are characterized not only by high intellectual traits, but also by persistence of motive and effort, confidence in their abilities, and great strength or force of character. The average score of all the good traits of the young geniuses is distinctly above the average score of the same traits in unselected individuals. The superior youths considered in the present study pursued high ideals, developed significant interests, and created new expressions of scientific and philosophical thought before they had reached the age of manhood. Schelling had outlined his philosophy at 20. Hume had defined his views before he was 25. Milton at 21 wrote an ode pronounced by an eminent critic to be perhaps the most beautiful in the English language. Peel at 24 was Chief Secretary for Ireland. Raphael at 21 painted the Grandusa Madonna. Beethoven at 18 was appointed chamber musician to his princely ruler. Newton had unfolded his doctrine of light and colours before he was 20. Bacon wrote his Temporis Martyrs Maximus before the age of 20. Montesquieu had sketched his Spirit of Laws at an equally early age, and Jenner, when he was still younger, contemplated the possibility of removing from among the list of human diseases one of the most deadly scourges of the race. Achievements like these are not the accidents of a day. They are the natural outgrowth in individuals of superior general powers, of persistent interest and great zeal, combined with rare special talents. These conclusions summarize the facts concerning a special group of geniuses, but the group concerned is representative of all those whose later achievements reach the highest level, and so conclusions true for its members are probably true for other similar or approximately similar individuals. Appearing usually in superior families, and more usually so when educational and other early environmental inequality persists, young geniuses are found to display in childhood superior intelligence, superior talents, and superior traits of character. The converse has not been definitely demonstrated, but the appearance in childhood of a combination of the highest degree of general ability, special talent, seriousness of purpose, and indomitable persistence may well be graded as indicating a capacity for adult achievement at the highest rank. The child is father of the man. The gifted youth will be the leader of the future. 'Tis only from the sturdy and the good that sturdy young are born. In steers and steeds appear the merits of their sires, nor do fierce eagles beget timid doves. Yet training increases inborn worth, and righteous ways make strong the heart. Whenever righteousness has failed, faults mar even what nature had made noble. The early development of our 301 geniuses illustrates and confirms these words of Horace. Heredity sets limits, but within these limits the adequate training of the most gifted, and also of their less distinguished fellows, may raise them to the designed stature of men unmarred by the defects of insufficient experience, and thus realize in each one the complete development of inborn worth. End of section 13. Section 14 of Genetic Studies of Genius, Volume 2, The Early Mental Traits of 300 Geniuses by Catharine Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 2. Case Studies. Chapter 14. Cases rated at AI IQ 100 to 110. In Part 1, methods of rating certain mental traits of 301 historical geniuses were described, and the results of a historiometric evaluation of their youthful abilities were presented and discussed. The evidence from which the traits were rated is offered in much abbreviated form in the pages of Part 2. The 282 cases of Group A are followed by the 19 cases of Group B. The members of each of the two groups are arranged in rank order of AI or BI IQ from the lowest to the highest. In Group A, the IQs range from 100 to 190. In Group B, from 105 to 155. The extent to which the IQ rating depends upon the amount of transformation available may be noted. At the same time, striking differences in childhood ability and interests may be found even in the scanty records jotted down by casual contemporaries and further abbreviated here. A brief bibliography is appended to each study, containing the principal references for the early period. The following encyclopedias and biographical dictionaries were regularly consulted throughout the investigation. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11th edition. Century Encyclopedia of Names, 1911. Lippicott's Pronouncing Biographical Dictionary, 4th edition revised. Dictionary of National Biography, 1885. Brockhaus Conversations Lexicon, 14, Offlage. Meyer's Conversations Lexicon, 6, Offlage. Allgemeine Deutsche Biographie, 1875. La Grande Encyclopédie, La Russe Grand Dictionnaire Universel. Nouveau Larousse Illustré, McCord Biographie Universelle. Nova Encyclopedia Italiana, 1875. Reference to these works is not made specifically unless they offered the only available material in a given case. Once more, the reader should be reminded that the task of the judges in each case was not to estimate what the IQ of a given subject may have been, as judged by its performance in adult life, but to estimate the IQ that would be necessary to account for such and such recorded facts relating to childhood and youth. Jean de La Fontaine, 1621 to 1695. The most noted French fabulist. AIIQ 100, AIIQ 125. 1. Family standing. La Fontaine's paternal ancestors were for the most part successful merchants. Both father and grandfather held, each in his time, the position of Commissioner of Waters and Forests with the title of Councillor. On the maternal side, the grandfather was a magistrate of Coulommiers, whose family had a solid reputation for science, learning, and literary culture. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. As a youth, La Fontaine is said to have loved solitary wandering and to have found a melancholy happiness in idling away his time. Accustomed to go with his father on daily rounds through the forests, he developed interest in woodcraft and a profound love of animals. 2. Education. The boy's formal classical education began at 14. It is said to have been carried on under the direction of country schoolmasters. Sometime in his teens he attended the College of Château-Thierry, where he was instructed in writing, grammar, Latin, and theology. 3. School standing and progress. School and school tasks were alike irksome to him. Intelligence was not lacking, but his tastes were peculiar, and no amount of discipline succeeded in moulding him to be like other boys. His teachers pronounced him a well-disposed but hopeless dunce. 4. Friends and associates. Young La Fontaine did not lack companions. His brother, although 2 years younger, was probably as far advanced in his studies. The 2 brothers, Maucroix, were their chief friends. Francois Maucroix was vivacious, witty, and possessed of a good memory. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement, no record. 7. Evidences of precocity. C. 2.1. AIIQ 100. Relative coefficient of data 0.43. 3. Development from 17 to 26. La Fontaine at 20, determining to enter upon an ecclesiastical career, became upon the completion of his college course a member of the oratory in the Rue Saint-Honoré. But soon he tired of the severe life, left the institution, and devoted himself to secular pursuits. The following years were filled with unimportant meanderings. In this period the young man's 22nd year alone is notable, for then occurring his awakening to the beauty of poetry and the beginning of his first efforts at versification. AIIQ 125. Relative coefficient of data 0.43. André Masséna, Duc Le Rivoli, and Prince de Séligny, 1758 to 1817, a French marshal. AIIQ 100. AIIQ 105. 1. Family standing. Masséna was an orphan from infancy. There is no record of any member of his family except an uncle who commanded a battleship. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Masséna embarked as a cabin boy on his uncle's battleship, but did not care much for the sea. 2. Education. His education was sadly neglected. 3. School standing and progress, no record. 4. Friends and associates, no record. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement, no record. 7. Evidences of precocity, no record. AIIQ 100. Relative coefficient of data 0.11. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At the age of 17, Masséna enlisted in the Royal Italian Regiment, then in the service of France, and in a short time had become corporal, sergeant, and finally under-officer adjutant. In the latter position he remained for 14 years, until at 31, finding that his lowly origin would forever prevent him from receiving a commission, he left the army. AIIQ 105. Relative coefficient of data 0.11. Sebastien Le Prestre de Vauban, 1633 to 1707, A celebrated French military engineer and marshal. AI IQ 100, AI IQ 125. 1. Family standing. The Vauban family, members of the nobility of Nivernais, had possessed the Vauban estate for more than 250 years. By the time of Sebastian's birth, they were sadly impoverished. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests, no record. 2. Education. Left an orphan at the age of 10, young Vauban was given a home by the prior of Saint-Jean at Semur, and to this priest the youth owed all of a very incomplete education, which included probably little more than the 3 R's and some of the elements of geometry. 3. School standing and progress, no record. 4. Friends and associates. Until the age of 17, Vauban lived a carefree life, playing with the children of the streets and sharing all their joys and sorrows. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement, no record. 7. Evidence of precocity, no record. AI IQ 100, relative coefficient of data 0.11. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Tiring of the monotonous village life, Vauban at 17 enlisted in the regiment of Condé. At 19, he assisted in the construction of defence fortifications at Clermont-en-Argonne, and during the same year distinguished himself at the siege of Saint-Menehould. At this time he entered with great ardour upon the study of mathematics and fortifications. At 20, after being taken prisoner by his royalist enemies, Vauban the rebel was converted by the kindness of the Astur Mazarin into a devoted servant of the king. Between the ages of 22 and 26, a young engineer had taken part in or directed 10 sieges with distinction, had been several times wounded, and had received as a reward for his services the free gift of a company in the famous Picardy regiment. AI IQ 125, relative coefficient data 0.43. John Bunyan, 1628-1688, a celebrated English writer. AI IQ 105, AI IQ 120. 1. Family standing. Bunyan's father was a tinker or brazier and a member of a village family of long standing that had for some generations been going down in the world. The mother came of humble but decent and worthy people, and both parents, though poor, were of good repute among their neighbours. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. When he was 9 or 10, Bunyan's spiritual interest was first awakened. His tender conscience became oppressed by a conviction of sin, yet he continued to enjoy the usual pleasures of the village. 2. Education. In spite of the meanness and inconsiderableness of his parents, Bunyan was put to school to learn both to read and to write. His progress could not, however, have been great, for the Bedford Grammar School which he attended was at that time under the direction of a cruel and wretched sot. 3. School standing and progress. C. 2. 2. 4. Friends and associates, no record. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement, no record. 7. Evidences of precocity, no record. AI IQ 105, relative coefficient of data 0.11. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Before he was 18, Bunyan had begun to assist his father at the forge. Then, during a period of war service which interrupted his labours at home, he experienced a second spiritual awakening. The impression which this created, coupled with the influence of the religious maiden whom he married at 20, and association with her righteous father, led him to renounce pleasure and turn to a sober and spiritual life. After several years of severe mental struggle and frequent periods of despondency, Bunyan at 25 found in the little community of Christian brothers the spiritual peace he had sought. 2 years later, having become a deacon in this order, he entered upon his preaching career. AI IQ 120, relative coefficient of data 0.20. Miguel Cervantes, 1547 to 1616, a celebrated Spanish poet and novelist. AI IQ 105, AI IQ 110. 1. Family standing. Cervantes' paternal grandfather was a man much honoured by his community, and the holder of various responsible legal positions. The father of Cervantes, however, a medical practitioner of little authority, and without the training of a physician, achieved no such high standing. His career has throughout the stamp of poverty. He was a restless wanderer from place to place. Of the mother's family, no record has been found except that her father owned a patch of land at Arganda. 2. Development to age 17. No record. AI IQ 105. Relative coefficient of data 0.00. 3. Development from 17 to 26. The earliest record of the life of Cervantes reports him at the age of 21 a student in the City School of Madrid. It was at this time that he produced certain mediocre poems, published in a miscellany of verses still extant commemorating the death of Isabel de Valois. At 22, he took part in a duel of some kind, and an order was issued for his arrest, punishment, and exile. However, he concealed himself in Italy and probably entered the service of a Roman prelate, later enlisting in the same country in the ranks of a Spanish regiment. At 24, he took a gallant part in the naval battle of Lepanto, and the wound received there served him for the rest of his life as a great source of personal pride. AIIQ 110, relative coefficient of data 0.11. James Cook, 1728 to 1779, a celebrated English navigator. AIIQ 105, AIIQ 115. 1. Family standing. Very little is known of James Cook's ancestry. His father, at first a common day labourer, became the bailiff or head labourer on a small farm. A man of industry, frugality, and skill in husbandry, he was, although very little educated, somewhat superior to his fellow labourers. Of the mother and her family, nothing is recorded. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. It is reported of James Cook that in schoolboy activities he was already ready with a scheme, and that he insisted on having his plans accepted by his playmates. 2. Education. Before he was 8, he is said to have learned his letters and a little reading from the daughter of a wealthy yeoman father, in whose household he ran errands and did chores. At 8, he was sent to school to learn writing and arithmetic. 3. School standing and progress. Cook exhibited considerable aptitude in mathematics, and is believed that the master of the estate paid for his further schooling because of the excellent progress he made in his first efforts towards learning. 4. Friends and associates, no record. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement. Before he was 8, young Cook had begun to assist his father in farm labour. In his 14th year, or his 18th, according to one biographer, he began an apprenticeship of 18 months to a grocer. 7. Evidences of precocity, no record. AIIQ 105, relative coefficient of data 0.20. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Cook finally carried out a long-cherished desire to go to sea when he entered into the service of a shipping concern. It is reported that no unusual abilities were noticed in him at this time. However, he studied and worked to advance himself, and at 25 had become ship's mate. His master aided his efforts in every way, and would have given him command of a ship had he not left the company soon after his promotion. AIIQ 115, relative coefficient of data 0.11. William Cobbett, 1763, 1835. A noted English political writer. AIIQ 105, AIIQ 125. 1. Family standing. Cobbett's father, the son of a day labourer, was a small farmer of experience and understanding, respected in his community. The mother belonged to the same community and social group as her husband. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Whether characteristic or not, it is reported of little William that at the age of 6 he made a small garden on top of a steep rock, carrying up the soil in the bosom of his little smock. In his early years, and when not busy with farm labour, William with his brother went to cricket matches, bathed in the wave, or roamed about the castle park. 2. Education. Cobbett was taught by his father to read and write and decipher. He and his brothers listened to the paternal discourse on the subject of gardens and fields, their father's main interest. 3. School standing and progress. No record of school attendance. 4. Friends and associates. No record of others than relatives. 5. Reading. When at 11 years of age, Cobbett ran away to Kew Gardens. he spent his supper money for a copy of The Tale of a Tub, which was, for the first time until he was 20, his favourite book. The gardener whom he assisted lent him some gardening books, but these he could not relish. 6. Production and achievement. The Cobbett boys were bred at the plough tail. From 6 to 16, William drove birds from the turnip seed, weeded wheat, harrowed barley, hoed peas, and finally drove the team and held the plough. When at the age of 11 he ran away to Kew Gardens, he assisted for a time in the garden work there. 7. Evidences of precocity, no record. AIIQ 105, relative coefficient of data 0.20. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 20, Cobbett first saw the sea, and it drew him like a magnet. He resolved to enlist with the Marines, but was rejected. At 21, he left home for London on a sudden impulse, tried various employments there, and showed his ability to do hard work and to overcome difficulties. When he was 22, his enlistment was accepted, and he served thereafter for 8 years, the last 7 as non-commissioned officer in Nova Scotia. During his military service, he memorized and practiced mental exercises of various sorts. He worked at every kind of business the regiment's duties afforded, including bookkeeping, accounting, drafting, and statistical work, beside the routine military duties which he performed in an unusually thorough way. He succeeded, in his own estimation, and apparently in that of his associates also, in making himself an important part of the regimental machinery. AIIQ 125, relative coefficient of data 0.43. Nicholas Copernicus, 1473 to 1543, the founder of modern astronomy. AIIQ 105, AIIQ 130. 1. Family standing. Copernicus's father is reported to have been either a physician, a baker, a smith, or a merchant. He was for 18 years a justice of the peace and town councillor, and appears certainly to have been a merchant of some standing in Thorn. The maternal ancestors were members of an old and noble family, and for generations they held office in the city government. One uncle was the ruling burgomaster of his city, another was the Bishop of Ermeland, while a half-uncle was the imperial burgrave. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests, no record. 2. Education. At the age of 9, after the death of his father, Copernicus became the ward of his uncle, the bishop. He received a scanty training at the Thorn Lower School. 3. School progress and standing, no record. 4. Friends and associates, no record. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement, no record. 7. Evidences of precocity, no record. AIIQ 105, relative coefficient of data 0.11. 3. Development from 17 to 26. When Copernicus was 18, his uncle made it possible for him to attend the University of Krakow, where he studied astronomy under the noted Brzezinski, and zealously pursued inquiries into science, philosophy, languages, and mathematics. He also cultivated the art of painting in order that he might be able to carry away remembrances of his travels in Italy. He spent 2 years from his 22nd to his 24th year in the study of theology in preparation for an ecclesiastical career, and at 23 went to Italy, where he remained for 3 years to study at the University of Bologna. Copernicus was 25 years of age when he was admitted by proxy to a canonry at Frauenburg in his uncle's bishopric. At 26, he became Doctor of Philosophy and of Medicine. AIIQ 130, relative coefficient of data 0.43. Sir Francis Drake, 1545 to 1596, a famous English naval hero. AIIQ 105, AIIQ 110. 1. Family standing. Drake was descended on the paternal side from a family of yeomen. His father, a sailor, forced to flee from his own county to another because of his adherence to Protestantism, became the hot gospeller in the King's Navy. Through the favour of Lord Russell, a henchman of Henry VIII, the elder Drake was chosen one of the new clergy of the Reformation, and was appointed to a vicarage when his son Francis was 16. There is no record of the mother's family. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests, no record. 2. Education. Young Drake received the elements of an education from his father. When he was about 10, his father bound him over to the master of a Bark engaged largely in coast trade. 3. School standing and progress, no record. 4. Friends and associates, no information except with reference to the seamen to whom he was appointed. C. 2.6. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement. The boy Drake, being painful and diligent in his apprenticeship to the sea captain, so pleased the old man by his industry that, at his death, he bequeathed his bark to him. 7. Evidences of precocity, no record. AI IQ 105, relative coefficient of data, 0.00. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 18, Drake was made purser, or third officer of a ship trading to Biscay. Between his 23rd and his 25th year, he commanded the Judith in a slave trading expedition with Sir John Hawkins, a kinsman. In his first separate command, it is reported that he blockaded Rio de la Hacha and, probably in excess of orders, took a Spanish dispatch ship. It is stated further that on his return from this expedition, he served in the British Navy. At 24, he married, and at 25 undertook a second voyage to recompense himself for losses due to Spanish treachery on the earlier expedition. AI IQ 110, relative coefficient data 0.11. Michael Faraday, 1791 to 1867, a celebrated English chemist and physicist. AI IQ 105, AI IQ 150. 1. Family standing. The father of Faraday was a journeyman blacksmith of good character who belonged to the Sandemanian Church, and whose mother was a landholder of some education. Faraday's mother was uneducated but industrious, a good wife and a devoted parent. The family belonged to the class of small farmers and tradespeople. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests, c. 2.6. 2. Education. After attending a dame's school, Faraday was trained from his 10th to his 14th year at a common day school, where he learned little more than the elements of reading, writing, and arithmetic. At 14, he was apprenticed to a bookbinder. 3. School standing and progress, no record. 4. Friends and associates, no record. 5. Reading. Faraday was a lowly, imaginative person who could believe in the Arabian Nights as well as in the encyclopedia. 6. Production and achievement, no record. 7. Evidences of precocity. Young Faraday was a great questioner. He could trust a fact and always cross-examined an assertion. AI IQ 105, relative coefficient of data 0.11. 3. Development from 17 to 26. During his years of apprenticeship, Faraday carried on chemical experiments and attended lectures on natural philosophy. At the lectures of Mr. Tatham, he met Margaret Newton, Nicol, and others whose acquaintance stimulated his scientific interests. Later, when attending the lectures of Sir Humphrey Davy, he took such excellent notes and illustrated them so well that he was glad to submit them some time after to Davy himself. In the meantime, Davy's patronage had secured for his protégé an assistantship in the laboratory of the Royal Institution. Faraday spent 3 years, 22 to 26, in travel and study. During this time, as Davy's amanuensis, he met Humboldt, Ampere, Arago, and other notable scientists. His first contribution to science, prepared and published when the author was 25, was an article in the Quarterly Journal of Science on the analysis of some caustic lime. This was followed the same year by other scientific papers. AI IQ 150, relative coefficient of data 0.60. Mehemet Ali, 1769 to 1849, Viceroy of Egypt. AI IQ 105, AI IQ 110. 1. Family standing. Mehmet's reputed father was a peasant engaged in crude cultivation of the soil and in fishing, but he was also chief of a few watchmen furnished by the surrounding villages for the security of roads. He died when Mehmet was a little child, and the boy was reared in the household of the petty governor of his native town. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Mehmet's mother fired her son's ambitions by often repeating to him a prophecy that he would one day attain the highest power and grandeur. The boy was skillful in settling disputes that arose among those who lorded about the antechambers of the rustic governor's house. 2. Education. Muhammad learned to read a little. He could repeat by rote the first chapter of the Quran, learned from the lips of an ignorant Muslim pedagogue. 3. School standing and progress, no record. 4. Friends and associates. A French merchant of the town became a kind friend to the bright-eyed, intelligent lad. He taught him the mysteries of trade and impressed upon him many ideas that influenced his whole life. 5. Reading. It is said that Muhammad never read a single book. 6. Production and achievement. While still a boy, Muhammad offered to collect a tax which had been levied on a village in the governor's district, and which the villagers had refused to pay. The governor, surprised and amused at his audacity, gave him a handful of troops and authority to act. He proceeded with a remarkable combination of caution, courage, and promptitude of action. By a ruse he seized 4 of the principal inhabitants, and threatened to murder his prisoners if his orders were not obeyed. Because of his success in this undertaking, the governor made Muhammad a subaltern of his palace guard. 7. Evidence of precocity, C2-6. AI IQ 105. Relative coefficient of data, 0.00. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Muhammad soon became captain of the guard. He married a relative of the governor, and while still retaining his position in the palace, became a trader in tobacco. The above events are undated, but can be assigned with probable accuracy to this period. At 29, Muhammad entered a regiment of volunteers to serve against Napoleon. AI IQ 110. Relative coefficient of data, 0.11. Nicolas Poussin, 1594 to 1665. A noted French historical painter. AI IQ 105. AI IQ 115. 1. Family standing. Poussin's paternal ancestors were renowned soldiers, councillors of the king, and treasurers of France. His father took part in civil and religious wars. As a soldier of Henry of Navarre, he had to meet all the expenses of his military life, and so found himself greatly reduced in circumstances at the time his son Nicholas was born. The mother, a woman of little education, was a daughter of an inheritance judge. 2. Development to age 17. Nothing is known about the childhood of Nicholas beyond the fact that he was instructed by a priest of the village of Villers in Normandy. AI IQ 105, relative coefficient of data 0.11. 3. Development from 17 to 26. Poussin, when he was about 17, had his first lessons in painting from Quentin Varin, who was at that time working on 3 large pictures in the neighbouring church of Les Andelys. He became Varin's technical assistant and probably learned from him some valuable tricks of the trade. However, it is said that the master's instruction was of less value to his pupil than his encouragement. When he was 18, Nicholas went to Paris, where he was disappointed to find only mediocre painters. However, from one he learned the Flemish manner of applying colour. His first Parisian patron introduced the youth to a man at court who had a collection of engravings after Italian masters. Poussin studied these, and they strengthened his desire to visit Italy and view the originals. In the meantime, with his patron Avis, he visited Poitou, and his first reported works, executed independently, were painted along the way for the lords of 2 chateaux, for the Capuchins at Blois, in order to provide funds for the return journey to Paris. A year of illness at home was followed by 5 years' residence in Paris. AI IQ 115, relative coefficient of data 0.11. Laurent Gauvin, Marquis de Sitzire, 1764 to 1830, a French marshal. AI IQ 105, AI IQ 115. 1. Family standing. Since Sire's parents were poor and obscure, his father was a tanner after having been a butcher. Of his mother there is no specific account. 2. Development to age 17. 1. Interests. Since Sire's interest was centered in the arts, he learned designing and gave himself drawing lessons. 2. Education. Although without means, his parents reared their son with some care. His training is reported to have included a few lessons in drawing. 3. School standing and progress. C2-2. 4. Friends and associates, no record. St. Cyr is characterized as of a disposition not the most sociable. 5. Reading, no record. 6. Production and achievement. Apparently the youth was able, before he was 18, to enter the family income by his work in designing. 7. Evidence of precocity, no record. AI IQ 105, relative coefficient of data 0.11. 3. Development from 17 to 26. At 18, St. Cyr went to Rome and Sicily to study painting, but he made no great progress there, and at 20 he returned to Paris, where he gave lessons in designing, played in amateur theatricals, and lived the free life of an artist. Still undecided as to a permanent career, he entertained some thought of becoming an architect, but when the revolution came, he embraced the cause of the revolutionists. AI IQ 115, relative coefficient of data 0.11. End of section 14.